Chapter 1. The Shit of Transmigration. What a damn world. Li Qingming cursed. Li Qingming, true to his name, was born on the Qingming festival, which led to his straightforward name. Sometimes he wondered what his name would be if he had been born on the Chongyang festival, perhaps Li Chongyang. Frankly speaking, he wasn't particularly fond of his name. It felt too ordinary, too commonplace, and he believed his parents had chosen it carelessly. Of course, Li Qingming was grateful that he didn't have a name like Dog Egg. Otherwise, he might have really ended up in a miserable situation. Yet little did he know that one day, this name would no longer be so commonplace. At first glance, his name seemed utterly ordinary, and he himself boasted nothing worthy of admiration. As an average Joe, he would blend into any crowd without a trace. However, Li Qingming never expected that a day would come when this utterly ordinary man would transmigrate. One drunken night, he found himself unexpectedly transported to another world. When he opened his eyes again, he awoke in a parallel universe strikingly similar to Earth. In this world, everything mirrored life back home except that he was utterly alone. Li Qingming initially thought his amazing life was about to take off. After all, stories always depicted transmigrations as glorious. Either one was born into a noble family and immediately hit the jackpot, or one emerged from humble beginnings but possessed extraordinary talent, quickly surpassing everyone to stand at the peak of the world. Alternatively, one might transmigrate and effortlessly acquire treasure or be aided by the ancient spirit of a wise elder. In short, life was supposed to be better than before, but that wasn't his case. It seemed that aside from actually transmigrating, nothing changed. No, it was worse. On this planet, dubbed the Star of Shirhua, he had no money for food, no money for lodging, and no one was willing to hire him because he didn't possess identification. Once, he was even nearly deported after being questioned by the local police. Of course, he would have welcomed being sent back to Earth. Yet here he was, having spent a week in this strange land, and instead of flying to success, he couldn't even find a place to stay. He hadn't bathed in a week, nor had he eaten a proper meal in just as long. He couldn't bring himself to beg on the streets, nor did he have the guts to resort to theft. He relied solely on drinking tap water from various sources to stave off hunger, reducing himself to a state of profound weakness. Li Qingming suspected that if he continued like this, he might become the first person to starve to death after transmigrating. If anyone dared to claim that transmigration was wonderful in front of him, he would undoubtedly want to smack them across the face. Of course, that would require him to have the energy to do so. What should I do? What can I do? There's no turning back now. I can't possibly just starve to death. His troubled green eyes scanned the street, seeing people grimacing in disgust as they circumvented his presence. Damn it! Li Qingming angrily cursed in his heart. Whether he was cursing the passers-by for their contempt or berating himself was unclear. As the sky gradually darkened, he wandered for an unknown time until a savory scent wafted through the air, engulfing him. In the past few days, he had purposely avoided areas dense with restaurants, fearing the hunger brought on by their enticing aromas. Though it seemed there weren't many delectable dishes in this world. Gurgle, a loud growl, erupted from his stomach. His gut, deprived of food for nearly a week, made its severe protests at the overwhelming scent. Li Qingming smiled bitterly and attempted to walk away. Yet the hunger had him at his limits. His brain ordered him to leave, but his legs felt almost immovable. So fragrant. Li Qingming desperately swallowed his saliva. At that moment, images of dining and dashing filled his mind, whatever the consequences of such behavior. He convinced himself that filling his stomach should come first. His feet, which had begun to shift, eventually came to a stop. How could Li Qingming, a man with such an ordinary name, commit such a brazen act? Surely many reasons could justify having a free meal now. After all, he could repay it tenfold or even 100-fold once he succeeded, painting himself in a more favorable light. As the saying goes, a hero does not ask how one has obtained their fortune. Ultimately, if one succeeded, everything that had come before would feel irrelevant. History is always written by the victors. But he was just Li Qingming, an ordinary person, incapable of such crass selfishness. Though temptation tugged at him from the inside, a shred of dignity or perhaps the pride of the impoverished prevented him from taking such a route. He stood there, lost in his thoughts for an indeterminate time, as the lively atmosphere around him slowly faded into silence, marked only by the sounds of street cleaning and closing up for the night. A warm, sincere voice broke through the quiet. "Hey there, young brother. You must be hungry. Come, my business isn't great tonight. I have plenty left over. Please eat." A middle-aged man, sweating profusely, wearing a tank top, oil-stained beach shorts, and flip-flops, approached Li Qingming with a plate piled high with rice, fries, and fried chicken. Li Qingming froze for a moment, stunned, before realizing what was happening. He glanced around, then pointed at himself. "Go ahead and eat, little brother. I've seen you standing here for a while. You must be starving. Just take it." The man, with an honest smile, offered the plate to Li Qingming. Instinctively, Li Qingming took the plate, staring at the mound of tempting food before him, his throat tightening. "Eat up. I have some business to attend to, so I'll leave you to it," the man said as he turned away, limping slightly as he walked off. Watching the man's retreating figure, Li Qingming felt an indescribable wave of gratitude wash over him. His eyes misted up as he devoured every last morsel of the plate, filled with food that represented a lifeline. This meal might just be the most fulfilling one he would ever have. Although it tasted awful, he was still satisfied. It was only in times of loss that one could truly appreciate what they had. After finishing his meal, Li Qingming let out a deep, contented burp, then set out to find the kind, middle-aged man who had provided him with that life-saving meal. "Thank you so much," Li Qingming expressed, filled with gratitude. "Finished eating? You must be thirsty. There's soda over there. I still have some work to do, so I can't entertain you right now." The man wiped the sweat from his forehead, smiling sheepishly. Seeing the surrounding mess, and then glancing down at the man's limp foot, Li Qingming rushed forward to take a broom from the middle-aged man's hands. "He'll handle it." With newfound energy after the meal, Li Qingming eagerly began to clean up. "Hey, little brother, no, you can't do this," the man said, surprised. He tried to snatch the broom back from Li Qingming, but due to his age and his disability, Li Qingming quickly pushed him into a chair. "Please, sir, I haven't eaten in almost a week. Your kindness tonight has saved my life. Just let me repay you," Li Qingming said as he swept up. As Li Qingming worked, his mind began to race. He was in an unfamiliar place with no identity. Even if he felt full now, where would he find his next meal? He couldn't expect that a kind-hearted man would come by with food every day. Thus, Li Qingming decided he would work here for now, securing a place to stay and thinking of a longer-term plan later. The middle-aged man watched Li Qingming as he cleaned, a frown creasing his brow. He seemed to hesitate, his lips moving silently, but no words came out. "Sir, how about this? It'll work for you. Without pay, you just have to provide me with 3 meals a day and a place to sleep." Li Qingming proposed his plan, directly stating he wouldn't need any salary. He recalled the previous scene where the man's business didn't seem to be thriving. He figured that the man wouldn't be able to afford to hire anyone. By offering to work for free, just for food and a roof over his head, Li Qingming believed he had a good chance. This little brother, that isn't proper," the man exclaimed, astonished. He waved his hands in protest, denying the offer, though his expression showed signs of contemplation. Seeing that he might have a chance, Li Qingming pressed on. "The truth is, I have no family left. I originally planned to come here and learn how to run a business, but I fell victim to a scam, leaving me with nothing. People even chased me away. If it weren't for your kindness today, I would have starved to death. Please, just consider it an act of charity and let me stay." Li Qingming spoke earnestly. While the kind man hesitated, his expression filled with regret, and finally, he relented. "Little brother, my business truly isn't great, so I can't afford to hire anyone. But I promise that if the business picks up, it'll definitely pay you." Upon hearing this, Li Qingming's heart finally settled down. At least he wouldn't starve to death in this strange world. If others found out, he would be laughed at for sure. Of course, Li Qingming wasn't about to simply accept this turn of events without striving for more. After spending days wandering the streets, he realized he had gleaned some insight. "Sir, why is it that all the food here is fried chicken, fries, and white rice? Aren't there any other options?" Li Qingming asked tentatively. In his wandering, he noticed that no matter the restaurant or even the upscale establishments, the menu seemed to echo just these same uninteresting options, save for some decorative tweaks in presentation. The limited choices unnerved him and aroused a sudden thought in his mind. "Other foods? Are you talking about dark cuisine?" "A little brother, don't bother. Dark cuisine isn't good at all. The best options are these fries and chicken," the middle-aged man said while wiping his sweat. "To be honest, my business hasn't been going well, and I did consider experimenting with dark cuisine to attract customers, but it was all in vain. Over the past few hundred years, countless people have tried, and no one has ever succeeded. You see, dark cuisine is only sampled by those who are utterly sick of the same old stuff. But once they try it once, they never want it again. Oh my God! So they really only have this one type of food. How bizarre! This world is so modern, yet the only thing they offer is the most unappetizing food possible. Li Qingming thought about the absurd fandom of certain social circles. Those who foolishly believed that fried chicken and fries were the greatest culinary inventions just because of some overly convoluted dramas. These people were clearly clueless. Maybe if they were to come here and eat nothing but fried chicken and fries for a month or even 3 days, they would surely grow sick of it. How utterly unfathomable. Yet this was good. Remarkably so. Li Qingming's heart surged with excitement as he envisioned a flurry of delectable dish names: mapo tofu, kung pao chicken, braised pig trotters, and stir-fried lamb with scallions. One mouth-watering dish after another, making him drool. Damn it, with these rustic folks in this world, if he whipped up just a few dishes, wouldn't they be drooling over them in amazement? Li Qingming finally felt that luck was turning in his favor. Who knew that such a grand surprise awaited him in this world? Chapter 2. A place to call home in a world devoid of culinary delights. A true gourmand, nurtured by the exquisite flavors of Huaxia cuisine, has arrived. What transformations might this herald? It is likely that the entire tapestry of global gastronomic culture will undergo a radical metamorphosis with the advent of Li Qingming. With a newfound sense of assurance, Li Qingming finally relaxed. While humming a tune, he busied himself with the cleaning, his mind teeming with an array of dish names. The middle-aged man nearby, relieved of his cleaning duties and the task of tidying up the vendors, settled down with a modest drink, savoring his incomparably delicious fried chicken and fries in that moment. Both men were filled with joy, exchanging idle chatter and expressing their aspirations for a brighter future. After a while, once the middle-aged man had finished his drink, and he and Li Qingming tidied up the last remnants of refuse, they pushed the food cart back to the man's humble abode. The space was tiny, merely a dozen square meters, cluttered with belongings to the point that there was scarcely room to stand. Yet, despite this, a small room had been partitioned off. "This is my daughter's room. She is away at university now, living on campus. From now on, you can stay here. However, if she returns during the holidays, young brother, I must trouble you to squeeze in with me outside." The man chuckled. Noticing Li Qingming's puzzled expression, Li Qingming furrowed his brow slightly. If she returns during the holidays? What sort of statement is that? But this is indeed his family matter, so he refrained from probing further. "Uncle, I will defer to your wishes as long as I have a place to rest. That is sufficient," he replied, an expression of earnest compliance on his face. Lying in the cramped space barely large enough for him to recline, Li Qingming's thoughts swirled. This was life after his transcendence. It was hardly better than what he had before. Yet he told himself to be patient. His future would not remain mundane. Soon, the thunderous sound of snoring from outside lulled him to sleep. Time slipped away, and when Li Qingming finally opened his eyes, he felt remarkably refreshed. It was the first time in a week that he had enjoyed such a restful slumber. That moment, sounds of bustling activity wafted in from outside. Following the noise, he found the middle-aged man already busying himself, preparing the various ingredients needed for the evening meal. "Young brother, you're awake. Go wash up. Breakfast is over there, and if it's cold, heat it up yourself," the man said with a hearty grin. "Uncle, I'll be right there after I finish eating," Li Qingming replied hastily. The room was not large, and in just a few steps, he reached the dining table. Lifting the pot lid, he was taken aback. "Uncle, this breakfast is also fried chicken and fries?" he exclaimed instinctively. "Of course, what is wrong with that?" the man called back, continuing his work. Nothing." Li Qingming finally snapped back to reality, realizing that this world seemed to be plagued by only this wretched fried chicken and fries. Forcing himself to finish the greasy meal left him feeling uncomfortable and heavy. Humans can be so contradictory. Just yesterday, he had found such delicacies satisfying. Yet barely a night had passed, and he was already expressing disdain. He pondered how the people of this world could be so oblivious to the rich tapestry of culinary culture. While lamenting, he began to concoct grand gastronomic plans in his mind. Kung po chicken. Heh, ants climbing a tree. And oh, fish fragrant shredded pork. After finishing his meal, Li Qingming assisted the man in preparing the evening's ingredients that as he helped, he casually probed for information about local culinary customs. After several confirmations, it became evident that this world lacked a true culinary culture that, of course, one could not say was entirely absent. After all, fried chicken and fries existed. Uncle, may I propose something to you? Li Qingming ventured cautiously. There are a few dishes from my hometown that are quite remarkable. Though their flavors may not necessarily rival this fried chicken and fries, they are certainly novel. Would it be permissible for me to experiment with them when there are no customers around? Dark cuisine? The man chuckled, a youthful glint in his eye. Yet he did not oppose the idea. If there is nothing else to be done, feel free to tinker with it. Who knows, you might just create something delectable. Thank you so much. Uncle, Li Qingming beamed with joy. Dark cuisine. If traditional Chinese culinary arts are deemed dark cuisine, then indeed, it would be the finest dark cuisine in this world. After a flurry of activity, afternoon had arrived. Come, young brother, I see you only have a few outfits. Let me accompany you to buy some new clothes. You can't just make do with these few, the man said, patting Li Qingming on the shoulder with a cheerful smile. Uncle, thank you, Li Qingming responded gratefully. His clothes were indeed filthy, and he had longed to change them. Yet he had been unsure how to broach the subject, especially as a guest relying on someone else's hospitality. The man's proactive offer filled Li Qingming with immense gratitude, and he silently vowed not to forget the kindness of this good-hearted uncle once he had achieved his culinary ambitions. Thus, the man accompanied Li Qingming to purchase several changes of clothing and some everyday necessities. Naturally, they visited local markets frequented by ordinary folk. However, noticing Li Qingming's curiosity about everything, the man decided to take him to the city center via the subway. As there was still time to explore that, of course, they could only window shop. The man hesitated to enter any of the lavish shopping centers, deeming them too expensive, and Li Qingming felt no inclination to do so either. With no money to his name, he could only gaze longingly at the displays. Moreover, the luxury brands in this world mirrored those on Earth, lacking any allure for him. Nevertheless, the vibrant world around him sparked thoughts of whether he could, like characters in those online novels, carve out a niche in the entertainment industry. Yet, glancing at his ordinary appearance and acknowledging his lack of musical talent, his off-key humming reinforced this. He decided against it. Besides, a world devoid of culinary delights would undoubtedly be hell for a true foodie. He resolved to embrace his destiny as a future food deity. As Li Qingming envisioned his ascent to culinary greatness. The middle-aged man suddenly became animated, breaking away from him and darting into an opulent shopping mall. Despite his limp, he moved with surprising speed. Uncle, Li Qingming called, hastily following that he entered a grandly decorated shopping complex, filled with luxury brands akin to those on Earth. Hermes, Louis Vuitton, and other high-end labels. The clientele was exclusively affluent, contributing to an abundance of strikingly beautiful women. What was his uncle doing here? Li Qingming wondered, surprised to see a furious expression on the man's face. Was this a confrontation? As he pondered, the uncle intercepted a pair of individuals. Chapter 3. A son does not disdain his mother's appearance. The man, of similar age to the uncle, sported a receding hairline and was dressed ostentatiously in designer attire, exuding arrogance. Beside him stood a notably younger woman, her makeup bold, lips painted a fiery red, and her tall figure evoking fantasies. She was the epitome of a social media influencer. In that moment, the uncle pointed at the young woman, trembling with rage, his face flushing crimson and then paling, his lips moving as if to express a profound sorrow, yet he seemed at a loss for words. Li Qingming remained at a distance, sensing that this was a personal matter. The young woman was likely the uncle's daughter. A soft sigh escaped Li Qingming's lips. Such scenarios were not unfamiliar to him. On Earth, university female classmates with even a modicum of attractiveness often found themselves frequenting luxury cars and upscale restaurants on weekends, the reasons for which were all too apparent. That it was no surprise that the uncle was incensed upon witnessing this. If it were him, he would have certainly slapped the young man several times. Xiaoya, who is this? The middle-aged businessman inquired, narrowing his eyes with a hint of displeasure. "Dad, don't bother with him. That he is just a poor relative," the young woman replied, feigning panic but ultimately displaying disdain as she clung to the wealthy businessman and bypassed the uncle. The businessman's expression softened momentarily, but as he passed by the uncle, he wore a look of disdain as well. The young woman, however, discreetly sized up the businessman, relieved to find no further signs of irritation from him. You. The uncle's face turned an ashen shade, his fingers trembling as he raised them, seemingly intending to strike the young woman, yet hesitated with his hand suspended in the air for a long moment before finally letting it fall, gazing at the young woman who had turned her back on him, without even a glance in his direction. His expression filled with despair. "Young brother, let us go." The uncle's face was a portrait of sorrow as he approached Li Qingming, his demeanor dark and forlorn. In that moment, the uncle must have been engulfed in despair and helplessness. Li Qingming could empathize deeply. No one would feel good in such a situation. The young woman and the middle-aged businessman walked away, laughing and appearing elated. Li Qingming's heart ignited with fury at the sight of the uncle's desolation. "Stop right there," he bellowed, striding over in anger. The middle-aged businessman's expression soured even further at Li Qingming's approach. The young woman, still focused on the businessman, quickly interjected, "Who are you? I don't even know you." "Dad, he is just some distant relative trying to extort money because he sees you dress so well. Just give him some cash and let him be." The young woman pulled out several green bills from her wallet. This was the local currency, comparable to the renminbi, handing over a $100 note. "Take this and leave. Don't hassle me like a pesky dog." The young woman disdainfully tossed the money to the ground. Onlookers around them exchanged glances, some shaking their heads disapprovingly. I have grown accustomed to encountering impoverished relatives who seek to attach themselves to the wealthy. Their behavior no longer astonishes me. After all, even the most trivial items here possess considerable value. The duo of Li Qingming and the young girl unmistakably belonged to the lower echelons of society, their combined attire likely worth no more than 100 yuan. Their haggard appearance, upon seeing the woman, reveals an aspiration to ascend the social ladder, which is hardly surprising that Li Qingming's anger flared even more. "Your money is tainted. I refuse it. Furthermore, we are not related. I am merely a waif taken in by your father." With disdain etched on his face, Li Qingming added, "I have come merely to convey a message." "What? Her father?" The man was this young woman's progenitor. The surrounding crowd was taken aback, their expressions shifting to understanding. In an instant, the young woman's countenance darkened, although she could not discern their hushed whispers. She instinctively knew they were not kind. "Take your money and leave. Godfather, let us go," she urged, tugging at the middle-aged businessman. The businessman, however, paid no heed to the surrounding murmurs to him. Maintaining a young and attractive student was a mark of success. If one possesses the ability, why not acquire wealth? Naturally, beautiful women would seek his company. To be envied is the hallmark of competence. "You may leave, but your conduct is beneath reproach," Li Qingming interjected, positioning himself before the pair. The young woman gritted her teeth, contemplating pushing him aside, yet the throng of spectators rendered her acutely aware of her potential embarrassment. "What do you wish to say? Speak quickly and be gone," she retorted. The businessman, now slightly irked, found it audacious that this insolent fool dared impede his path. However, with so many witnesses present, creating a scene would tarnish his image. He reluctantly suppressed his irritation, yet his disdain for the young woman grew. "Your yearning for wealth and disdain for poverty is not my concern. Striving for a better life is a universal aspiration, and I do not fault your chosen path. There is no right or wrong in methodology, merely differing perspectives." Li Qingming spoke coldly. The crowd, anticipating a scolding of the young woman for her disdain for the impoverished, was taken aback by Li Qingming's unexpected words. This revelation left both the middle-aged businessman and the young woman momentarily stunned. How you choose to transform your life is your prerogative, and even your parents have no authority to intervene, Li Qingming continued. This declaration further astonished the onlookers. Could it be that this young man was deliberately speaking in contradictions, attempting to ingratiate himself with the affluent? Or did he harbor ulterior motives? Curiosity filled the air. as everyone yearned to uncover his intentions. However, your actions are reprehensible. That in my hometown, we have a saying, a dog does not disdain a poor home, nor does a child disdain an ugly mother. Li Qingming declared with derision. You aspire to better your life, and no one can fault you for that. Yet, to scorn the father who raised you is sheer ingratitude. You disgrace your femininity. Even a dog understands this, yet you remain oblivious. Your conduct is utterly repugnant. With that, Li Qingming turned to leave this moment. The young woman trembled with fury, feeling a searing embarrassment on her face, akin to receiving several resounding slaps. She longed to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. The crowd, meanwhile, was momentarily stunned, having never before heard such profound words from Li Qingming. A dog does not disdain a poor home, nor does a child disdain an ugly mother. Well said, exclaimed a man in the throng. He is not my biological father. In a fit of rage, the young woman could no longer contain herself and shouted, What? Not your biological father? The crowd erupted in whispers. The greatest pastime of humanity is gossip. Regardless of wealth or beauty, everyone revels in it. This shocking revelation sent ripples of excitement through the crowd. Chapter 4. Severing the path of retreat. The young woman's delicate features contorted, the weight of such a secret exposed, inciting her ire. Yet, Li Qingming did not allow her to continue. Upon her declaration that the man was not her biological father, he observed the immediate pallor that washed over the man's face. What of it if he is not your biological father? Even a 3-year-old in my hometown understands this. The debt of nurturing far outweighs that of mere birth. Regardless of your biological parents, it is your uncle who has raised you, provided for you, and ensured you did not starve, not those who were lost to you. Li Qingming scoffed. If you possess even a modicum of gratitude for your uncle's years of care, you should promptly apologize to him. The young girl's visage turned ghastly. What should have been a pleasant weekend had been tarnished by the antics of this insufferable interloper. She could sense the middle-aged businessman's growing disdain for her, although she was youthful and beautiful. Such women were plentiful in the world of affluent men that if she sought his favor, he would hardly reciprocate. He may have raised me, but what kind of life did he provide? I have never worn new clothes. I was always clad in the tattered garments of others. At school, while everyone else was pristine and stylish, I was perpetually adorned in patched rags, confined to a minuscule room devoid of a restroom or cosmetics. Absolutely nothing. What kind of father is that? What nurturing grace! A mere cat lives a more privileged life than I have. The young woman screamed, her voice tinged with hysteria. The crowd fell silent. Many had endured similar predicaments and could empathize with her sentiments. Poverty is indeed a formidable adversary. The businessman displayed an expression that suggested he believed such sentiments to be entirely reasonable. To disdain poverty is human nature. What right does this young man have to criticize? Li Qingming cast a disparaging glance at the self-satisfied businessman. You are correct. No one wishes for such a life. However, we cannot choose our circumstances. We can only alter them. Your chosen method of transformation is beyond my judgment as an outsider. Yet, I must state a truth. He is far too old. Do you not find that repulsive? Li Qingming sneered at the middle-aged businessman. The crowd erupted in disbelief. This young man was undeniably sharp-tongued. Yet, his words held a kernel of truth. The businessman, with his corpulent physique and balding crown, was indeed an unpleasant sight. You, the young woman stammered, rendered speechless by the unexpected confrontation. The businessman, however, wore a face twisted in rage. To be belittled by a destitute youth was an affront to his dignity. Uncle, let us depart. Li Qingming disregarded the commotion, patting the uncle on the shoulder and pulling him away. Young man, thank you, the uncle expressed, gratitude evident on his face. The tension within him had eased slightly. Witnessing the middle-aged businessman's discomposure had provided him with a modicum of relief. Yet when he caught sight of the young woman glaring at him with palpable disdain, a heavy sigh escaped him. As if he had aged decades in that instant, he felt a mixture of reproach, resentment, and most profoundly, sorrow for his daughter. Wait! The middle-aged businessman called out, halting Li Qingming. What is it? Li Qingming. His demeanor alert, prepared for confrontation, that if the situation escalated, he would undoubtedly whisk the uncle away. Wealth and power were not to be trifled with, and engaging in a direct conflict would be unwise. The onlookers were abuzz with anticipation, eager to see how the ridiculed businessman would retaliate. You just imparted a phrase to my goddaughter. A dog does not disdain a poor home, nor does a child disdain an ugly mother. Allow me to share a sentiment of my own. While we cannot choose our birth, we can certainly select the life we desire, the businessman proclaimed arrogantly. She was born into poverty, and now she chooses a better life. That is her prerogative, that if that man is indeed her father, he should bless her for pursuing a better existence rather than allowing a sharp-tongued youth like you to disrupt her path to fortune. The young woman, previously stung by the earlier admonishment, was now rendered utterly speechless by the businessman's words, her face drained of color. "Godfather," she murmured, her hands growing cold. "I could, with a mere thought, alter her fate once more. She has not only lost the chance to change her destiny, but will also be scorned for this event. Becoming notorious within her school that I end this circle, no one will accept her. Do you know what her future holds?" The businessman boasted, arrogance radiating from him. "I can assure you, without me, she will either revert to her previous life as a lifelong pauper, ultimately marrying someone at random and perpetuating a legacy of poverty, or she will rebel against her fate, mingling with unsavory characters, being toyed with and discarded, ultimately leading a wretched existence, perhaps even descending into prostitution. And all of this will be attributed to you." Li Qingming furrowed his brow. Such outcomes were not implausible. He had witnessed numerous instances in university where many young women had ended up in similar fates. And even those who were fortunate enough to marry honest men often found themselves in a state of disrepair. Should honest men be the ones to suffer? Do you know what dictates all of this? It is money. I am the wealthiest man she can find, while you, in your moment of impulsiveness, have severed her opportunity to alter her fate. What will her father, your so-called uncle, think of this? Will he be content to see his daughter condemned to a life devoid of hope? The businessman continued, his arrogance unabated. The uncle's expression shifted dramatically. Though being kept by the middle-aged businessman was humiliating, succumbing to material desires and willingly degrading oneself was even more heart-wrenching. "Young man, your sharp tongue is of no avail. In this world, money reigns supreme." The middle-aged wealthy businessman spoke with an air of arrogance. The surrounding affluent individuals nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting a shared sentiment. Did I end this realm? Nothing bears significance. The paramount concern is wealth. The notion that reason can traverse the globe is merely a deceptive tale spun in books. Without money, venture outside and see for yourself. "Father," the young woman's expression was one of despair. The onlookers were captivated, eager to witness how Li Qingming would attempt to defend himself. "That I end this world. Money is the ultimate truth." Among the crowd, the man who had earlier lamented that a dog does not disdain a poor home and a son does not despise an ugly mother watched Li Qingming with keen interest, curious to see what he might say next. "That gentleman, your daughter's fate lies within my grasp. Yet it is you who holds the reins of her destiny, that if you compel this insolent boy to kneel and apologize to me, I may choose to overlook the past." The middle-aged businessman stood with his hands clasped behind his back, radiating arrogance. "What?" The uncle was taken aback. "Do you comprehend the sacrifices your daughter has made to become acquainted with me? What she has endured to accompany me to tonight's gathering? And all of that has been ruined by this insufferable boy's desire for petty amusement. Moreover, to satiate this grudge, I would not demean myself to confront you. Yet she shall not be permitted to thrive in this circle, as I previously stated. If she cannot survive here, she will inevitably descend into the depths of degradation. Do not speak to me of self-reliance. Remember, it is easy to transition from frugality to luxury, but arduous to revert from luxury to frugality. Just look at her attire. Every piece is a luxury brand that you common folk could not afford even if you abstained from all expenses for an entire year." The middle-aged businessman wielded his financial prowess with remarkable finesse. After all, his wealth was not merely a stroke of luck. It was a testament to his capabilities. The uncle's face was a portrait of shock. Internally, he was tumultuous, unwilling to concede, yet found the businessman's words indisputable. Chapter 5. An opportunity to be a dog. The uncle's complexion paled as the middle-aged businessman turned his gaze toward Li Qingming. Boy, given your sharp tongue, I offer you an opportunity. Become my loyal dog, and I shall grant you a life of luxury. The businessman tossed out the tantalizing bait, an annual salary of 1 million, with additional bonuses for exceptional performance. Gasps of astonishment reverberated through the crowd. Such a high salary was not something an ordinary individual could attain. Although this marketplace catered to luxury goods, not all patrons were wealthy. Many were merely middle class, able to afford but not easily. $1 million salary would not mean frivolous spending, yet it would certainly ease one's burdens. Many gazed at Li Qingming with envy. Meanwhile, a few wealthy businessmen observed him with a knowing smirk, fully aware of the middle-aged businessman's intentions. Previously, this man had mocked him for his youth and inexperience. Now he sought to crush him with wealth. You flaunt your integrity and righteousness, yet when faced with an annual salary of 1 million, will you bow your head? Accept it, and you must kneel and confess yourself a dog. This is the art of using money as a weapon. Yet, it must be said, the middle-aged businessman played his hand exceptionally well. This approach was far more sophisticated than mere insults or summoning bodyguards to expel someone. Such rudeness would only breed disdain. Instead, his method was grandiose, leaving others speechless. Were this on earth, Li Qingming would undoubtedly feel mortified. Rendered speechless, perhaps even compelled to kneel publicly out of sheer humiliation. This was not a matter of self-deprecation. There exists a saying, a penny can thwart a hero. Moreover, he was destitute, that I in the face of $1 million salary. Not everyone possesses sufficient resolve. However, this was the planet of Inghua, not Earth. Here, there were only fried chicken and fries, and as a connoisseur of Chinese snacks, he felt emboldened. You are quite right. I indeed sought momentary amusement at your expense, ridiculing you and undermining the efforts of the uncle's daughter. Yet, it was intentional. I aimed to sever her retreat, preventing her from straying too far down a treacherous path. Li Qingming spukalangitli. A smirk crept across the middle-aged businessman's lips that he had witnessed the insatiable desires of young women. To revert to a life of poverty after tasting luxury was an unthinkable proposition. I understand, people are all the same. They despise poverty and adore wealth. Once they have tasted a good life, they cannot willingly return to destitution. Even if the uncle begged her to return, she would refuse. For her home is too impoverished. Yet, there is a saying in my hometown, a loss may bring unforeseen fortune. She does not realize that if she were to return to the uncle now, although it may seem impoverished, she would secure a far more radiant future, one filled with dignity, free from the need to barter her beauty for a fate dictated by others. Li Qingming declared with pride. The saying resonated with the crowd, prompting further contemplation. The man's eyes sparkled with understanding. The remark was laden with meaning. Haha, young man, your words are indeed impressive, yet your eloquence is futile. Can you provide her with the life she currently enjoys? Observe her handbag. It is the iconic Chanel 2.55 that her attire, from head to toe, is adorned with the latest Chanel collections. You expect her to revert to wearing your meager garb, worth less than 100 yuan in total. Would she willingly do so? The middle-aged businessman derided. No one would, including myself. If I had the means, I too would choose to wear the finest. However, my current circumstances do not dictate my future. It won't be long. If she is willing to trust the uncle, trust me, she could surpass even this current life of luxury. Li Qingming replied with an air of calmness. Were it not for the uncle's favor, he would never have uttered such words, nor would he have considered rescuing this superficial young woman who traded her beauty for rewards. But he remembered the uncle's kindness, a kindness he would never forget. Though perhaps it was merely a meal's worth of gratitude, it was nonetheless a life-saving grace. The descendants of Yin and Huang have been criticized by Westerners for lacking faith, yet we do not lack belief. Rather, our faith is not in nebulous deities but in reason. The Chinese people hold reason in the highest regard, and nothing surpasses the importance of reason. Thus, do not claim that the Chinese lack faith. Our faith is simply of a higher order. Hence the adage, one drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude. Li Qingming stood as a testament to this ideal. The crowd was taken aback by his words, surpassing this middle-aged businessman. This man was not merely wealthy. His bespoke suit and watch, along with his demeanor, suggested he was far from ordinary wealth. His assets must surely exceed $1 billion. Ha! The middle-aged businessman suddenly erupted in laughter. Young man, your audacity is remarkable. Do you know how much wealth I possess? You dare to suggest surpassing me. In my hometown, there is a saying, 30 years in the East River, 40 years in the West River. Do not underestimate the young man in poverty. Li Qingming replied coldly, yet, surpassing someone like you will take no 30 years, that at most 3 years, and I shall eclipse you. 3 years. The businessman's smile widened, laughter erupting from him as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. How could he not find it amusing? If it were another person, even a lowly office worker, he might entertain a sliver of possibility. Yet this young man, clad in tatters, exuding an air of destitution, claimed he would surpass him in 3 years. Was that not laughable? Among the crowd, a man's gaze sharpened. Such words were profoundly astute. Do not underestimate the young man in poverty. How incisive. Young man, I initially perceived you as someone of substance, someone worth nurturing. Yet, I now see you for the arrogant fool you are. You are unworthy to be my dog. The middle-aged businessman turned away with a frosty demeanor, fixing his gaze upon the young woman. I have always been reasonable. I offer you a chance to leave me. I shall not demand the return of your luxurious garments, as for today's events. I will ensure this circle remains unaware. What you choose to do now is your affair. It no longer concerns me. Hope flickered in the uncle's eyes. However, the young woman trembled, stammering, If I don't wish to leave? Gasps of shock filled the air, and the uncle's face turned ashen. The middle-aged businessman cast a glance at Li Qingming and the uncle, a smirk dancing on his lips. His insult to me is inconsequential, yet it also tarnishes you to my woman does not tolerate insult from others that if I were to lay a hand on him, it would be an abuse of power. You shall assist me by delivering a slap across his face. The businessman spoke with a cold venom akin to that of a serpent. Gasps of astonishment reverberated through the crowd. This middle-aged businessman was indeed cunning. Should he intervene personally, the scene would undoubtedly become chaotic. However, prompting the young woman to take action transformed the situation entirely. If Li Qingming retaliated, it would be as if he struck the daughter of his benefactor. If he refrained, he would face public humiliation. How astute! The young woman hesitated momentarily before stepping forward, intent on delivering a slap. Chapter 6. The bet of the power player. Li Qingming's face was a mask of fury, yet he found himself in an undeniably awkward position. This was the uncle's daughter. Regardless of whether she was biologically related, she was still the uncle's daughter. How could a man like him raise a hand against her? Yet, refusing to act would mean enduring humiliation. Enough! Jean, that is sufficient. You must not go too far. At that moment, the uncle finally erupted. It matters not that you deny me, but a person must retain their conscience. You have deeply disappointed me. Very well, since you refuse to acknowledge me. Claiming I am not your father, let us sever ties. From now on, you are free to determine your own fate. We shall depart. The uncle's face was filled with indignation. If you leave, she is doomed. The middle-aged businessman replied coldly, Should you dare to walk away, I assure you, her fate will be far more tragic than I have described. At this, the uncle hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Although he was infuriated by his daughter's refusal to acknowledge him, she was still his daughter. The threat posed by the middle-aged tycoon loomed ominously, and the uncle firmly believed that he would follow through on his words. For him, such matters were merely a trifling task. Yet, allowing Li Qingming to endure humiliation from his own daughter weighed heavily on his conscience. Yar, I implore you, please come back with me. I beg you. The uncle suddenly knelt down, tears streaming down his face. A gasp swept through the crowd. No one had anticipated such a scene as a father kneeling before his daughter. What an extraordinary sight. The young woman momentarily appeared dazed, gazing at the uncle with a flicker of regret and a longing for familial connection. However, this was swiftly overshadowed by greed. She turned her gaze towards Li Qingming. Wait! Li Qingming stepped forward to confront the young woman. That moment, the crowd buzzed with curiosity, eager to uncover what this young man had to say. This is the last act of kindness from the uncle and me, Li Qingming declared, then delivered a resounding slap to his own face. The sharp crack echoed through the air, leaving everyone stunned. They were bewildered by Li Qingming's unexpected action, and a profound silence fell over the gathering. Even the man with the keen eyes looked on in astonishment, unable to comprehend Li Qingming's motives. This time, you have won. You have taught us a harsh lesson with your wealth about what true principles are. However, soon you shall learn the meaning of do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Li Qingming, with unyielding pride, cast a glance at the young woman. You have made the gravest mistake of your life. With no further words, he helped the uncle to his feet. Uncle, it is time to leave. We must return to our stall. The uncle stood in a daze, no longer casting a glance at his daughter, that he was utterly defeated. This time, the middle-aged tycoon said nothing more, his eyes cold and serpentine. Suddenly, a voice broke the tension. My friend, may I inquire your esteemed name? Asked a well-dressed man. A mere pauper, and you, dressed as you are, must be either wealthy or noble. Let us forego such pleasantries. Li Qingming glanced back at the man, offering a faint smile. Rest assured, you will soon know my name. It will be known far and wide. With that, Li Qingming led the dazed uncle away, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. This young man exuded an aura of swagger. His words were undeniably bold. The spectators were left reeling from his parting remarks. What did he intend to achieve by becoming a household name? Speculations ran rampant. What arrogance, the middle-aged tycoon scoffed. Is that so? I beg to differ. Jiang Fugui, perhaps this time you have indeed made a grave error, the well-dressed man interjected. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. A fine statement indeed. You, Lu Chong, the president of Juning Group. Jiang Fugui's pupils constricted as he recognized the man. They were of similar fortune, having crossed paths in the business world, especially in the fiercely competitive lithium battery sector. Realization dawned upon Jiang Fugui, and his expression turned icy. Was that sharp-tongued young man you're doing? You intended to embarrass me here. Jiang Fugui's voice dripped with coldness. The man, Lu Chong, merely smiled. Jiang Fugui, I am not as despicable as you might think. However, I find that young man quite admirable. You claim he is not fit to be your dog, yet I believe he may very well surpass you in 3 years. Lu Chong grinned widely. Ah! Him? Surpass me? Lu Chong, surely you have lost your mind. Jiang Fugui retorted mockingly. Do you doubt it? Would you care to wager? Lu Chong suggested with a cheerful demeanor. What would you propose to wager? Jiang Fugui's eyes glinted like a serpent's. Quite simple. I have taken pity on that despairing father. Allow me to take her under my wing and teach her the way of being a good daughter. If, in 3 years, he surpasses you, then this incident will be forgotten. Conversely, if he fails, I shall relinquish my hold on the lithium battery market. Lu Chong proposed with a smile. What say you? For you, there is little to lose. Do you dare to accept the bet? Jiang Fugui deliberated. He had no particular attachment to the young woman. While it was a slight disappointment to have someone snatch her away before he could enjoy her company, it paled in comparison to the vast lithium battery market. Are you serious? If he surpasses me, today's matter will be erased, that if not, you will withdraw from the lithium battery market? Jiang Fugui pressed urgently. Though I, Lu Chong, may not be a significant figure, my word is my bond. If you doubt me, come tomorrow to sign a contract. Lu Chong laughed heartily. However, I shall take her with me today to ensure her education, so she is not squandered under your influence, causing distress to that father. Jiang Fugui's expression flickered. Yet against Lu Chong, he was unwilling to show the same defiance he had towards Li Qingming, so he acquiesced. After pondering, Jiang Fugui turned to the young woman and asked, What does your father do? The young woman, still in a daze, replied, My father sells goods at night markets on Wuda Road. Selling at night markets on Wuda Road? Jiang Fugui burst into laughter, his worries dissipating. Wuda Road was merely a slum. Very well. You shall accompany Mr. Liu today to AS for what he requires of you. I shall not intervene. However, Mr. Liu is well regarded in the industry. So then, Mr. Liu, I shall see you at our company tomorrow. With that, Zhang Fugui did not spare the young woman another glance and strode away, ensuring Lu Chong had no chance to reconsider to AS for the young woman. She was merely a woman to them. Indeed, the saying holds true. For such men, women are like clothing that a woman traded for access to the lithium market in 3 years was a bargain. Liu. Mr. Liu. The young woman gazed at the more youthful, composed Liu with a mixture of confusion and admiration in her eyes. I'm not like Zhang Fugui, that I have a wife and children whom I love dearly. Even if my wife is not beautiful or youthful, I remain devoted to her. She has stood by me through the storms of these years, and I, Lu Chong, will never betray the sincerity she has shown me. Lu Chang's words filled the young woman with shame, and several married men in the vicinity turned away in embarrassment. Now, I will have my secretary arrange for you to attend classes and learn properly at your young age. To squander your youth on pleasure and material pursuits is utterly unbecoming. Lu Chong admonished sternly. Compared to Li Qingming's reprimand, Lu Chong commanded greater respect due to his societal status. Yes, I shall heed Mr. Liu's words. The young woman lowered her head, too ashamed to speak. Chapter 7. Chinese Cuisine. Lu Chong shook his head inwardly. The young girl had not truly absorbed his words. His decision to rescue her from Zhang Fugui's grasp stemmed from a flicker of compassion, yet such compassion alone was not enough to warrant antagonizing Zhang Fugui. Nor was it worth risking his lithium battery business. What truly compelled him to act was Li Qingming's confidence. Though he appeared impoverished, he was anything but dull and possessed a fierce spirit. Lu Chong greatly admired the few profound statements he had made. Although Li Qingming spoke in dialect, such wisdom was rare. Even in Lu Chong's extensive travels, he found it hard to believe it was merely dialect. It must have originated from Li Qingming himself. A young man with such insight at such a tender age, articulating such sentiments with humility and confidence, especially those final remarks before departing, left Lu Chong filled with hope. Thus, Lu Chong was betting on Li Qingming's future. If in 3 years he truly outshone Zhang Fugui, or even stood at his level, Lu Chong would have secured a promising young ally through this small act of kindness, paving the way for future collaborations across various fields. It was a wise investment. Should he fail, he would merely lose a market. In Lu Chong's view, the lithium battery market had immense potential in the coming 3 years, yielding substantial profits. However, he anticipated a gradual decline thereafter, with a complete downturn in 5 years. Thus, he perceived little risk in this gamble. Lu Chong soon called for his secretary, instructing them to arrange for the young woman's departure. Mr. Liu, are you truly betting against Zhang Fugui of the Fugui Group? The secretary inquired softly after everything was set. Lu Chong nodded. Mr. Liu, I have inquired thoroughly. The young woman's guardian genuinely sells goods at night markets on Wuda Road and has done so for several years. As for the young man, she is unaware of his background. I had someone investigate. It appears her guardian assisted a young man last night, likely the one you encountered today. It is said that the young man was in dire straits and stood there for hours before her guardian offered him a bowl of rice. The secretary relayed the information he had gathered. What? Do you imply that you believe I might lose? Lu Chong chuckled lightly. I dare not. The secretary would never dare to suggest defeat for his boss, merely expressing concern. I just feel your wager is not quite equitable. If you win, it's merely a matter of erasing a debt. If you lose, you risk forfeiting a market worth billions. One must think long-term. The lithium battery market cannot sustain itself indefinitely, Lu Chong replied with a calm smile. The secretary scoffed. A market worth billions was not something one could easily dismiss. Some things must be witnessed firsthand. The evening has grown late. Come, accompany me to meet this young vendor and discover what extraordinary qualities he possesses. Lu Chong ceased his explanations. There was no need for him to elaborate to his secretary. It sufficed to instruct him to act. Are we heading to Wuda Road? The secretary replied, frowning repeatedly. That place was a slum, a destitute area. It was unthinkable for someone of Lu's stature to venture there, and even he, the secretary, would never set foot in such a place. However, since Lu insisted on going, He had no choice but to follow. At that moment, Yifan had already returned home. Yet, the uncle was in a state of despair, utterly heartbroken. During their journey back, the uncle confided in Yifan about his relationship with the young woman. Indeed, he was not her biological father. Rather, he had found her abandoned. Given his disability and impoverished circumstances, he had never been in a position to marry, upon discovering a forsaken infant by the roadside. He took her in and raised her with care. Over the years, the uncle had scrimped and saved, ensuring that the girl received the best of everything, hoping she would not endure a life like his own, but instead enjoy a brighter future. Who would have thought that it would lead to such treatment from her? How could he not feel heartache? Uncle, I understand your pain, but it is precisely because of this that we must strive to change our fate. Poverty is not to be feared. What is truly frightening is our unwillingness to transform. Li Qingming offered consolation. I have a plan that could allow us to alter our circumstances in the short term. Perhaps there is still a chance for your daughter to reconsider. The uncle's bewildered gaze glimmered with a hint of hope. What is your plan? He inquired. The cuisine from my hometown is the most exquisite in the world. Li Qingming elaborated. Are you referring to dark cuisine? That is impossible. Young man, I appreciate all that you have done for me today, but I also understand that some things cannot be changed. Today, I lack the spirit to set up my stall. Let us take a day of rest. The uncle sank despondently onto a nearby seat. Had Li Qingming suggested something else, he might have felt invigorated. However, dark cuisine? That was a lost cause. No one had successfully explored it for centuries. That Li Qingming furrowed his brow, saying nothing further, but he found it unsurprising that the uncle thought this way. After all, no one in this world believed in the existence of any culinary marvel. Thus, no amount of words would suffice. It was better to wait until he could prove everything through his own creations. Uncle, you should rest at home today. I will handle the stall. Do not worry. I can manage on my own. Li Qingming approached the food cart. And let me take the opportunity to gain some practical experience. The uncle numbly nodded. His mind was consumed with images of his daughter and that wealthy merchant, who was of a similar age. That a chilling sensation coursed through him, filled with anger at his daughter's lack of ambition, but more so with self-recrimination for his own poverty. If only he were not so destitute, he could have provided his daughter with a decent life, and she would not have debased herself. Nor would she have rejected him. It was all his fault for being poor. The uncle clenched his fists tightly, oblivious to the fact that his nails had dug into his flesh, drawing blood. Meanwhile, Li Qingming had set up his stall. It was his first time, and he felt a twinge of awkwardness. Yet, recalling the bold claims he had made earlier and the fear of poverty that loomed over him, he steadied himself. Mimicking the other vendors, he arranged his stall in the spot previously occupied by the uncle and commenced his inaugural day as a street vendor. From a distance, someone cast a sidelong glance at Yifan, surveying the surroundings, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. Soon enough, customers began to arrive. Of course, there was little variety on the menu. The offerings were uniform, consisting solely of fried chicken and fries, with the only distinctions being whether one wished to add an egg, rice, or a bit of salad. Everything else remained the same. After juggling a few customers, Li Qingming became accustomed to the routine. In between waiting for patrons, he began to ponder how to embark on his journey into the realm of dark cuisine. Suddenly, a plethora of delectable dishes flooded his mind. And on Earth, even with the vast variety of cuisines, one could exhaust nearly all options within a week of 3 meals a day. Only Chinese cuisine could offer a year's worth of meals without repetition. Each day, each meal, presented a unique culinary delight. This was the essence of Chinese gastronomy, a treasure of human civilization throughout history. Chapter 8. Not aspiring to be a great literary figure, where should I begin with my first dish? Kung Pao chicken, Yuxiang pork, sweet and sour ribs, or Mapo tofu? The names floated through his mind, and Li Qingming felt a surge of inspiration. Of course, there were many elaborate dishes, such as Buddha jumps over the wall. But he did not wish to tackle those just yet. What should his initial culinary endeavor be? Li Qingming contemplated that it wasn't as simple as wanting to create something and having it materialize. He had studied the recipes here, and they differed greatly from those on Earth. Many ingredients were simply unavailable. Without the necessary raw materials, how could he cook? Thus, he had to start with something simple. using ingredients he was familiar with. After all, he was not a chef, merely an enthusiastic foodie. "Hello, I would like 2 sets of meals, please." A voice interrupted Li Qingming's thoughts. "Certainly, would you like to add an egg? How about salad? Rice? No extras?" "Very well, I'll prepare that right away." Li Qingming efficiently assembled 2 orders of plain fried chicken and fries and delivered them to the table. These 2 customers were not ordinary. While most patrons arrived in flip-flops, shorts, and tank tops, or even less, these 2 were impeccably dressed, clearly not from this area. One of them appeared to be a subordinate of the other. What brought them here? Li Qingming felt a twinge of curiosity. Nevertheless, his focus remained on his culinary ambitions, leaving little room for distractions. The man took a few bites and frowned, while the secretary, after tasting a bite, promptly spat it out. "What is this chicken? It's awful. And these fries are so hard." If it weren't for his superior's presence, he would have walked away immediately. The 2 were none other than Lu Chong and his secretary. Ordinary chicken, ordinary fries, and ordinary seasonings. No wonder they were priced at just 4 yuan a serving. How could such basic ingredients inspire confidence in making claims to surpass Jiang Fuguei in 3 years? Moreover, how could he be assured that he would become a household name in the future? All these uncertainties left Lu Chong perplexed. "President, let us leave. This is inedible," the secretary complained softly. It was worth noting that while this world offered only one type of food, fried chicken and fries, there were still varying standards. What they were consuming now was the lowest tier. It was hardly palatable. "There's no rush, that if you're not accustomed to it, you may return to the car," Lu Chong replied, having the audacity to wager against Jiang Fuguei. He naturally possessed patience and confidence. Thus, he intended to observe this young man closely. Since the boss did not leave, the secretary dared not depart either. Approximately half an hour later, Lu Chong stood up, slightly disappointed. During that time, he had only seen Li Qingming mumbling to himself, seemingly unaware of his surroundings. Occasionally, a few customers would come, eat heartily, and leave without any remarkable incidents. As for Li Qingming's demeanor, it was rather ordinary. He showed no interest in cultivating connections or building rapport, which were essential in the culinary industry. After all, aside from culinary skills, popularity was crucial. Yet this young man appeared entirely indifferent to gaining popularity. What could his intentions possibly be? Lu Chong genuinely could not fathom and decided to probe a bit. "Boss, your food is quite unpalatable," Lu Chong exclaimed loudly. Li Qingming shrugged. "Of course, the food in this world is utterly atrocious." Li Qingming concurred. The secretary rolled his eyes in disbelief. "Is this how a food vendor speaks? How can you expect to sell anything like that?" "Oh, it seems the boss knows where to find good food. Is it at Pingwei Xian or Bodygarden?" Lu Chong mentioned a few exclusive restaurants known only to a select few, renowned for their top-tier cuisine. "Pingwei Xian? Bodygarden?" Li Qingming scoffed. "Those names are appealing. But I assure you, the food there cannot possibly be good. You're just boasting. Boss, do you even know how tender the fried chicken at Pingwei Xian is? Or how crispy and delicious the fries at Bodygarden are?" The secretary could no longer contain his derision. Li Qingming chose not to argue further, merely smiling. After all, he was someone who had traversed dimensions, and these 2 individuals were certainly not ordinary people. And no matter their purpose for being there, Li Qingming would not foolishly divulge everything to them. Inviting unnecessary trouble would be unwise. Seeing that Li Qingming remained silent, Lu Chong felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, he was astute. The confidence reflected in this young man's eyes was genuine, that he must have some hidden strengths. However, these were private matters, and Lu Chong had no interest in prying. For now, he felt that his chances of winning the wager were quite high. "Boss, I'm leaving. The money is here." Lu Chong rose and departed with a flourish. Li Qingming glanced back to see a 100 yuan bill left on the table. They had only spent 8 yuan for their meal. Such generosity? Li Qingming grinned. Regardless of their background, they seemed to harbor no ill intentions. "Thank you for your patronage." Li Qingming tucked the bill into his pocket and continued contemplating his culinary plans. Observing Li Qingming's prompt acceptance of the payment, Lu Chong smiled slightly, feeling that his chances of success in this gamble had risen to 9 out of 10. "President, this guy is truly greedy. Not a single polite word. The secretary exclaimed indignantly once they were back in the car. I see him as nothing more than a smooth talker, someone who knows how to flatter. Mr. Liu, I believe it would be prudent for you not to sign the contract with Jiang Fugui tomorrow. Simply return that woman to him. This fellow is utterly unreliable. Liu Chong chuckled. He deserves it. If he doesn't, I would be the one to worry. With a contented smile, Liu Chong continued. Ah, the secretary exclaimed in surprise. Why is that? If you cannot comprehend. That is precisely the point. This is why you are the secretary, and I am the boss. Moreover, he is certainly not a man content with being subservient. Well, let us be off. If Jiang Fugui fails to show up for the signing tomorrow, I would be the one regretting it. Liu Chong concluded, offering no further explanation, and instructed the driver to depart. By the way, make sure to frame those few words for me. They are golden phrases. I wish to use them as a reminder to myself. The secretary grimaced, a bitter smile on his face, that he had also forgotten to inquire whether he should inform the father about his daughter. To spare him any heartache at this moment, Li Qingming was blissfully unaware of the events unfolding. His mind was filled solely with names of dishes. Indeed, only dish names occupied his thoughts. He was a foodie, not a chef, merely names of dishes, devoid of recipes. Furthermore, it seemed that not only was there a lack of Huaxia delicacies in this world, but also a dearth of Huaxia culture. Reflecting on the astonished expressions that had surrounded him when he had uttered those golden phrases earlier in the day, Li Qingming's eyes sparkled. Though his performance in Chinese class had not been stellar, plucking even a fragment from the resplendent Huaxia culture would surely outshine the cultural offerings of other nations. Perhaps he could become a literary giant in this world. With a few carefully chosen sentences, his writings would surely astonish the inhabitants of this realm. Moreover, with Tang poetry and song lyrics at his disposal, could he not aspire to be a transcendent poet and lyricist? Li Qingming's heart swelled with excitement at the thought of becoming a literary luminary, revered by countless students, penning exquisite poems and prose, and attracting the affections of numerous blossoming maidens. What a splendid vision it conjured. Chapter 9. The Seasoning Crisis. Boss, I need a set meal, with an egg and a salad. Hurry. A voice shattered Li Qingming's reverie. He swiftly prepared the meal, letting out a sigh that he had discovered a rather harsh truth, that as a foodie, nothing tempted him more than delectable cuisine, that if faced with the choice between becoming a great literary figure or a culinary deity, he would undoubtedly choose the latter. After all, what good is a renowned literary figure if one must subsist on such insipid fare? Life's three greatest pleasures are indulging in the finest cuisines, beholding breathtaking vistas, and reveling in the company of exquisite women. That of these, food undoubtedly ranks first. To be a literary giant in this world is of little consequence. It is far more prudent to ponder what dish to create first. Even these unsophisticated folks would be left speechless by a mere dish from him. Achieving success and fame while relishing gourmet food is the ideal scenario. Otherwise, possessing the title of a literary giant while consuming such garbage is hardly worth living for. Several hours later, Li Qingming had conjured up 3 dishes in his mind. Noticing a lack of customers, he decided to call it a day and head home. Business had been poor today. In total, he had only earned a little over 40 yuan, and after deducting costs, he likely made a meager profit of around 10. This paltry sum was barely enough for a meal. However, if he included the 100 yuan note given by that man, he had actually made a decent profit today. Upon returning home, he found the uncle still sitting there, dazed. The room was permeated with the scent of alcohol, and around the uncle were piles of empty bottles. Uncle, you must be cautious with your health while drinking like this. Li Qingming expressed his concern. The uncle merely mumbled, his voice seemingly choked with emotion. At this moment, there is no greater sorrow than a heart that has lost hope. Li Qingming sighed deeply, choosing not to say anything further, and instead picked up a bottle to join the uncle in drinking. What is the worst part of drinking? Drinking alone. Having someone to share a drink with significantly enhances the experience. Even in silence, the presence of another brings comfort. Soon, the uncle succumbed to intoxication. After tidying up and washing up, Li Qingming hastily went to bed. Tomorrow morning, he would need to return to the market to buy ingredients and study recipes. After all, he was not a chef, merely a foodie. Early the next morning, while the uncle continued to snore, Li Qingming had already risen and gone to the market. Upon arriving, he was taken aback that I in the market. There was only one type of meat: chicken. There were no other poultry or fresh meats available. As for vegetables, there were plenty, but primarily potatoes. The rest consisted of onions, autumn cabbage, and other ingredients suitable for salads. Aside from that, there were only chili sauce, salt, and a few other basics, but nothing else of significance. What on earth was happening? This world seemed to lack any kind of seasoning for huaxia cuisine to be delicious. A variety of seasonings must be present. How could one cook without any of them? After anxiously circling the market and noting down the available items, Li Qingming returned to the uncle's home. Staring at the list of ingredients he had compiled, he felt disheartened. After a night of contemplation, he had identified 3 of the simplest and most delicious huaxia dishes: sweet and sour ribs, mapo tofu, and fish-flavored shredded pork. These were all dishes that Li Qingming adored and were not overly complicated to prepare. Given his rather limited visual culinary skills, he believed he could manage them. Of course, this was primarily because he was familiar with the ingredients and cooking techniques for these 3 dishes. Although he recognized the names and flavors of other dishes, he had little knowledge of their preparation. The culinary arts are profoundly intricate and not easily mastered. Thus, he opted for the simplest and most approachable options. After organizing his thoughts the previous evening, he determined that the ingredients for sweet and sour ribs include pork ribs, cooking wine, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, aromatic vinegar, sugar, salt, monosodium glutamate, and sesame. These seasonings could be found anywhere across the vast land of the Middle Kingdom, as they are the most commonplace ingredients. However, here, he had never heard of cooking wine, and light and dark soy sauces were foreign concepts. There was only a single type of soy sauce available. While they did have vinegar, he found sugar and salt, but there was no monosodium glutamate. Although sesame was available, it was not popular and thus difficult to purchase. Nevertheless, these were not the main issue. The real conundrum was the absence of pork ribs. Yes, no pork ribs in this bizarre world. It was astounding that there were simply no pigs. The entire realm consumed only chicken. The market was filled with a plethora of chicken varieties, far exceeding 100 types. Each breed of chicken produced distinct flavors when fried into chicken fillets, resulting in varying prices. Without pork, sweet and sour ribs were impossible to create. As for fish-flavored shredded pork, it goes without saying that it could not be prepared either. And mapo tofu, that too was out of the question, as there was no tofu. What a peculiar world! Li Qingming was filled with frustration. Glancing at the list in his hand, he noted that the market offered chicken, various types of chicken, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and an overwhelming abundance of potatoes, with an astonishing variety of potato types, from the cheapest, large ones costing 1 yuan, to small potatoes exceeding 100 yuan. He had never tasted to know their flavor. However, regardless of price, they would merely yield fried chicken and chips. How delicious could they truly be? How could he create his culinary masterpieces? Li Qingming felt despondent at that moment. The uncle awoke, gazing at the tidy room. He expressed his gratitude, though his complexion remained extremely pallid. Clearly, being treated in such a manner by the daughter he had raised was akin to the end of the world for the uncle. "Uncle, I can manage this stall on my own. If you're feeling unwell, please rest at home, that I will handle it," Li Qingming reassured him. The uncle patted Li Qingming's shoulder, his lips moving as if he wished to say something. But ultimately, he said nothing. He simply walked out the door to the nearby convenience store to purchase more cheap liquor. Li Qingming could only shake his head in resignation upon witnessing this. In such circumstances, one must rely on themselves to find a way out. External encouragement is futile. It is akin to the feeling of heartbreak experienced during college, that heart-wrenching sensation of despair, where nothing else matters. In those moments, learning, work, and the future become insignificant. Without a beloved by your side, what future is there to contemplate? Li Qingming understood this sentiment well. Thus, he refrained from offering any platitudes. Healing is a process that only time can mend. Time is always the best remedy for wounds. After preparing a serving of fried chicken and chips for the uncle, Li Qingming resumed brainstorming for ideas. Chapter 10. The unpalatable braised chicken pieces. At this point, he was determined to focus solely on culinary endeavors, disregarding all else. As an ordinary person lacking any unique skills, wealth, or status, he could only devote himself to the art of cuisine. Chicken, salt, vinegar, soy sauce, potatoes, and various vegetables were all he could find at present. Should he prepare some chicken-related dishes? Several dish names floated through Li Qingming's mind. Texas roasted chicken, mouth-watering chicken, large plate chicken, braised chicken pieces, and so forth. However, it seemed that these dishes all required ginger, scallions, and garlic, none of which Li Qingming had encountered in this world. Without these ingredients, how could he possibly create them? No matter. He would begin with the simplest dish, braised chicken pieces that he washed the chicken thoroughly, placed it in a pot, and added the available seasonings and water. The only seasonings were salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, which he decided to use in generous amounts. After approximately 15 minutes, the simplest yet delectably flavorful braised chicken pieces were ready. Li Qingming inquired, "This doesn't seem to have any aroma." Without ginger, garlic, and scallions, the dish is utterly devoid of fragrance, and lacking cooking wine to enhance its flavor only exacerbates the situation. The soy sauce, too, is an enigma, presenting itself as a dark, murky concoction that, once poured, renders everything an unappetizing shade of black. Regardless of its appearance, what truly matters is the taste that Li Qingming gingerly picked up a piece with his chopsticks and placed it in his mouth. The chicken's texture was acceptable, yet it was devoid of flavor. Aside from a hint of salt, it offered nothing more in comparison to fried chicken. This was an even greater disappointment. Furthermore, the interior remained somewhat undercooked. While the exterior had begun to char, this moment, Li Qingming felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Without sufficient seasonings, the essence of Chinese cuisine, its vibrant colors, aromas, and flavors, could not be manifested. The quality of a dish hinges not only on the ingredients themselves, but crucially, on the array of seasonings employed. A competent chef in Chinese cuisine typically has dozens, if not hundreds, of various condiments at their disposal. And those who strive for excellence often incorporate medicinal herbs, which elevate their creations to extraordinary heights. At this juncture, Li Qingming truly grasped the adage that a skilled cook is rendered powerless without the proper seasonings. However, undeterred, he revisited every chicken dish he could summon from memory. After several hours of effort, the small room was cluttered with an array of bowls and plates, all containing variations of chicken. Yet every dish, aside from the saltiness, lacked any other discernible flavor. In stark contrast, the fried chicken boasted a delightful crispness. In comparison, this initial attempt was a resounding failure. What to do? Was there truly no way out? Li Qingming wore an expression of dismay. In the meantime, he had also attempted to pair the chicken with various vegetables, but to no avail. As for dishes like potato stewed chicken, they too were mere home-cooked fare, stripped of those essential seasonings and relying solely on salt and this mysterious soy sauce. The flavor was wholly transformed. If forced to choose, Li Qingming would likely continue to favor fried chicken. After all, without seasonings, Chinese cuisine loses its vitality, much like a person devoid of spirit. Admittedly, there may be some top-tier chefs capable of bridging this gap, but that was certainly beyond Li Qingming's abilities. So, what now? His brow furrowed in worry. While Li Qingming lamented over how to prepare braised chicken, at the other end, Jiang Fugui, the corpulent president of the New Energy Group, was laughing heartily as he signed a contract with Liu Chong. "Director Liu, you've lost this bet. This fellow's cooking is horrendous. I thought he had some exceptional skill, but it turns out he's merely a braggart." "I dare say you've misjudged this one," Jiang Fugui guffawed. Knowing Liu Chong had visited yesterday, he had sent someone to observe, and they confirmed Liu Chang's failure. Jiang Fugui had initially harbored some concerns, but after personally sampling the fried chicken and fries brought back, he felt utterly reassured. That individual was nothing more than a pompous fool. Thus, Jiang Fugui arrived bright and early, fearing Liu Chong might have a change of heart. Liu Chong simply smiled. "President Jiang, let us wait and see whether I have misjudged or if my discerning eye prevails." Jiang Fugui snorted dismissively that he was certain of his victory in this wager. Even if that fellow possessed some hidden talent, he would snuff it out. In this world, are there truly so few talented individuals? Yet how many can establish their own domain? If necessary, extinguishing any potential threats ahead of time would suffice. Thus, he was destined to win this bet. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Qingming gazed despondently at the table laden with an array of chicken dishes. After several hours spent experimenting with various preparations, kung pao chicken, spicy chicken, mouth-watering chicken, braised chicken, clay pot chicken, and so forth, He found himself thwarted by a lack of seasonings and the toughness of the chicken, which made it difficult for the flavors to penetrate. To put it plainly, despite the myriad styles of chicken, each bite felt as if he were chewing on wax, akin to consuming a piece of meat soaked in hot water. What flavor could one expect? At that moment, a tipsy uncle stumbled in, the scent of alcohol wafting from him. Upon seeing the table full of chicken, he paused. "Little brother, is this your hometown's dark culinary creation? Let me have a taste." The uncle casually grabbed a piece, chewed for a moment, and then spat it out. "Disgusting." With his drunken candor, he declared, "This is utterly inedible. Little brother, many have attempted this before, but the chicken is far too tough, and it's challenging to ensure it cooks thoroughly inside and out. Aside from frying, no other method allows the seasonings to permeate that, so don't bother trying that if this is what you call your hometown's dark cuisine. I suggest you abandon it." The uncle showed no regard for Li Qingming's feelings as he collapsed onto his small bed. Falling into a deep slumber, Li Qingming held no grudge against the uncle. Why bother arguing with a drunk? Moreover, the uncle's words held a kernel of truth. "Useless. I'm such a waste," the uncle mumbled in his sleep. Li Qingming sighed softly, covering the uncle with a light blanket. Though this endeavor had ended in failure, he was not one to give up easily. Yet he found himself at a loss regarding how to break through. As he pondered, the uncle suddenly stirred. "Water, water," he groaned. Those who drink heavily often crave water. Li Qingming quickly poured a glass for the uncle, helping him drink before carefully assisting him back into a comfortable position. Indeed, sometimes after a drunken bout, a restorative soup is needed. Li Qingming felt both gratitude and guilt towards the uncle. Without his companionship, the uncle would not have accompanied him to purchase supplies, nor would he have explored this unfamiliar place. Had they not wandered into the city center, they would not have encountered his daughter, who had exchanged her youth for money. Given the circumstances, it was evident this was not her first time. And some things, unless witnessed firsthand, can be conveniently ignored, allowing the uncle to avoid such distress. Sometimes, it is indeed beneficial to deceive oneself. Wait, suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Li Qingming's mind. Chapter 11. The first pot of chicken soup. The restorative soup. Li Qingming slapped his forehead, realizing how foolish he had been. This chicken was ill-suited for stir-frying or braising due to its toughness, but it could certainly be used to make soup. After all, families typically seek out old hens for soup. Wasn't that entirely normal? With this revelation, Li Qingming felt a surge of excitement. This could very well be his breakthrough, although he may not yet have developed any authentic Chinese culinary dishes. Soup undeniably occupies a significant place within Chinese gastronomy. That he promptly cleaned the whole chicken, then sliced it open to allow for better flavor absorption. Adding various vegetables, he placed everything into a clay pot, brought it to a vigorous boil over high heat, then reduced to a gentle simmer, seasoning it with salt and giving it a slight stir before settling down to await the soup's completion. This process would take considerable time. The art of soup making hinges on mastering the heat. Eventually, Li Qingming fell asleep, and by the time he awoke, dusk had settled. Meanwhile, the uncle, lying in bed, stirred as the mouth-watering aroma of the chicken soup wafted through the air. He had never encountered such an enticing scent before. It not only roused him from his stupor, but also awakened his appetite. How hungry he felt. The uncle rose, but having gone 2 days without food, he felt weak and struggled, inadvertently waking Li Qingming. As Li Qingming awoke, he was immediately greeted by the rich aroma of the chicken soup. His heart leaped with joy. Those previous attempts at braised chicken. Big plate chicken, mouth-watering chicken, none compared. This time, surely, it had worked. "Little brother, what is that delightful fragrance? I'm famished," the uncle inquired, his eyes gleaming. Li Qingming chuckled. "Uncle, this is a dish from my hometown. Chicken soup made from simmering chicken." Li Qingming explained. Chicken soup made from simmering chicken? Was that feasible? The uncle was taken aback. They had certainly attempted making soup before, but no one had ever succeeded. The chicken was simply too tough, even when sliced. It demanded immense effort to cook properly. The results were often either undercooked on the inside or disintegrated on the outside. As for the flavor, that was another story altogether. After a few additions of water, the broth would lose its essence entirely. Consequently, no one dared to try again. "Quick, let me taste it!" The uncle urged eagerly. Li Qingming, smiling broadly, ladled a bowl of soup for the uncle and brought it over. Impatiently, the uncle took a sip and immediately yelped, "Hot, hot, hot!" It was indeed scalding. Yet the uncle paid no heed to the heat. He blew on it and continued drinking. This was delicious, truly delicious. He vowed he had never tasted such exquisite soup before. The uncle praised it as he drank, and Li Qingming also poured himself a bowl to taste. While the aroma was indeed robust, the flavor was rather mediocre. In Li Qingming's eyes, it paled in comparison to his mother's chicken soup. In other words, it still fell short of the culinary masterpieces created by top chefs. Nevertheless, witnessing the uncle's willingness to endure the heat to finish his bowl brought a smile to Li Qingming's face. "Come on, little brother, give me another bowl. This is too good. Oh my heavens, I swear, there is no chicken soup in the entire universe that is as delectable as this," the old man exclaimed with exuberance. In that moment, he radiated joy akin to that of a child. Li Qingming, feeling generous, poured another bowl for the old man. Subsequently, one bowl after another, the entire pot of chicken soup was consumed solely by him. The old man's belly had swollen to an amusing roundness. "Is there none left? Oh dear, at this very moment. Even if you were to ask me to die, I would consider it worthwhile," he lamented. Patting his rotund stomach at this juncture, Li Qingming took a seat beside him. "Uncle, what do you think of my chicken soup? If I were to sell it, how would it fare?" Li Qingming kida. "Goodness, young brother. Your chicken soup is undoubtedly far superior to the vegetable soups found in 3 Michelin-starred restaurants. My heavens, with this chicken soup alone, I believe you could ascend to the culinary stardom of this year," the old man proclaimed. In this world, the culinary culture is quite impoverished. However, that does not imply that people do not yearn for innovation. Thus, as a barometer for the culinary culture of this realm, Michelin magazine annually evaluates a culinary star to encourage creativity. Originally, evaluations were conducted monthly, but due to a lack of innovative content, it has now become an annual affair. Yet even so, this annual review merely consists of rehashing existing concepts, changing things up a bit. The old man swore, with his chicken soup alone, he would undoubtedly clinch the title this year, and it would overshadow everything else, perhaps even creating a sensation throughout the culinary world at this moment. Li Qingming finally let out a sigh of relief that he could now rest assured, knowing he could survive in this world. With this pot of chicken soup, Li Qingming finally had a foundation to stand upon. "Hey, young brother, why are you not celebrating your success? You seem far too composed." The old man, noticing Li Qingming's calm demeanor and lack of surprise, was somewhat taken aback. "Are you feeling restrained? Although we have only just met. You are like family to me now. Consider me without a daughter. If you do not mind, shall we depend on each other from now on? Just call me Uncle." "Uncle, I am indeed happy. It's just that this is merely a common dish from my hometown. I have yet to create truly exquisite cuisine. Thus, it feels rather ordinary to me," Li Qingming responded, casually addressing him as uncle. Without the old man, Li Qingming might have perished from hunger in this world. Moreover, in this unfamiliar realm, knowing another person, especially one older than him, warranted the title of uncle. "This is still the most unassuming dish. My heavens, I must ask, what sort of blessed land is your hometown? And where exactly is it?" the old man exclaimed in astonishment. To think such delightful chicken soup could be so unremarkable was truly astonishing. It was a secluded place, but after a meteor shower, my hometown was utterly destroyed that I was the only survivor among thousands. As I was out gathering herbs at the time, Li Qingming fabricated a tale. "Dear nephew, I am sorry to bring up such painful memories," the old man sighed. "But from now on, you shall not be alone. You have me, and I have you. Together, we shall elevate the culinary delights of your hometown. By the way, uncle, I do not wish for my hometown to be disturbed in the future, preventing them from resting in peace after their demise. Therefore, could you please refrain from revealing my origins? Just say I am a distant relative of yours who has fallen on hard times and has come to seek refuge with you," Li Qingming requested. "Understood. I grasp the importance of this, that do not be fooled by my poverty. I possess a modicum of insight and experience," the old man assured, thumping his chest. "In a few days, I will establish your identity, so you need not worry." Li Qingming felt immense gratitude. This eliminated his final source of anxiety. Now, all that remained was to focus on making this chicken soup even more delightful. Chapter 12, A Rare Insight. All right. Let us work together, uncle and nephew. The old man was invigorated, his previous despondency vanishing entirely. Subsequently, Li Qingming shared the relevant methods for preparing the chicken soup. Upon hearing this, the old man grasped the crux of the matter. "At last, I understand why our previous attempts at making chicken soup were unsuccessful. We had been using high heat, whereas we should have been employing the gentle simmering technique you mentioned, allowing it to brew for several hours to achieve its exquisite flavor," the old man marveled. Li Qingming nodded. Indeed, cooking often hinges on a singular insight. This is why master chefs frequently guard their secrets. Once a disciple learns the technique, the master risks starving. Xiao Ming, if that is the case, we must keep this secret closely guarded and not share it with others. Otherwise, if someone learns it, we will lose our advantage, the old man stated with a serious expression. Xiao Ming? Li Qingming's face darkened. That name was rather unappealing. What is wrong with Xiao Ming? I find it quite charming and easy to pronounce, the old man replied, clearly pleased with his chosen moniker, even repeating it several times. Li Qingming could only offer a wry smile. If that is what the old man wished to call him, so be it. Surely, there were no Xiao Mings or Xiao Hongs in this world. Returning to the main topic, the notion of secrecy was something he had not previously considered. Nevertheless, he was not overly concerned, as long as he could develop other dishes or find substitute ingredients. It would not matter. Chinese cuisine is endlessly varied, far beyond the reach of this world's culinary novices. However, for the time being, with only this pot of chicken soup developed, it was essential to maintain its confidentiality. This is our greatest secret as uncle and nephew. No one must know. Furthermore, we shall only prepare this chicken soup at home and not in public, to avoid raising any suspicions. Also, since the chicken meat is rather unpalatable, we should only sell the chicken and the vegetables within, not the chicken itself. This way, no one can deduce our unique method from the chicken's appearance or texture, the old man promptly suggested. Although the old man's life had been fraught with failures and poverty, his life experiences were beyond Li Qingming's comparison. These points would undoubtedly safeguard Li Qingming's interests. Otherwise, if someone were to plagiarize his techniques, Li Qingming's culinary skills would pale in comparison to the flood of chicken soup that would ensue. Especially, if the gentle simmering technique were to become known externally, it could spark a culinary revolution in this world, leaving Li Qingming in dire straits. Moreover, Xiao Ming, this is your unique method. I will shamelessly request a 2% share once we start making money. If we do not turn a profit, you will still retain half of all assets, including this house, the old man declared with righteous conviction. What? Li Qingming was taken aback. Uncle, this house is your only possession. I do not want it. Furthermore, if this chicken soup finds a market, it belongs to both of us. Without your hospitality, I might have starved on the roadside. Moreover, without your guidance, I might have foolishly revealed this secret to others. And I would not have a market, Li Qingming quickly countered. Therefore, as you said, we shall split everything evenly. No, Xiao Ming, do not say such things that I am already half buried in the ground. What need have I for so much money? A 2% dividend is already a great deal. And if it were not for you, I might have drunkenly perished by now. Let us settle this matter. No more discussion, the old man insisted firmly. In his view, this pot of chicken soup could easily sell for several hundred or even 1,000 a day, yielding substantial profits. Little did he realize the tremendous impact this chicken soup would have on the world. Li Qingming chose not to argue further. Everything was understood without the need for words. The two then began to explore how to make the chicken soup even more delightful, focusing on precise timing, the art of cutting the chicken, and how to better pair the vegetables to enhance the soup's flavor. Their research continued until dawn broke. Indeed, delicious, truly delightful, the old man beamed with satisfaction. Xiao Ming, this time, we will surely achieve great success that I believe our business will flourish. Li Qingming remained remarkably composed. After all, to him, the chicken soup brewed overnight could not compare to his mother's recipe, as the ingredients here were far too limited to meet the standards of a truly exquisite chicken soup. Thus, It was entirely reasonable for him not to feel overly excited about the current pot of soup. Now, I shall go procure the ingredients. By the way, Xiao Ming, you should rest at home. You have been taking care of me and researching this chicken soup. You must be exhausted. Please take a good rest, the old man exclaimed, as if invigorated by a surge of energy. Li Qingming nodded. He truly was fatigued. Although the old man had participated in the research, the primary responsibility for the various combinations and adjustments still fell upon Li Qingming. For the old man, this was already the most delicious chicken soup in the world. Asking him for suggestions would be challenging. He could only taste it and attempt to discern its nuances, which required considerable effort on his part, but he certainly needed a good rest. Meanwhile, on the other side, President Liu, the young man has not set up his stall, the secretary reported. President Liu nodded calmly. The secretary furrowed his brow. Perplexed by his boss's demeanor, that if he were indifferent, why did he require daily updates? Yet if he cared, why was he unconcerned about the young man's absence? This left him bewildered. Perhaps this was simply the way of the boss. Meanwhile, over at the Fuguay group, Zhang Fuguay was also closely monitoring the situation, laughing heartily upon hearing that the young man had yet to set up his stall. Poverty is poverty. It is merely a facade of sharp wit and sharp tongue. Soon, I shall have you kneeling before me, begging for a morsel of sustenance. Zhang Fuguay scoffed that he slept soundly until the afternoon. When Li Qingming awoke, all the preparations had been completed by Uncle, awaiting Li Qingming to commence the broth's simmering. Uncle, thank you for your hard work. Please take some rest. I will oversee the process, Li Qingming said, hastily freshening up before taking over for Uncle. Indeed, I must rest. Otherwise, I shall not be able to handle the eager customers tonight. Uncle chuckled, his eyes brimming with anticipation for what lay ahead, that he fell into a deep slumber, while Li Qingming meticulously examined the vegetable ingredients, initiating the process of boiling and slow simmering. This endeavor required patience. It was a matter of time that needed safeguarding. To concoct a superior chicken broth, one must master the precise heat. A slight miscalculation could detract from his flavor. Although one might perceive the difference as negligible, it would be apparent to those who have savored something truly exceptional. As time trickled by, Li Qingming vigilantly monitored the broth, aware that this was his inaugural venture into the marketplace, a pivotal moment that could shape his future. Thus, he could not afford to be careless. While the simmering process was undoubtedly solitary, enduring loneliness was essential for achieving prosperity. As the evening descended and the lights flickered on, a rich aroma of chicken broth began to waft through the air. After a short while, the broth reached its near-peak flavor. Chapter 13. The gloomy stall at that moment. Li Qingming hastily transferred the broth into the large clay pot he had prepared, sealing it tightly before pushing the food cart toward the market. Uncle had awakened by then. Xiao Ming, why did you not call for me? Wait for me. The market can be quite chaotic, and a young lad like you could easily be at a disadvantage, Uncle urged, quickly dressing and washing up to join Li Qingming as they made their way to the night market. From a distance, they could see the bustling crowd and the bright lights of the market. Upon arriving, Li Qingming stopped, opened the sealed lid, and carefully removed all the chicken, ensuring not a shred of meat or bone remained. Just right, Li Qingming silently affirmed. The timing was perfect. Although the broth had not reached its optimal state, it was nonetheless suitable at this moment that a rich scent of chicken broth emerged, but was promptly covered by Uncle to prevent any loss of flavor before reaching the market. We cannot simply discard these remnants. I will keep them and dispose of them later, Uncle said, wrapping up the leftover chicken carefully to find a place to discard it upon their return. Soon, they arrived at their usual selling spot, only to find it occupied by another vendor. Uncle, what is happening? Li Qingming inquired. Perplexed, Uncle furrowed his brow. Old Wang, what is the meaning of this? I have been absent for just 2 days, and you have taken my spot. Uncle reprimanded. Though not the best position, it was considered above average in this night market. It was this stall that allowed Uncle to earn a living and save for his daughter's college tuition. Your spot? It has your name written here, scoffed a middle-aged man with a beer belly and a cunning smile. But I have been here for years, Uncle argued. Frustrated, such disputes over locations were not uncommon. After all, prime spots were limited, and everyone sought to claim a better position. As for the market administrators, They were indifferent. They only collected fees after hours, leaving disputes to the vendors themselves that as long as no one was harmed, they were unconcerned. Typically, if one became accustomed to a particular spot, it would be respected. Old Wang had come to the market at the same time as Uncle. But Uncle had arrived first, rightfully claiming the best remaining spot. Although they had clashed before, Uncle's dedication allowed him to maintain his position. But you haven't shown up for 2 days. Were you planning to enjoy a leisurely life? Old Wang taunted. Enjoy leisurely life? The surrounding crowd gasped in disbelief. The vendors here were all struggling, barely scraping by. Even the best positions yielded only marginally more than an ordinary job, yet office workers enjoyed breaks and holidays. The vendors labored from afternoon until the early hours, reliant on every sale, braving the elements for meager earnings. Who could possibly enjoy such luxury? All eyes turned toward Uncle, whose face flushed with embarrassment. Old Wang, Uncle bellowed. The market, filled with a chaotic mix of vendors, was now a silent audience, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. With the dinner rush just past and the late-night snack time still distant, the crowd was sparse, creating a perfect opportunity for entertainment. Old Wang smirked, eyes fixed on Uncle, silently mouthing words of mockery. Uncle S' expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions before he silently retreated with the food cart. Old Wang grinned triumphantly, relishing his victory. The onlookers pressed for details. But he remained tight-lipped. While Li Qingming felt a surge of anger, he too remained silent, recognizing the underlying threat Old Wang posed regarding Uncle S' daughter. Such a man was utterly shameless. Yet, as they surveyed the market, all desirable spots had been claimed. Their path led them to the most desolate corner, a place devoid of foot traffic and business. Naturally, it was the least profitable location for Old Wang. His area may not have been prime, but by taking Uncle's territory, others had encroached upon his as well. One by one, they claimed the lesser spaces, leaving Uncle with the worst. The crowd reveled in their misfortune, and Uncle's face fell in despair. He never imagined he would sink to such depths. I will confront him, Uncle seethed, ready to turn back, but Li Qingming intervened. Uncle, there's a saying in my hometown. The fragrance of wine is not afraid of the deep alley. With our chicken broth, we need not fear. Li Qingming asserted confidently that Uncle's spirits lifted momentarily. The words struck a chord. However, glancing around at the desolate surroundings, he questioned how they would attract customers. Uncle, fear not. This is the perfect spot, Li Qingming insisted, brimming with confidence. Uncle, though skeptical, decided to trust Li Qingming's conviction and began setting up their late-night stall. Before long, their stand was established, albeit in a dimly lit area that felt eerily silent, resembling more of a haunted place than a bustling market. Meanwhile, this scene had been reported to those keeping a watchful eye. Regardless of the stakes, Li Qingming unknowingly found himself embroiled in a gamble concerning the multi-billion-dollar lithium battery market, and neither side would relent. Arranging for a few observers was a small expense. Setting up stall again, in such a dismal place. He doesn't even realize how close he is to ruin. Zhang Fuguei laughed heartily. Mr. Liu, should we send someone to intervene? Otherwise, in such a location, he is bound to fail, the secretary quickly suggested to Liu Chong. Liu Chong smiled and shook his head. I have stated before, in this gamble, I am betting on him as a person, his abilities and potential. We can only observe and not interfere. Unless someone intervenes, I shall remain uninvolved. However, I would not mind giving him a nudge. Thus, let us keep the matter of that female university student from them for now, Liu Chong stated calmly. Mr. Liu, do you truly believe he possesses any culinary talent? That he can carve out a niche for himself? The secretary pressed, unable to contain his curiosity. Aside from cuisine, he has no other path. His confidence lies solely in his culinary skills, Liu Chong affirmed. How do you know this? The secretary asked. Intuition, Liu Chong replied. The secretary was left speechless. Chapter 14. What a fragrance in the shadowy alley. The faint moonlight mingled with dim orange lights, enhancing the eerie atmosphere. Xiao Ming, perhaps I should go speak with Old Wang. This place is far too desolate. Uncle lamented. His mood already soured by personal troubles. The situation with his daughter weighed heavily on his heart, and now this scoundrel threatened him, forcing him into such a dismal corner. At that moment, Uncle was filled with a fierce desire to confront old Wang physically. Though he may not be a match, he was determined to bite back. Why should he endure such bullying just because of his disability? Uncle's thoughts spiraled, his eyes reddening in the dark alley, creating an unnerving sight. Uncle, I believe this place is rather good. Li Qingming suddenly remarca. Good. This place is good. Uncle surveyed his surroundings in disbelief. Uncle, as the saying goes, the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. Our chicken broth is no different. Li Qingming grinned. The harsher the circumstances, the greater our success will be. And won't that deliver a blow to that scoundrel? If this were on Earth, being bullied like this, Li Qingming would surely roll up his sleeves like the old man and be ready to confront them. Yet, in this Earth-like parallel world, Li Qingming remained remarkably composed. The shamelessness of the opponent was, to him, utterly inconsequential. If the occasion had permitted, he would have genuinely wanted to belt out a song, Indifferent by Yang Kun. This moment epitomized the mindset of a true strongman. However, Xiang the uncle wore a rather peculiar expression. Uncle Xiang, what's the matter? Li Qingming inquired, touching his face. Is there something on my face? Uncle Xiang shook his head. Xiao Ming, with your vast knowledge, why not pursue a career in literary studies? Uncle Xiang exclaimed with a sigh. You could undoubtedly become a poet. That line of yours, the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold, is profoundly meaningful. Even I, a rough man, find it quite. How shall I put it? Uncle Xiang reflected. Profoundly meaningful? Li Qingming interjected. Yes, yes, yes. Uncle Xiang nodded repeatedly. The Li Qingming chuckled. Indeed, these were the crystallizations of 5,000 years of splendid Chinese culture. How could they not be profound? Were it not for his greater love of gourmet food, coupled with the fact that the fried chicken and fries were rather unpalatable, Li Qingming might effortlessly assume the role of a poetic immortal. Yet for now, he would content himself with being a god of cuisine. Meanwhile, in the distance, old Wang gazed over with a smug expression. From this moment on, this position would exclusively belong to him. Given the old cripple's ineptitude, occupying such a prime spot without knowing how to manage it, he was certain he could earn an extra 2 to 3,000 yuan a month. 2 to 3,000 yuan. That was a considerable sum. Uncle, do you have a fan? Li Qingming asked. Yes, right here. Uncle Xiang replied, puzzled as to Li Qingming's intentions at that moment. Li Qingming lifted the lid of the pot, and an incredibly rich aroma of chicken soup wafted forth. This was precisely the moment when the flavor was at its most exquisite. Even Uncle Xiang could not help but swallow hard. They had just eaten before setting out, and Uncle Xiang had sworn he was absolutely full. But at this moment, upon catching a whiff of the fragrant aroma, his stomach involuntarily emitted a low rumble. Uncle, how about I serve you a bowl? Li Qingming chuckled. No, I'm not hungry. Save it for selling. Uncle Xiang said, slightly embarrassed, waving his hands. What should I do next? It's simple, Uncle. Just fan with this, Li Qingming instructed. Remember, don't fan too vigorously. Do it slowly towards the crowd so that the aroma doesn't dissipate. Uncle Xiang nodded. He then positioned himself upwind and gently waved the fan, gradually directing the rich aroma of chicken soup toward the throng that ate that moment. Lu Chang's secretary, who was preparing to head home, halted in his tracks upon witnessing this bizarre scene. What on earth is he fanning, he mused, shaking his head and deciding to observe for a while. However, after waiting for several minutes, there was no notable reaction. Confused, the secretary shook his head and got into his car to leave. Unbeknownst to him, this departure nearly jeopardized his career as a secretary. But that was a tale for another time. Meanwhile, Uncle Xiang's odd behavior naturally caught old Wang's attention. That old cripple is acting like a money magnet, trying to attract customers. How ridiculous, in that rundown place. Even wearing an Ultraman costume wouldn't help. Old Wang mocked. With that jeer, several bored late-night snack stall owners nearby also began to notice Uncle Xiang's peculiar antics. Curiosity piqued, they wondered what old Xiang was up to. As the old saying goes, 3 cobblers are worth a zhuge liang. Some began to piece together the puzzle. Do you think he's fanning something fragrant? Trying to draw customers over? One stall owner suggested to this. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted into laughter. They all served fried chicken and fries, and the flavors were all similar. What good would it do for the aroma to waft over? Would anyone really go out of their way for the same fried chicken and fries? Could he perhaps offer something unique in the side dishes? Everyone had similar offerings, with only slight variations in vegetable choices. Yet here he was, hoping to attract customers. Dream on. The stall owner who made the comment scratched his head, embarrassed by his own foolishness. Just as the crowd was laughing, the owner of a late-night stall suddenly twitched his nose. He had caught a whiff of a fragrance, one he had never experienced before. Unable to resist, this late-night stall owner inhaled deeply. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. He took several more deep breaths, feeling the rich aroma penetrate his senses. Cascading through his heart, settling into his stomach, and triggering a fierce rumbling in his abdomen that culminated in a loud growl. Guguhe, Lao Ludu, what is the matter? Haven't you eaten? You're hungry so soon, the other stall owners teased, puffing on their cheap cigarettes. Did you smell that aroma? Lao Lutu ignored them, focusing intently on the scent. It is so fragrant. Where is it coming from? As the others observed Lao Lutu's strange behavior, they instinctively began to sniff the air as well. Wow, there really is a fragrance. They were astonished. The entire late-night market fell silent, with everyone lost in the delightful scent. Chapter 15. Taking Risks. This is incredible. I have never encountered such a delightful aroma. It's too delicious. I'm starving, exclaimed a slightly thin, late-night stall owner. Indeed, I'm starving too. I just had 2 pieces of fried chicken and 2 large portions of fries. Now, with this aroma wafting in, I'm hungry again. Another, more robust stall owner lamented, drooling. I see that the truth. I'm the same. What on earth is this fragrance? It's so damn good. Who knows where it's coming from? One of the late-night stall owners blurted out, cursing. I have no idea. I've never smelled anything like it. It seems familiar, yet I can't quite place it. More stall owners were entranced, murmuring, where is this fragrance coming from? Someone pointed in the direction of the scent. The crowd sniffed again. Lao Lutu, with a look of confusion and disbelief, turned his gaze toward the comically fanning Uncle Xiang. Did I see it coming from over there? The stall owners exchanged glances. Just moments ago, they had mocked the old cripple, yet the beguiling aroma that captivated them was emanating from his direction. They were unable to believe that the rich scent wafted from him. Instinctively, they took a few steps closer, and the aroma only grew more potent. At this point, the late-night stall owners could no longer deny the truth. The tantalizing fragrance that left them all ravenous was indeed emanating from the comically inept Uncle Xiang. How could this be possible? And what was this dish that smelled so heavenly? Though the world is filled with perfumes and spices, nothing could compare to this. The aroma was simply irresistible. Goo-goo, the late-night stall owners' stomachs instinctively responded with a primal growl. Hungry, they felt as though they hadn't eaten in days. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uncle Xiang was drenched in sweat, watching Li Qingming stir the chicken soup occasionally, allowing the fragrance to intensify. That he wore a worried expression, wanting to suggest moving to a different location, yet fearing it might disrupt Li Qingming. That it was an unbearable dilemma. After all, this was their first pot of chicken soup. Although he thought it was the best he had ever tasted, he still felt a bit uneasy until it was sold. Years of experience as a street vendor had taught him one crucial lesson. Location is everything. Uncle, don't worry. Our chicken soup will definitely create a sensation in Jiangxing, Li Qingming said confidently. But this spot is so obscure. I've been fanning for ages. Can they even smell it? Should I shout a few times? Uncle Xiang suggested. That Li Qingming pointed to a group of late-night stall owners watching from a distance. Look. They were clearly interested, he replied calmly. Uncle Xiang glanced over. While those on this side couldn't see clearly, he could see their expressions of disbelief and the instinctive sniffing motions. The exaggerated rising of their chests as they inhaled deeply brought a smile to Uncle Xiang's face. However, seeing Li Qingming's calm demeanor once more left Uncle Xiang shaking his head in resignation. Xiaoming, why do you look so unfazed? Seeing them like this makes me happier than if I had drunk 10 bowls of chicken soup, Uncle Xiang asked with a grin. Li Qingming shrugged. This pot of chicken soup was rather ordinary. In the realm of Chinese culinary arts, it would hardly be considered remarkable. There was little reason to feel overly elated. You, my boy, are great at everything except being too composed, that if you were my nephew, I'd think you were just showing off. Uncle Xiang muttered softly. Li Qingming felt a twinge of embarrassment. This truly was an act. How unjust! At that moment, the dozen or so late-night stall owners exchanged incredulous glances. What on earth is this? It's unbelievably fragrant. Is it food? That is impossible. What food could smell so divine? Is it some kind of spice? What kind of spice is he deliberately using to create a ruse? Indeed, it must be so. But if caught, that could lead to imprisonment. The various late-night stall owners speculated maliciously. Their intentions were not born of petty jealousy. Rather, they were acutely aware that in this world, it had been far too long since anything novel had emerged that in the culinary realm, fried chicken and fries constituted the staple, the sole mainstay. Everything else merely served as side dishes, lacking in creativity. Such a fragrance could not possibly emanate from food. This was unequivocally impossible. Therefore, it could only be a deception orchestrated by the limping man. And indeed, there were those who had engaged in such acts before. Many, troubled by a dearth of patrons, intentionally added certain spices to concoct a gimmick. Initially, business would flourish, but many of these spices were dubious and inedible. The addition of such spices could lead to severe consequences, ranging from incessant diarrhea to death. Consequently, following several incidents, relevant authorities enacted stringent laws prohibiting any form of culinary deception. All food must guarantee freshness, cleanliness, and hygiene. Failure to comply would result in severe penalties, fines of tenfold amounts or prison sentences ranging from 3 to 5 years. If a patron were to die as a result, the perpetrator would face charges of first-degree murder. Thus, since then, very few dared to engage in such behavior. Given the substantial risks involved, of course, there would always be those willing to take chances, driven by the pursuit of profit at any cost. Subsequently, some resorted to employing less conspicuous spices, slightly enhancing the aroma to attract customers, making detection more difficult. Yet, this limping man had gone to extremes this time, crafting an aroma so potent that it bordered on reckless abandon. Old Wang, you've truly made a mess of things for the limping man this time. Everyone's out for blood, one of the stall owners jested. Old Wang's expression hardened. What nonsense are you spouting? His reckless gamble is of no concern to me. Besides, I have every right to occupy this spot that we set up stalls together, but he only beat me here by 5 minutes because I went to the restroom. I felt sorry for him, limping along with a child in tow, so I let him have it. After all these years, his child is already in college. It's time he relinquished it to me, Old Wang said with a stern countenance. Though a trace of amusement tugged at the corners of his mouth, the other stall owners exchanged knowing glances at his cold smile. The limping man was undoubtedly doomed. With such a rich aroma, if apprehended, he would face no less than 3 to 5 years in prison. This place could change drastically in just a few days, let alone in 3 to 5 years. The limping man was finished. The multitude of late-night stall owners understood all too well. Oh, Old Wang, are you preparing to call the authorities? Old Lu, ever observant, exclaimed upon noticing Old Wang sneaking away. Who was calling the authorities? After all these years as colleagues, how could I stoop to such unscrupulous deeds? Old Wang retorted, his face flushed with indignation as he pointed at Old Lu. The other owners erupted in laughter. Amidst their amused banter, the enticing aroma wafted further, reaching the bustling market ahead. Chapter 16. Where does the fragrance emanate from? This market was established by the Jiangxing municipal government to address the livelihood issues of the unemployed in the Wuda Road area and to provide convenience for local citizens. After 5:30 p.m. each day, stalls could be set up and all vehicles would be redirected. Gradually, it evolved into a night market. Initially, the purpose of this night market was merely to alleviate the economic struggles of the local populace. However, as it expanded in scale and offered affordable prices, after all, it was a slum, and exorbitant prices would deter customers. It began to attract visitors from other areas looking to pass the time. The front of the market featured a myriad of handicrafts and jade items, a mix of genuine and fake, where one could either fall prey to deceit or stumble upon hidden treasures, depending on one's fortune. Regardless, one thing was certain. Everything was cheap. The items here could be summed up in one word: affordable. As for the rear area, it was a veritable haven for late-night dining, comprising an array of food and drink stalls, easily numbering in the hundreds at present. It was still early, just past 7 o'clock. Having recently finished dinner, patrons were still leisurely strolling through the market, resulting in a relatively quiet dining scene. Thus, most stall owners gathered in this area. Typically, such camaraderie was uncommon. Despite operating in proximity, they did not necessarily share familiarity, often congregating in smaller cliques. The current atmosphere was indeed rare. Upon closer inspection, one could see the owners wearing oddly peculiar expressions, a blend of mocking schadenfreude and blissful intoxication, two starkly contrasting emotions that should not coexist on a single face. Yet today, at this moment, this duality manifested on the faces of all the 100-odd owners present. Such a sight was nothing short of astonishing. The fragrance, it was simply divine. The multitude of owners savored the aroma with fervor. It was intoxicatingly pleasant. They were hungry. Yet, how could the limping man be so reckless? Such methods could lead to fatalities. Two conflicting thoughts swirled within the hearts of the stall owners. The aroma was colorless, invisible, and intangible. Thanks to Uncle Xiang's fan, it traveled through the air, carried by the wind, gradually spreading. Eventually, it wafted past the cluster of owners and into the market. Xiaoxue, what do you think of these earrings? I believe they would complement your complexion beautifully. A young man, brimming with enthusiasm, held a pair of small beaded flowers, his face adorned with a sweet smile. These, I think, wait, what's that smell? It's so fragrant. The young woman, poised to comment on the earrings, was suddenly distracted as a rich aroma floated past her nose. Aroma? What aroma? The young man was taken aback. Just smell it. It's delightful. Oh my, I'm starving, exclaimed the girl named Xiaoxue. Ah, you re-hungry again? We just finished eating. The young man chuckled ruefully, instinctively patting his wallet that if they indulged in another meal, he might have to forego the purchase of the earrings. Though inexpensive, both the earrings and the food were still significant expenses for students. Wouldn't it be wiser to save a little? However, wait, it really does smell amazing. You can smell it too, Xiaoxue exclaimed, inhaling deeply. The young man followed suit, utterly forgetting about the earrings at this moment. The vendor grew anxious. Are you two going to buy these earrings or not? If not, please step aside. Others wish to purchase as well. Don't block the way. The vendor began to scold, only to be interrupted by an enticing aroma wafting past his nose, causing him to forget everything in an instant. The rich scent enveloped him, filling his lungs with its intoxicating allure. So fragrant. Excuse me, could you please let me through? It smells so good. The people behind him urged, trying to get by, but the moment the fragrance of the chicken soup reached them, they became entranced. What was this aroma? They had never encountered anything like it. It was captivating. At this moment, passers-by halted in their tracks, standing still. Gradually, more and more people paused, instinctively inhaling the unprecedented scent of chicken soup. Forgetting everything else in this instant, their noses, their lungs, and their minds were filled with the rich aroma of chicken soup. It was heavenly. However, the fragrance was by nature limited. After all, there was only so much chicken soup in the pot. Moreover, to preserve the original flavor of the soup, Li Qingming dared not let it diffuse too widely. Thus, while those in the front could catch a whiff, those further back would find the scent entirely elusive. In such a densely packed market, the people behind could not catch even a single molecule of chicken soup aroma. At this moment, the market presented an extraordinarily bizarre scene. Those in the front stood entranced, while those in the back grew increasingly agitated as they found their path obstructed by the immobile crowd. Hey, what is going on up there? Move along. What are you blocking the way for? The back of the market erupted in a clamor. Hurry up and move. Dante blocked the path, grumbled the crowd. Yet, the front remained frozen in their enchantment, captivated by the previously unknown scent of chicken soup. Finally, some began to stir. The initial few people at the front began to follow the fragrance, eager to uncover its source. This is truly delicious. Everyone is hungry. We're really hungry. Although we just had dinner, the temptation of this chicken soup has us ravenous. They wanted to locate the source of the aroma and indulge in a hearty feast. Boss, where is this incredible aroma coming from? What is it? Let me taste it, they shouted as they followed the scent towards the late-night dining area. The various stall owners wore expressions of embarrassment. They had nothing of the sort. What is it? It smells so good. How much is it? The visitors pressed on, refusing to relent. The stall owners stammered. They were reluctant to direct anyone to Uncle Xiang, as they were all direct competitors. Given the current commotion, it was likely to create a stir throughout the entire market. How would they continue to conduct business? What's this and that? Are you running a business or not? The visitors were growing impatient. Amidst the uproar, Uncle Xiang caught wind of the commotion and was amused. Xiaoming, look over there. It seems everyone is inquiring about our chicken soup. What do you think? Should I go shout a few words? Uncle Xiang asked with palpable excitement. Li Qingming shook his head. Uncle, as they say, good wine needs no bush. Let us refrain from shouting. Once we do, we diminish its value. Li Qingming maintained an air of calm. Chapter 17. The fragrance originates here. Such a delectable chicken soup is unparalleled. With no other rival to speak of, there is no need for any fanfare. Once you shout, doesn't it lose its allure? Moreover, human nature is inherently curious. The more extravagant your claims, the more skepticism it breeds. After all, in this world, advertising is rampant, and trust is waned. That it is the quiet allure that piques curiosity. Coupled with the exclusivity of this unique chicken soup, it will deliver a profound sensory experience to each patron who savors it. Is it truly unnecessary to shout? Uncle Xiang inquired. His brow furrowed in confusion. He was accustomed to calling out each day. Without a shout, customers would flock to other stalls. That it was a matter of survival. Everyone sold similar wares. Thus, in their quest to boost sales, they often resorted to melodious calls to attract patrons. No need. Uncle, enough. No more fanning the aroma. Let them come to us? Li Qingming smiled gently, prompting Uncle Xiang to cease his efforts and cover the pot. At that moment, the enticing fragrance was entirely extinguished. Xiaoming, what are you doing? Uncle Xiang asked, his urgency palpable. Yet upon seeing Li Qingming's confident smile, he chose to remain silent. His life had been humble, and he considered himself a failure in many respects. However, that did not preclude him from discerning the intentions of others. Given Li Qingming's steadfast confidence, and knowing that everything stemmed from him, he naturally opted to trust him. That as the enticing aroma dissipated, so too did the fragrance in the distance. The marketplace erupted in chaos. Where is the fragrance? Why can we no longer smell it? Who knows where it has gone? The crowd clamored. Moments ago, the aroma was intoxicating, a scent unlike anything they had ever encountered. Just as they had become addicted, it vanished. What could be more infuriating than this? The most despised occurrence in the world is to have one's appetite whetted only to be left wanting. Those who had not experienced the fragrance wore expressions of disbelief. How could something possibly smell that good? It cannot be real. It must be an illusion. Those who had not caught a whiff proclaimed, truly, I wouldn't deceive you. Look at my stomach. I was just full, and now I am starving. I feel an overwhelming urge to feast again. Friends who had been enjoying an outing quickly explained. But where is it? There is nothing here. Those who had not caught the scent protested. Hey boss, do you know what that aroma was? Someone asked the vendors. However, at that moment, the vendors had tacitly reached a consensus, since the fragrance was gone. They would not acknowledge it. They would never allow that limping man to profit. Although they could report him, despite their coarse language and boisterous demeanor, they were not truly malicious. In fact, if they were to report him, they would be wrestling with their conscience. Such despicable acts were generally beyond their moral compass. Nonetheless, they were not inclined to assist the throngs of tourists. They were competitors, after all. Their silence drove the multitude of visitors into a frenzy. Xiaoming, they are all asking. Perhaps I should shout after all. Uncle Xiang rubbed his hands together. Yet Li Qingming shook his head. Uncle, people are inherently fickle. The more easily one acquires something, the less they cherish it. Conversely, what is hard to obtain is truly valued. Li Qingming shuklat unkla xiang smila woefully. Xiaoming, you truly have a way with words. Very well. I shall heed your counsel. Uncle Xiang, left speechless, could only watch as the tourists fidgeted restlessly like ants on a hot pan. Let us go. Hurry along. You'll be better off if you leave. The vendors muttered amongst themselves that moment. The young girl, Xiaoshu, rubbed her eyes and, in the depths of a distant corner, she vaguely spotted one or two figures that appeared to be selling something. Look, isn't there someone over there? Xiaoshu pointed. The male student squinted and suddenly exclaimed, Indeed! There is someone. Could the fragrance be coming from that direction? What, the aroma is coming from over there? The crowd stirred at the sound, their excitement palpable. They squinted into the distance, and indeed, there were figures visible, albeit shrouded in dim light. Let us go check it out, someone suggested. Let us go. Others followed suit. Humans are inherently social creatures. As a result, the marketplace became a sea of people, all moving in unison toward the same destination. Those who had previously been skeptical, now enticed by the tales of the scent, joined in. Even those merely passing by, unaware of the commotion, were swept along by the throng that in an instant, the marketplace was emptied. All the vendors were left in stunned silence. Indeed, many of the stall owners from earlier also joined the crowd. Look, there really is a stall here, and I can still faintly detect that previous aroma, the first few exclaimed excitedly. Boss, was that fragrance coming from your stall? What is it? It smells divine, the crowd shouted. Whatever it is, just let me have a taste, someone yelled. Yes, just let me taste it. How much for a serving? The crowd clamored. Hurry up, boss. We want a serving. Voices rose in a cacophony that in an instant, the once desolate alley was bustling with life. Meanwhile, those vendors who had been pushed to the periphery watched with darkened expressions. Tonight, the limping man was set to make a fortune. How many people were there? Surely over 1,000. If each serving was priced at 4 yuan, that would amount to several thousand yuan. My goodness. The best vendors here typically made only a few hundred yuan in a night, as the night market was saturated with sellers offering similar fare. The fact that one could make a few hundred yuan was already commendable. Yet here was a potential windfall of several thousand yuan, enough to equal a month's earnings. The other vendors pondered. Could it be that he intends to make a quick profit and vanish? As the vendors considered this, they knew that if he simply pocketed the money and disappeared, the authorities would have no means to trace him. After all, there would be no evidence. However, if everyone fell ill or, heaven forbid, someone lost their life, that would be an entirely different matter. Most unscrupulous vendors were aware of the risks and would not dare to go too far, so if he made a quick profit and left, it would likely go unnoticed. Uncle Xiang was now grinning from ear to ear. After years of setting up stalls, he had never witnessed such a fervor for his goods. Silently, he calculated how prosperous this night would be. Chapter 18. Soulful Chicken Soup. Ladies and gentlemen, we have meticulously crafted this chicken soup, a true one-of-a-kind offering, unparalleled in existence to we. Uncle Xiang began enthusiastically. However, before he could finish his sentence, the moment he uttered the words chicken soup, the crowd's enthusiasm waned. Upon realizing that the enticing fragrance belonged to chicken soup, a collective sigh of disappointment echoed through the crowd, and many prepared to turn away. What? Chicken soup? How disappointing. I thought it was something special. The discontent began to spread. Chicken soup? Who hasn't had it? It could be argued that chicken soup is among the least appealing options in the culinary world. Lacking flavor and often poorly executed, either burnt on the outside or raw within, it rarely satisfies. Moreover, it is notoriously bland. Thus, most individuals preferred various vegetable soups, which are far more palatable. The nearby vendors, overhearing the crowd's grievances and realizing it was merely chicken soup, erupted in laughter. Their previously anxious hearts were instantly relieved. No matter how fragrant, chicken soup would never suffice. For many, chicken soup is akin to plain water. Nay, it is worse than plain water. At least plain water lacks grease. Sipping chicken soup reveals a nauseating, oily flavor, yet devoid of taste. Truly a culinary disaster. Even with added salt, one might as well be drinking salt water. It hardly qualifies as delicious. Hey, don't leave! Uncle Xiang cried out in alarm. Why was everyone departing? Xiaoming, you take over. I'm at a loss for words. The moment I spoke, they all scattered. Uncle Xiang turned to Li Qingming for assistance. After all, It had taken considerable effort to attract such a crowd, and to see them disperse due to a few careless words would weigh heavily on his conscience. He would likely lose sleep over it. This time, Li Qingming did not exude his usual calm. If the crowd truly departed, it would indeed pose a problem. Yet he didn't rush to shout either. Sometimes, actions speak louder than words. That Li Qingming simply lifted the pot lid, that if this were a scene from a television drama, a vibrant rainbow would surely burst forth from the pot. An extraordinarily rich aroma of chicken soup wafted into the air, enveloping the crowd standing close to the stall. They halted in their tracks. Captivated. What a delightful scent. Previously, the aroma had been distant, dissipated by the surrounding air. Now, it was nearby, wrapping around them like a warm embrace. The fragrance filled their lungs, rendering them utterly defenseless. Goodness, I have never encountered such an enticing aroma. Is this truly chicken soup? Someone turned around, their face a mask of disbelief, exclaiming loudly, "Indeed, boss, you claim this is chicken soup, but how could it possibly be chicken soup? I've tasted chicken soup before, and it was utterly dreadful." More individuals turned around, their expressions filled with skepticism. "Truly, it is chicken soup," Uncle Xiang hastily explained. However, the crowd's gaze shifted toward Li Qingming. Uncle Xiang's explanation was woefully inadequate. They did not believe him. Moreover, his overly animated demeanor resembled that of those peddling miracle tonics. They were far more inclined to trust the calm, composed young man. "Boss, is this really chicken soup?" "Yes, indeed. How could this possibly be chicken soup? How could chicken soup smell so delightful?" The crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices, akin to the roar of bombers overhead. Li Qingming smiled wryly. It was merely a bowl of chicken soup. Was it truly necessary for everyone to be so agitated? The noise was nearly deafening. He raised his hand, preparing to speak that moment. The venue fell suddenly silent, but as soon as the crowd noticed Li Qingming's gesture, they quieted, their eagerness to discover the truth palpable. "Silence. Let us hear the boss explain what this is." Those in front hushed the murmurs of those behind, and soon the entire world became still. All eyes were wide open, straining to catch a glimpse of Li Qingming, awaiting his elucidation. In the distance, the late-night food stall owner stood in stunned silence. My goodness. Is he a celebrity? The many late-night stall owners were astounded. In their line of work, noise was the norm. Dining in such establishments meant a cacophony of sounds, for this was a night market. And without the clamor, it would hardly be deemed a night market. Yet at this moment, the market was eerily quiet. All eyes turned toward a single individual, who exuded an aura surpassing that of a star. With the crowd's anticipation reaching a crescendo, Li Qingming spoke. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is indeed chicken soup, yet it is not merely chicken soup." His opening line left everyone bewildered. What did he mean? How could it be chicken soup and yet not chicken soup? What on earth was this? I know that everyone has tasted chicken soup, and that the chicken soup you've had has been rather unpalatable. Am I right? Li Qingming inquired loudly. "Indeed, it was dreadful," the crowd instinctively shouted. Thus, "This is chicken soup that Uncle Xiang and I have meticulously crafted over the span of a decade, born from a moment of profound life reflection." Li Qingming began to promote his creation. Uncle Xiang, standing beside him, felt a wave of shame wash over him. That a decade of crafting, a life revelation. Wasn't that a bit far-fetched? This lad was truly astonishing with his words. Would anyone accuse me of slander? Uncle Xiang kept his head down, unable to meet anyone's eyes. Yet the onlookers were filled with curiosity. They had never encountered such an enticing aroma from chicken soup, though they had yet to taste it. The scent made them ravenous, as though they were famished wolves who had not eaten for 3 days. "Boss, what exactly is this chicken soup made of? What is its name?" someone shouted in inquiry. Li Qingming smiled slightly. "This pot of chicken soup has an exceptionally unique name. Soul chicken soup," he declared with conviction. Soul chicken soup. Upon hearing this distinctive name, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Soul chicken soup. How enigmatic it sounded. "Boss, does this name imply that by drinking this chicken soup, one can delve into the depths of their soul?" The initially timid female student, Xiaoxue, asked shyly. Li Qingming chuckled. The magic of soul chicken soup is something I shall not elaborate on. You will understand once you taste it. I merely wish to convey that while we drink chicken soup, we are truly savoring our lives. Li Qingming sighed deeply. We drink chicken soup, yet we savor life. These 10 words struck the crowd like a thunderclap, leaving them utterly astonished. The sentiment was profoundly moving. We drink chicken soup, yet we savor life. The crowd mulled over these words, tasting the deeper meaning within. The entire scene was filled with a throng of astonished individuals. In the distance, the late-night stall owners were equally taken aback by this declaration. This was perhaps the most eloquent and stirring statement they had ever encountered in the realm of culinary critiques. Just this phrase alone made them yearn for a taste of that chicken soup. What nonsense! It's merely a pot of bland, salty broth. Why boast so? Old Wong sneered coldly, his face twisted in derision. The other stall owners, upon hearing him, began to awaken to reality. Chicken soup was simply chicken soup. No matter how grand the claims, it remained chicken soup, and chicken soup was inherently unpalatable. You can boast all you like, but let us see how you explain it away when it tastes dreadful, that if it enters the mouth with the flavor of bland, salty water, they will surely spit it out. Moreover, the critical issue was that if your grandiose claims were followed by an unpleasant taste, you would be in serious trouble. Boss, how much for a bowl? Someone could no longer contain their curiosity and open their wallet, ready to pay to Li Qingming smiled slightly. Ordinary chicken soup costs 1 yuan for a large bowl outside. However, for my small bowl, it is 10 yuan. Li Qingming stated with a gentle smile. What? 10 yuan for a small bowl? Everyone was left in shock. What, 10 yuan? Why doesn't he just go rob someone? The distant late-night stall owners exclaimed in dismay. This set meal, including eggs and the like, was all complete for a maximum of 6 yuan. They offered fried chicken, fries, eggs, vegetable salad, and more. Yet here, just for a pot of chicken soup, 10 yuan. That was outrageous. And a small bowl at that. How could he be so unscrupulous? Not only were the stall owners taken aback, but the eager crowd was equally astonished. So expensive, boss, your soul chicken soup is far too pricey, they exclaimed. If it weren't for the fact that they had heard such extravagant claims about the soul chicken soup, they would have left long ago. Expensive, you say? My soul chicken soup requires. Li Qingming was about to boast about it being simmered for 24 hours when Uncle Xiang, equally shocked by the price, gently tugged at his sleeve. This chicken soup had no special tricks. It was merely simmered over low heat that if he boasted and slipped up, it would soon be replicated, and they would lose their advantage. When something becomes easy to imitate and commonplace, it loses its value. Realizing this, Li Qingming quickly corrected himself. It is created through 24 intricate processes. Li Qingming said slowly. Each process represents the culmination of my uncle and my efforts. This is the fruit of our decade-long research. Is this price too high? Do we not expend time and energy in our research? The crowd remained dumbfounded, regardless of how he spun it, in the impoverished area of Wuda Road. Selling a bowl for 10 yuan was indeed exorbitant. Not merely expensive, but egregiously so. Of course, since today marks my uncle's rebirth, today's chicken soup is complimentary. Li Qingming suddenly shifted his tone, leaving the crowd speechless. Uncle Xiang was left utterly flabbergasted. What? Free? Today it's free? No profit to be made? Uncle Xiang tugged at Li Qingming's sleeve once more. This time, however, Li Qingming ignored him. Ladies and gentlemen, each of you may have one small bowl, but remember, only one small bowl. There will be no more. Li Qingming declared loudly. Everyone, please line up in an orderly fashion to savor it. The crowd was left in shock. Previously, Li Qingming had extolled the virtues of the chicken soup, stirring their appetites, but then he crushed their hopes with the 10 yuan price, causing frustration among them. Yet now, the situation took an unexpected turn. It was entirely free. This revelation nearly caused their minds to short-circuit. Everyone, please line up. Form a queue. Each person receives one bowl, limited to one bowl only. Uncle Xiang immediately shouted, although he had reservations about the free offering. Once the words were spoken, there was no taking them back. As the crowd heard him, they instinctively began to form a line based on their positions. This line extended dramatically, reaching out from the end of the night market, which was already nearly 1,000 meters long, as it occupied the city streets. Now, however, a seemingly endless line of eager patrons formed, stretching far beyond sight. Was this not an exaggeration? Isn't this just chicken soup? Could it possibly be that delicious? The late-night stall vendors murmured. Meanwhile, the crowd was filled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting their first taste of the unprecedented soul chicken soup that in the distance, passers-by, upon witnessing the long line of people, were astonished and approached to inquire. What? Soul chicken soup? 10 yuan for a small bowl, and it's free today. Upon hearing it was free, some could not resist the urge to join the queue. After all, who doesn't love something free, especially when it was being touted so grandly? Soul chicken soup. The very name was striking. However, looking at the lengthy queue, many wondered when their turn would come. Thus, most chose to observe from the sidelines. Finally, the first fortunate individual to receive the chicken soup emerged. It was the girl with the sharpest nose, Xiaoxue. She was handed a small paper bowl, which resembled a paper cup, about the size that could be encircled by an adult man's thumb and forefinger, standing approximately as high as a fist held upright, that Li Qingming ladled half a cup into it. This is far too little. For this tiny amount, it costs 10 yuan. How exorbitant! The people in front gasped upon seeing the minuscule paper cup. Li Qingming merely smiled, disregarding the complaints. Here you go, it's slightly hot. Just blow on it, and it will be ready to drink, he said with a grin. The girl, Xiaoxue, took the paper cup, and an enticing aroma wafted into her nostrils, permeating her very being. In that instant, she was enveloped by the rich fragrance of chicken soup. Without any hesitation, she blew gently on it, ensuring it wasn't too hot for her tongue before taking a delicate sip. Everyone gazed at her with eager anticipation, eager to discern the quality of this purportedly soul-nourishing soup. After all, while the concept of soul food sounded profound, none had ever tasted it. The chicken soup they had encountered before had often been rather unpalatable to so. Was this one truly delightful? Initially, Xiaoxue intended to take just a small sip for a mere taste. However, as the first sip slid down her throat, the intensely rich flavor of the soup beckoned her body with an irresistible longing. Unable to contain herself, she downed the entire cup in one go. Once the warm liquid settled in her stomach, a comforting warmth radiated from her core, spreading throughout her body, enveloping her in a gentle embrace of warmth and a fragrant aura. Xiaoxue, how is it? A boy inquired anxiously. The surrounding crowd, too, fixed their eyes on her, eager to learn her verdict on the chicken soup. Yet, Xiaoxue remained silent, her eyes closed in contemplation. Chapter 20. Gazing at the sky, Li Qingming smiled quietly, refraining from serving a second person. Instead, he covered the pot, allowing the heartwarming aroma to dissipate, restoring the group's sense of normalcy and heightening their anticipation for Xiaoxue's response. Observing her fair complexion, a hint of rosy flush emerged, rendering her not conventionally beautiful but undeniably captivating. That a subtle fragrance emanated from her lips and nostrils, prompting those nearby to inhale deeply. The expression on her face revealed sheer satisfaction. There was no need for words to convey her delight in the soup. This stirred everyone's appetite. Such exquisite beauty is truly a feast for the eyes, Li Qingming instinctively exclaimed. The phrase resonated with the crowd, striking them like a bolt of lightning that aptly described the girl before them. The term beauty connotes delicacy and grace, distinct from mere attractiveness. While she may not be classically beautiful, there was an undeniable elegance about her that was striking in this moment, accentuated by the blush on her cheeks and the intoxicating satisfaction in her expression. As for the boy beside her, his eyes sparkled with infatuation. Were it not for the presence of others, he might have impulsively drawn her close for a passionate kiss. He remained vigilant, however, wary of the glances exchanged among the crowd. A curious onlooker instinctively pulled out a phone to capture this moment, which would later command a fortune as a photograph titled "A Feast for the Eyes." The gazes directed at Li Qingming were imbued with a newfound respect. These 4 words, though few, were profoundly incisive. A feast for the eyes was indeed a fitting description. What a remarkable individual this proprietor was, the crowd mused inwardly. Tempted by the allure of the soup, they were poised to urge Li Qingming to serve more when suddenly Xiaoxue's brow furrowed, her expression hinting at distress. Yet this sorrow only added to her beauty. Li Qingming sighed softly, recalling the ancient adage about the allure of a frowning in this moment. Xiao Xue's furrowed brow offered a glimpse into how captivating such a frown could be. However, he swallowed his words, recognizing that in this world, there was no she sure, and voicing such thoughts would be lost on the unlearned. At this juncture, Xiao Xue's furrow deepened, as though something troubling had transpired. Her expression bore a hint of sorrow. The crowd paused, concerned. Could there be an issue with the soup? That soup smells so good. It must have something sinister about it. Perhaps it contains some deadly spice. An acerbic voice suddenly broke the silence. What a deadly spice! The crowd gasped, their minds racing back to past tragedies caused by culinary misadventures in the pursuit of gourmet dishes. Anxiety rippled through the onlookers. Xiao Xue, are you all right? The boy exclaimed, his gaze shifting uneasily towards Li Qingming. That moment, tears began to well in Xiao Xue's eyes. First one, then two drops fell silently, cascading down her cheeks like silent blades. Shock rippled through the crowd. How could she weep in silence? Was she poisoned? The boy, now furious, shouted, "If anything happens to Xiao Xue, I want to let this go." His rage was palpable as he glared at Li Qingming. "Calm down," the older man interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Li Qingming, yet his expression betrayed a sense of bewilderment. The soup had proven delicious for him. He had consumed a large pot without incident, so how could this girl be in danger? You miserable wretch, are no good. You've poisoned her with some spice." Another sardonic voice rang out from the crowd. Li Qingming felt his anger flare. This person's words were venomous. The older man, however, ignored the taunts. Determined to shield Li Qingming, the boy, enraged, clenched his fists, his eyes blazing as he prepared to strike the older man. The crowd erupted in chaos, just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control. Xiao Xue, her face streaked with tears, seemed to awaken from her stupor. Spotting her companion about to lash out, she cried out, "Li Qingming, what are you doing?" Her shout halted the boy in his tracks and silenced the tumultuous crowd. How could she speak when she had been on the verge of tears? The onlookers murmured in confusion. Xiao Xue, now nearly bursting with indignation, exclaimed, "You all are the ones who are mute. May your entire family be silenced." The crowd recoiled, surprised by the transformation of the girl who had previously exuded grace. Li Qingming chuckled softly, instinctively wanting to utter the phrase "the lioness roars," but thought better of it. Modesty, he reminded himself. He stifled the urge to express his thoughts further. Reflecting that this world lacked culture, devoid of idioms and poetry, merely echoing the sentiments of the West. How difficult it was to communicate meaningfully. Xiao Xue, still fuming, berated her companion. "Li Qingming, are you blind? Do you really think I was rendered mute? Have you wasted your time in university? Do you see a mute person shedding silent tears?" Li Qingming, feeling unjustly accused, protested. "But I saw you crying silently. I thought something was wrong. To cry after a sip of soup must mean there is a problem." Xiao Xue's anger flared anew, her brows knitting in fury, leaving the boy unsure of how to respond. "Dear classmate, don't be upset. He is only concerned for you. But truly, how does this soul-nourishing soup taste?" A voice from the crowd interjected, eager to discern the quality of the soup. Upon hearing the inquiries, Xiao Xue let out a long sigh and gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, her silence stretching on. Chapter 21. "You are all instigators." The crowd waited for her response. Their heads tilted skyward, in unison. Thousands of people gazed at the heavens, a synchronized gesture that was both orderly and surreal. Yet, the sky offered nothing. A solitary crescent moon hung above, enveloped by thick clouds that obscured any stars. As the crowd observed the emptiness above, Xiao Xue finally lowered her gaze, casting a resentful glare at her male companion. Just now I was reminded of my grandmother who raised me and passed away last year. When I was little, we were poor, but she always saved the best food for me. Every time I visited her, she would prepare a bowl of braised pork that I always thought it was unappetizing and left it untouched, claiming it was too greasy. Yet she would take it, clean it, and put it back in my bowl that I insisted it was bad, urging her to eat it instead, but she never would. Looking back, we were so poor that we could hardly afford meat. Yet she always offered me hers, and I truly regret not appreciating her. At this point, Xiaoxue broke down in tears. The crowd fell silent. Her story, though simple and devoid of dramatic twists, was deeply moving. Many in the marketplace came from humble backgrounds, and her grandmother's actions embodied an elderly person's love for their descendants, a sentiment that, while seemingly trivial, struck a chord with everyone present. Did I end that moment? Memories flooded back, prompting a collective sigh. It's your fault. You made such a ruckus that you scared my grandmother away. I'll hit you, Xiaoxue exclaimed, pummeling the boy in a fit of frustration. This moment. The young man dared not hide away, let alone argue. Your grandmother is no longer here. It was I who frightened her away. However, when confronted with the anger of a girl he admired, it is best for a young man to humbly endure the blows. After all, the pain inflicted is not unbearable. The crowd around them was both amused and contemplative. The joys of youth. After a flurry of strikes, the girl, exhausted, suddenly approached Li Qingming and bowed deeply. Master, no, teacher, no, grandmaster. To create such a delightful, soul-nourishing soup truly marks one as a master. Thank you for reminding me of my grandmother's kindness. Your soup, aptly named soul-nourishing soup, is indeed deserving of its title. Consuming this soup touches the heart directly. It is simply miraculous. Thank you. With a face full of gratitude, she turned to address everyone, proclaiming loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, this master has truly crafted a pot of soul-nourishing soup that, as he said, is not merely soup, but a taste of life. The do not let this opportunity slip by." Wow! At that moment, the crowd erupted into excitement. They had been eagerly anticipating this moment, and after witnessing the earlier commotion, their initial doubts turned into a sense of embarrassment. Now, with Xiaoxue's personal testimony, all their inner longings were ignited. Master, no, Grandmaster, my apologies for doubting you earlier. Please forgive us. The crowd chimed in unison. The title of Grandmaster felt a tad excessive, considering Li Qingming's youth, prompting them to add a diminutive prefix. Meanwhile, the distant figures of other businessmen wore expressions of dismay. They were done for. This soup seemed akin to an elixir. If it continued like this, with a pot brewed daily, how would they ever conduct their business? Moreover, being addressed as Grandmaster was quite daunting in the culinary world. One must possess true skill to create dishes that surpass others, elevating oneself above mere cooks to earn such a title. Given his tender age, even a diminutive prefix was intimidating. Should he sell anything under this auspicious title, it would be remarkable indeed. This was a sign of prestige. Naturally, this title held no official recognition or legal weight. Yet it undeniably enhanced his reputation on this modest Wuda road. How would they compete with him now? Just then, a mocking voice pierced the air once more. A plant. This must be a plant. Otherwise, how could a mere bowl of soup be so delicious? The acerbic tone that had previously mocked them floated through the air. The crowd had often been incited by such remarks, but this time, they remained unmoved that if Xiaoxue were indeed a plant, her acting skills were extraordinary. Tears flowed effortlessly. She could easily win an acting award. Moreover, her heartfelt emotion was undeniable that if she were acting, she would certainly claim the title of Best Actress. Nonsense! I believe in Xiaoxue. Master, could you serve me a bowl of soul-nourishing soup? Called out a boy named Hichindi. Having just endured a flurry of blows from the girl he admired, he naturally felt compelled to defend his innocence. Xiaoxue huffed lightly, her gaze betraying a hint of approval. You're also a plant. A plant in cahoots. The mocking voice echoed from another corner. The crowd gasped. Who could be so insidious as to target this young master? Of course, some among them believed in the authenticity of the soup. After all, in a crowd of 100 different personalities, one could expect a variety of opinions. Consequently, the crowd erupted into another round of debate, some insisting it was indeed a plant, while others speculated jealousy as the driving force behind the skepticism. Master, bestow upon me your soup, a boy exclaimed. Gritting his teeth, he sought to make amends for his earlier brashness and to validate the girl he cherished. Those in love are particularly sensitive to their beloved's grievances. That moment, however, Li Qingming raised his hand to quiet the crowd. Everyone, please be silent, he declared. The crowd fell into silence. Under normal circumstances, it would take more than a shout from Li Qingming to capture their attention. But in light of this soul-nourishing soup, they instantly quieted down. Although they still did not know just how delicious it was undeniable that their curiosity about the soup had piqued. They were eager to hear what this young master, beset by slander, would say in response. Under the gaze of the crowd, Li Qingming felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, recalling that his soup was unmatched in the world, he felt a surge of confidence. Since the beginning, there has been someone making sinister remarks and launching vicious attacks against this meticulously crafted soul-nourishing soup, including personal attacks on my uncle. This individual is truly despicable, Li Qingming stated coldly. The crowd's eyes brightened once more. Sinister remarks was a perfect description. This phrase encapsulated the earlier voices that had spoken in a mocking tone, highlighting Li Qingming's eloquence, and no wonder the soup was so delightful. At that moment, the speaker reddened, his eyes glinting with malice. How dare this brat insult him? The one who had spoken was none other than old Wang. I do not know who has been making these sinister remarks and malicious attacks against me. However, I hope someone can help me identify him. Though teachers have always taught us to be kind to others, one cannot indulge such wickedness. Nor should we subscribe to the notion of repaying virtue with virtue. Confucius once asked, if we repay virtue with virtue, how do we repay wickedness? Only by confronting wickedness directly can we repay virtue with virtue, Li Qingming said, his face brimming with indignation. Therefore, I ask for your assistance in uncovering this scoundrel. Li Qingming had an inkling of who it might be, but he could not name them outright without evidence that he sought the strength of the crowd to unearth the culprit. However, his plea was met with a profound silence. Li Qingming was momentarily taken aback. Was his soup not substantial enough to rally the masses? Just as he furrowed his brow, contemplating alternative approaches, his uncle discreetly tugged at his sleeve and gestured with his eyes towards the crowd. Upon glancing around, Li Qingming noticed expressions of confusion mingled with a hint of reverence. What was going on? At that moment, a girl stepped forward. Master, could you please clarify the meaning of the words you just spoke? We find it rather difficult to comprehend, yet it seems quite profound, she said. Her face flushed with embarrassment. I am Zhu Qianfeng from the literature department of Jiangxing University, but I genuinely do not understand your meaning. However, it feels like it carries great significance. Yes, master. Who is this Confucius you mentioned? Another boy inquired, his face alight with curiosity. Upon noticing Li Qingming's gaze, he quickly added, I am Hu Xiao from the history department, and I have never heard of a historical figure named Confucius. The crowd buzzed with inquiries. Li Qingming wanted to bury his face in his hands. Unbeknownst to him, in his indignation, he had inadvertently put on a show. This was not the time for ostentation. He needed to remain low-key. However, that literature student had unwittingly uttered a phrase that could be aptly described by a saying, not understanding yet feeling impressed. Of course, humility was K-E-Y.as he surveyed the eager expressions of the crowd. He recalled a classic line, since you have sincerely asked, I shall generously enlighten you to prevent the destruction of the world and to safeguard peace. We embody the charming yet villainous role of the opposing force, traversing galaxies as the rocket team that a bright future awaits us. Naturally, he could not voice this aloud. Otherwise, the crowd would be utterly bewildered. Since you have asked sincerely, allow me to explain the meaning of this phrase. Li Qingming coughed, nearly letting slip that classic line. The crowd's expressions momentarily clouded over before quickly returning to focus. Sincere inquiry, he articulated, is indeed commendable. This young master speaks with wisdom. Li Qingming's face twitched slightly. Oh dear, please do not be so naive. I merely spoke offhandedly. I am here to be a culinary deity, not a literary master. The term indulging wickedness refers to the unconditional and limitless tolerance of wrongdoers in pursuit of temporary peace, which ultimately emboldens their misdeeds. There is a story that illustrates this. Once, there was a man who held superstitions and revered rats as deities, that he loved rats, never allowed cats in his home, and forbade others from capturing them, resulting in a rat infestation. Later, when a new owner moved in, he was astonished by the sheer number of rats and called for their capture, accumulating a veritable mountain of them. The moral is clear. Do not indulge wrongdoers. They must be dealt with severely. After taking a breath, Li Qingming felt exhausted from the explanation. We understand the concept of indulging wickedness, but who is Confucius? The history student pressed. Confucius. Well, he is a highly scholarly figure from my hometown, that he had many disciples and is revered as the sage of Confucius there, serving as the enlightenment for all in my community. Alas, my hometown was devastated by a natural disaster, claiming the lives of my entire family in a meteorite catastrophe. Li Qingming also took the opportunity to substantiate the misfortunes of his hometown. This would serve as a perfect explanation of his origins, preventing the chaos that might arise from the existence of another self in this world. Then, Master, what does it mean to repay malice with virtue, and how does one repay virtue? Is it to repay malice with straightforwardness, and virtue with virtue? The literature student inquired further. Also, what is an idiom? At this moment, the crowd appeared like eager elementary school students, filled with a thirst for knowledge regarding Li Qingming's words. Sweat dripped from Li Qingming's forehead. His own knowledge was quite limited. Yet, at this juncture, he had no choice but to hold his ground. What is meant by repaying malice with virtue, and how to repay virtue? It suggests that if someone treats you poorly, yet you continuously treat them well, then who will treat you kindly in return? Thus, it follows that one should reciprocate negativity with negativity and positivity with positivity. As for what constitutes an idiom in my hometown, we combine several individual or related characters to describe a concept that is exceedingly complex to explain, yet can be succinctly encapsulated in 4 characters, which we refer to as an idiom. Li Qingming's explanation left him perspiring profusely. This was undoubtedly far more challenging than simmering a pot of chicken soup. Upon hearing this, the crowd experienced a moment of enlightenment. However, was this truly the vernacular of his hometown? Such profound and meaningful words. Why had they never encountered them before? Particularly for the history student, confusion was evident on his face that if such a remarkable individual existed, surely they would have known of him. Could it be that this wisdom was not derived from Confucius? The mere thought startled the history student that it seemed implausible that someone so young could possess such depth of knowledge and talent. Yet upon closer examination, it appeared entirely possible. However, at this moment, Li Qingming dared not provide them with any further opportunities for inquiry. Otherwise, if the questions continued unabated, he would find himself at a loss for answers. Internally, he resolved to use fewer idioms and speak plainly in the future. After all, while it may be ostentatious, explaining such things was far too cumbersome. Should he fail to articulate properly, he would be humiliated. Modesty, indeed, it is best to maintain a low profile. Li Qingming sighed deeply within. Now, I ask everyone to assist me in identifying this scoundrel. Li Qingming collected his thoughts, changed the subject, and spoke coldly. Chapter 23, The Utter Lack of Shame. Find him. Old Wang's forehead broke into a cold sweat. After some contemplation, he reasoned that he had been moving about and speaking in a disguised voice, so he should not be recognized. However, what does it mean that the eyes of the masses are sharp? Soon enough, someone identified him. I just heard the voice. It seems to have come from his mouth. Someone with keen eyesight recognized Old Wang. He quickly denied it. Nonsense. I just arrived here. Don't slander me. Old Wang shouted indignantly, trying to clear his name. Yes, you just walked past that. It was you who said that girl was a plant. Someone immediately pointed him out. Indeed. At the beginning, you were right next to me. What was that idiom again? Someone called out, pointing at Old Wang. Sardonic. The crowd reminded him. Yes, sardonic. You were mocking this young master with your sardonic remarks. The individual exclaimed joyfully. With the crowd's accusations mounting, Old Wang found himself unable to deflect them. Faced with various accusations of sardonic remarks and condoning treachery, Old Wang's face turned a deep shade of red and black. I said it. So what, did I say anything wrong? This is merely a pot of chicken soup. You admitted it yourself. It's chicken soup, and chicken soup, who has had it? We all know it tastes terrible. You re-talking it up, selling it for 10 yuan a small bowl. No, it's more like 10 yuan for a small cup. Isn't this just a scam to extort money? Now that I've exposed you. You and your accomplices are trying to slander me and continue your deceit. Such shameless behavior. Don't think you can fool everyone. Old Wang shouted, In response to old Wang's furious outburst, Li Qingming wanted to offer him a four-character phrase, a death unworthy of lament. However, after a moment's reflection, he decided against it, fearing it would only spark curiosity and astonishment. Thus, he chose to hold back that we must remain low-key. I know someone like you will certainly refuse to admit your wrongs. Li Qingming nearly let slip another idiom, but managed to correct himself. Otherwise, he would not be selling chicken soup that night. So, I intend to make you submit wholeheartedly. Old Wang scoffed, eager to see how this young man would manage to convince him. You claim this chicken soup is a scam? Very well. You may randomly select 5 individuals from the crowd, each to sample a bowl of chicken soup, and see if they find it palatable. If they all say it tastes good, then I will demand an accounting for the humiliation you inflicted upon me and my uncle regarding this soul-nourishing chicken soup, Li Qingming said with a cold smile. At this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Did you not claim there were plants among the people? Now you are asked to pick individuals to taste the soup. With so many people present, surely they could not all be plants arranged by this young master. If that were the case, this master would be far too impressive. With such connections, why would he even sell chicken soup? Old Wang's brow furrowed. Was this young man's so-called soul-nourishing chicken soup truly extraordinary? He could not believe it. Chicken soup was merely chicken soup, utterly tasteless, like bland salt water. How could it possibly be remarkable? He absolutely refused to believe it. All right, I do not believe your chicken soup is that magical. You mentioned 5 individuals. Old Wang gritted his teeth. If even one says it's not good, then it's deemed unsatisfactory. Li Qingming nodded that he had confidence in his chicken soup. Humph, so young and yet so boastful. Are you not afraid of overstepping? Old Wang's sharp eyes scanned the crowd, selecting a few individuals who looked less than reputable, rough around the edges. I kindly request you gentlemen to assist in testing this so-called soul-nourishing chicken soup and determine its flavor, Old Wang said with a sycophantic demeanor. Upon seeing these 5, those nearby erupted in murmurs. These 5 were known as second-rate characters, always eager to take advantage, and were notoriously troublesome. Each time they came around, they would dine and dash, leaving without paying, should anyone dare to protest. They would retaliate viciously, resulting in endless trouble. Everyone in business feared such individuals, hence they typically kept their distance that if you come to eat, just eat, as long as you don't cause a scene. All is well. It was an unspoken agreement that this moment, Old Wang had genuinely invited trouble upon himself. Xiaoming, Uncle Xiang, upon seeing these individuals, inwardly lamented, his expression betraying his unease that Li Qingming also recognized that these men were not to be trifled with. Their essay saying, "The king is easy to provoke, but the minor spirits are difficult to contend with." What nonsense, master, so young and yet considers himself a master. Kid, let me be clear. If your chicken soup is merely a ruse, I will smash your stall today. Right, brothers? One young man with yellow hair, slender as a monkey, and sporting yellow teeth, approximately in his 20s, declared. Right. If this chicken soup is a scam and tastes bad, I'll smash it. The others chimed in, causing a ruckus. The surrounding crowd looked on with expressions of disgust, retreating in dismay. However, a few individuals with a sense of justice and integrity, such as several students, stepped forward. You cannot say it tastes bad if it's good, protested the initial female student. Xiaoxue. Yes, you cannot say it tastes bad if it's good, echoed the boy beside her, hastily joining in, though their voices grew progressively quieter. They were merely ordinary students, while the opposing group appeared to be ruffians. Adorned with flashy colors, unmistakably troublemakers, fear gripped their hearts. Kid, mind your own business. We're always fair. If we say it's good, then it's good. If we say it's bad, then it's bad, the group of second-rate characters declared, cracking their knuckles menacingly. Their intentions could not be clearer, but if one were to pay them, they would declare the soup delicious. If not, it would surely be deemed foul. The onlookers wore expressions of outrage. These individuals were despicable. Yet, out of fear of their intimidation, no one dared to step forward. After all, how could one contend with such individuals? They were reckless, fearing nothing. But you, on the other hand, were different. Although all lived in this impoverished neighborhood, there remained a glimmer of hope to escape it. Who would want to associate with such second-rate characters? At this moment, Li Qingming felt a twinge of apprehension. Nonetheless, he knew he must stand firm. How to navigate this tricky situation? After some contemplation, an idea struck him. Since the world lacked an appreciation for Chinese culture, he would invoke culture to awaken the public's conscience and courage. Just as the illustrious Lu Xun abandoned medicine for literature in hopes of awakening the spirit of the nation against a corrupt government, he too could utilize the profound essence of Chinese culture to inspire the populace to stand against these ruffians. Stepping forward, Li Qingming adopted an air of righteous indignation. Chapter 24. Justice lies in the hearts of the people. The few ruffians frowned. Although they brazenly extorted and smiled mockingly, they still dared not act recklessly in front of such a crowd. After all, should someone take the lead, they could very well find themselves in serious trouble. Kid! Silence! Li Qingming suddenly bellowed. Silence! This term, often found in Journey to the West, is used by Sun Wukong when he first confronts the demons, instilling fear among them. Did I end this moment? Li Qingming imagined himself as the great sage equal to heaven, instilling dread in these second-rate characters. With a thunderous roar, Li Qingming unleashed a long-suppressed fury, akin to a clap of thunder breaking the stillness, which left the group of ruffians utterly petrified, without allowing them a moment to regain their composure. Li Qingming proclaimed with a voice that resonated like a clap of thunder, "Justice resides in the hearts of the people. If you dare to betray your conscience and spew falsehoods to defame my soul-nourishing broth, do you truly believe that everyone is blind to the truth? If you possess any courage, come and taste my broth. I challenge you to declare that my concoction is anything less than exquisite. Should you find the audacity to utter no, I, Li Qingming, shall retire from the culinary realm forever." His voice echoed profoundly among the crowd, striking them like a bolt of lightning, igniting a realization within them. The phrase "justice resides in the hearts of the people" rang with incredible power, bestowing courage upon all who heard it. The ruffians, despite their numbers, found themselves trembling in fear. Moreover, Li Qingming's declaration to withdraw from the culinary world lent him an air of unwavering confidence that was palpable. Justice resides in the hearts of the people. What a magnificent sentiment, exclaimed several students, their voices rising in unison. Indeed, justice resides in the hearts of the people. These ruffians cannot speak recklessly. We shall stand witness for you. Master! The crowd echoed fervently. As the collective voice of the onlookers rose, the ruffians felt a twinge of trepidation. They were inciting the wrath of the masses, and they dared not provoke it further. "Hey, kid!" The yellow-haired ruffian attempted to defuse the situation with a smirk. "Address him as master," bellowed Uncle Xiong, suddenly erupting with a voice that commanded attention. Typically mild-mannered and cautious, Uncle Xiong, when roused, resembled a wrathful deity, instilling fear in those around him. His anger stemmed from a genuine place. How could anyone question the quality of this broth? It was undoubtedly exceptional, perhaps the best in existence. They were offering it for free today. Why should they endure harassment? Should decent folk be bullied? This frustration, long suppressed by a nature accustomed to timidity, was ignited by Li Qingming's rallying cry of justice. Justice? Is there no justice in this world? No, there is, and it resides within the hearts of the people. Indeed, call him master. The crowd erupted in a chorus. At once, the yellow-haired ruffian fell silent, quickly shifting his tone. "Done, master. We wouldn't dare misbehave. Come, brothers, let us sample the master's broth and see how it truly is." Reluctantly, he approached, though a gleam of malice flickered in his eyes that Li Qingming merely scoffed, choosing not to elaborate further, and ladled steaming bowls of broth for each of the 5 ruffians. As he lifted the lid once more, the rich aroma of the broth wafted through the air, tantalizing everyone's senses and eliciting involuntary swallows that was simply irresistible. The ruffians, unable to contain themselves, licked their lips, blew on the broth, and took a sip. "What is this so-called soul-nourishing broth? It smells good, but lacks flavor," the yellow-haired one began, his insolence bubbling to the surface. Yet, just as he was about to disparage further, the flavor exploded within him. A sensory detonation of richness that he could scarcely articulate. This exquisite taste overwhelmed him, leaving him speechless that it was not just him. Each of the ruffians experienced a similar epiphany, having only ever consumed street-side fried chicken and fries. They had never encountered anything remotely as refined. The difference, though subtle, was significant that Li Qingming's soul-nourishing broth, meticulously crafted over the past few days, rivaled even that of his mother's, enhanced with unique vegetables native to this world, creating a symphony of flavors that the crowd watched in both anxiety and anticipation. The five ruffians suddenly raised their voices in ecstatic exclamations that by the heavens, "This broth is divine!" They cried in unison, their faces alight with joy. "I've never tasted such exquisite broth in my life." "It's too good," shouted the yellow-haired one. "Good heavens, how shall I ever enjoy another broth after this?" lamented another, clutching his chest in exaggerated despair. "That I'm going to perish from this heavenly delight," cried yet another, while a fourth, with vibrant hair, implored, "Master, please take me as your disciple and teach me to make this broth." The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by the ruffians' dramatic reactions. Was it truly that extraordinary? Yet deep within, they felt an undeniable excitement. This soul-nourishing broth must indeed be exceptional to elicit such fervor from these ruffians. "I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe this absurd broth is truly that remarkable." Old Wang rushed forward, shouting, "Give me a bowl. I must taste it." At this, Li Qingming merely smiled coldly. "You are unworthy of my soul-nourishing broth," he retorted with scorn. "That I end this world, all may partake, except for you, you shameless wretch, for you do not deserve it." Old Wang's face contorted with rage. How dare this insolent brat insult him so? Just moments ago, you vilified my broth, and I held my tongue, for my soul-nourishing broth, no matter how exceptional, is merely an inanimate creation devoid of feelings. Yet, your vile words attack my uncle, a man who has labored tirelessly to raise his daughter despite his disability, and that I cannot abide. I do not seek your apology, nor your remorse. I merely ask of the gathered crowd a single favor." Li Qingming bowed deeply, leaving the onlookers puzzled about his intentions. Uncle Xiang, however, felt a sudden surge of anxiety. Why was Li Qingming invoking his ungrateful daughter? He had always feared old Wang might use this against him. "That I implore you, do not patronize this shameless wretch's stall any longer. Do not purchase a single fried chicken or fries from him, that do not spend a single penny on this disgraceful individual. This is the justice I seek for the humiliation my uncle has endured," Li Qingming asserted, rising from his bow. "Should you help restore my uncle's dignity, I shall offer you a week's worth of free, soul-nourishing broth." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. To offer such delectable broth for free for an entire week was no small sacrifice. Each bowl, priced at 10 coins, could yield hundreds, even thousands of bowls over the course of days, amounting to a staggering loss. Yet, they knew from the expressions of those who had tasted it that this broth was indeed exceptional. This young man, this master, was truly commendable. Such grand generosity inspired admiration. Meanwhile, Uncle Xiang was overcome with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. For years he had endured being labeled as a cripple, a stigma that had clung to him since his accident. Though he bore the insults in silence, who would wish to be constantly ridiculed. Yet here was Li Qingming, willing to offer a week of free broth to vindicate him. "Xiao Ming, your kindness touches my heart, but it is unnecessary. What does it matter after all these years? A few insults from others hold no weight." Uncle Xiang exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. He is acutely aware that this chicken soup will not be a lucrative venture for long, as the process is exceedingly simple. The crux of the operation lies in the gentle simmering. Once this spiritual chicken soup gains popularity, it will inevitably attract scrutiny. Perhaps for the time being, it may evade thorough examination, but with the passage of time, someone will inevitably unravel its secrets. After all, no one had ever succeeded before, and thus, there was a lack of reference. Even the simplest of tasks can prove challenging without a benchmark. However, once a reference point is established, a clear direction emerges, and eventually, it will be deciphered. Consequently, neither of them could ascertain how long the chicken soup would remain in vogue. Perhaps a year, 2 years, or merely a month or two, or even a shorter span. This week of free soup is truly not worth it. It is worth it. Uncle! Li Qingming's eyes shimmered with determination. This week of complimentary chicken soup was undeniably worthwhile, for in the hands of that despicable old Wang lay a lever against Uncle. Thus, Li Qingming felt compelled to offer a week of free chicken soup to uphold Uncle's dignity. You dare to insult my uncle, and I shall sever your means of livelihood. From this day forth, should anyone utter disparaging remarks about my uncle, they ought not to blame me for my lack of courtesy. I, Li Qingming, though not a person of great stature, firmly believe that the culinary delights crafted by my own hands will exact a price from those who dare to humiliate my uncle. Li Qingming snorted coldly. His resolute words resonated powerfully. Silencing the crowd, at the same time, they conveyed an implicit message. It seemed that Li Qingming had the potential to create other delectable dishes or beverages. Naturally, at that moment, this statement did not fully resonate with the onlookers. Yet it did not deter them from rallying behind Li Qingming. Rest assured, little master, we shall no longer patronize this shameless scoundrel's stall, they shouted in unison. You dare speak to me in such a manner. You dare to threaten my livelihood, old Wang exclaimed angrily, pointing an accusing finger at Li Qingming. Li Qingming responded with a chilling smile. 2 words for you. You deserve it. Li Qingming showed no mercy. Old Wang's expression shifted as he turned to Uncle. Dead. Old Xiang, are you truly willing to sever ties with me? Persuade your nephew to change his mind, or I shall not hesitate to expose your shameful deeds. Old Wang spat venomous words. Before Uncle Xiang could react, Li Qingming interjected. What is this? Not willing to relent, and now resorting to further slander against my uncle? I would very much like to hear what more you have to say. Li Qingming sneered, reaching out to calm the visibly agitated Uncle Xiang. Old Wang, speechless with fury, pointed at Li Qingming. Yet he could not afford to voice his thoughts. This was his last card to play. Old Xiang, do you truly wish to force me into a corner? Old Wang shrieked. Speak. I am eager to hear how you intend to slander my uncle further. However, I warn you, if you dare to maliciously defame my uncle again, do not blame me for retaliating. Li Qingming crossed his arms, wearing a mocking expression, so-called benevolence. Before Li Qingming could finish, the crowd began to chant along, how to repay kindness. With justice for grievances and kindness for kindness, they echoed in unison, although these words were quite ordinary. The atmosphere was charged. Good, good, good. Old Xiang, you've truly pushed me to this point. Listen well, everyone, this old Xiang, his daughter, at such a tender age, she has taken up with a middle-aged tycoon nearly her father's age as his mistress. Not only that, but she has also disowned him as her father. Truly a disgrace to the family. Old Xiang, your daughter is indeed a source of pride, more shameless than I could ever be. What kind of delicious chicken soup can someone like you produce? Old Wang, in a fit of rage, revealed this scandal as a result. Uncle Xiang turned pale. Chapter 26. What is going on? The crowd was astonished by this revelation. Shocked that such a scandal could exist, that a daughter raised by her father had taken up with a wealthy man decades her senior, and even refused to acknowledge him as her father. Truly, it was shameless. You wretch, how utterly devoid of shame you are. You think your slander against my uncle will be taken seriously? Li Qingming shouted. Tell me, do you believe it? Originally, the crowd harbored some doubts, but upon hearing this, they shook their heads in unison. Naturally, we do not believe it. How could we believe the words of such a shameless scoundrel? They roared at Li Qingming smiled. Uncle, look, such baseless fabrications are hardly credible. You need not worry about tarnishing my cousin's reputation. However, such a person is indeed devoid of shame. As the saying goes, one should repay grievances with justice, and kindness with kindness. Li Qingming approached the 5 ruffians who had suffered the aftereffects of the chicken soup. Gentlemen, in dealing with such a person, I prefer not to dirty my hands, so I would like to enlist your aid in teaching him a lesson that if you help me avenge my uncle. Then for the coming week, you shall each receive a bowl of spiritual chicken soup. Li Qingming proposed. The 5 ruffians, initially hesitant about asking for another bowl of soup, found the offer too enticing to resist. After all, it was delicious, and they feared inciting the crowd's wrath. Just as they pondered, Li Qingming unexpectedly offered them chicken soup. How could they refuse? Ha, master, we are adept at teaching shameless scoundrels a lesson, the ruffians cackled as they approached old Wang. What do you intend to do? Don't come any closer, or I'll call the police. Old Wang exclaimed, his expression shifting in terror as he retreated, calling out to the surrounding crowd for help. Help, help! Yet, given old Wang's previous actions, which had earned him the disdain of many, particularly for insulting the chicken soup they had been eagerly awaiting, no one paid him any heed. Who can help me call the police? Old Wang cried pitifully as he was cornered. Who would tolerate such a scoundrel? The ruffians laughed menacingly. Just when old Wang was on the brink of despair, Li Qingming called out, "Gentlemen." Old Wang felt a flicker of hope at Li Qingming's voice, but the next moment, despair returned. "Gentlemen, I am selling chicken soup here. In order not to disturb everyone's enjoyment, please take him away and teach him a lesson," Li Qingming urged. The ruffians nodded, grinning as they dragged the despairing old Wang away. "All right, everyone, please return to the original queue to receive your bowls of spiritual chicken soup," Li Qingming announced with a beaming smile as he began serving the soup. The crowd quickly formed a long line, ready to receive the soup. This time, everyone behaved themselves, and no one caused any disturbances. "It's your turn." Li Qingming served a bowl to a young man named Hichindi, who eagerly accepted it with trembling hands, expressing his gratitude profusely. That Li Qingming smiled. "A good soup is never late. Drink up and see if it touches the depths of your soul," Li Qingming said softly. The idea that a bowl of chicken soup could touch the soul would surely be met with skepticism on Earth. However, at this moment, no one doubted it. The sensation was akin to the 1980s in China, when a sip of Coca-Cola would bring immense joy, making it feel like the best drink in the world. Similarly, when KFC first arrived in the capital, some even chose to hold their weddings there. Now, that seems ludicrous, but at that time, in that era of scarcity, no one mocked it. Rather, they envied it. And the young man blew on the steaming soup to cool it before taking a sip. How was it? The onlookers in the distance gazed expectantly, despite the previous remarks from the girl Xiaoxua, who had gazed at the stars at a 45-degree angle, and the exaggerated praise from the ruffians. Curiosity lingered. What would the experience be? Would everyone find it equally incredible, or might it be somewhat exaggerated? As he took a sip, the young man closed his eyes, appearing as if he had fallen asleep amidst the crowd's watchful eyes. "What is going on with this student?" those in line behind him shouted anxiously. However, the young man paid them no mind. After a while, he finally opened his eyes, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. Lost in thought, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears, he ignored the questions from the crowd. Absorbed in his own reflections, following him was an uncle, who impatiently drank the bowl of spiritual chicken soup in one go, and to everyone's astonishment, he suddenly squatted down and began to wail. Was this not a bit excessive? Surely, no soup could elicit such a reaction. The crowd was filled with a mixture of anticipation and disbelief as the next person took the soup, blowing on it before drinking it down. This was a young man, weary from a long day at work. After finishing the soup, he stood silently to the side, gazing up at the stars at a 45-degree angle, lost in thought that he remained aloof, ignoring the curious inquiries from those around him. Next came a middle-aged woman, who quickly downed the soup while muttering. She seemed somewhat dissatisfied, about to voice her thoughts. Yet before she could speak, she suddenly took out her phone and hurried away, crying as she dialed point one after another. Each person who drank the soup either broke down in tears or shed silent tears. The older men wept openly, while the younger ones had glistening eyes. Gazing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, their expressions a poignant blend of sorrow and aloofness. The entire marketplace fell into an unusual silence. The peculiar atmosphere enveloped the entire market, instilling in its patrons a sense of inexplicable sorrow that seemed to permeate the very air. This scene was captured by a well-meaning individual and shared on Weibo, accompanied by a provocative line. "Can you guess what is wrong with them?" Instantly, it went viral on the platform. What are the people in this photo doing? Various queries flooded Weibo. Is this not crying, but merely gazing up at the sky? Is that a pose? Speculated one. I surmise this must be the latest form of performance art, conjectured another. No, they must be filming some micro-movie. countered yet another voice. Chapter 27. Terrified debates erupted, with the online community buzzing incessantly. Each argument had its proponents. After all, a single photograph could be interpreted in myriad ways. Thus, before the final verdict was revealed, it was a classic case of each side asserting its perspective. Everyone was left waiting for the original poster to unveil the truth. Yet, after a prolonged silence, there was no response. Where is that scoundrel who posted the picture? Has he perished? Why is he silent? What on earth is happening? The crowd grumbled. It was as if this image had ignited their curiosity, only for the poster to vanish post-publication, leaving them in suspense. Where had the poster gone? Alas, at that moment, he too was gazing at the stars at a 45-degree angle, completely oblivious to the anxious throng awaiting his revelation. As for whether anyone on site sought clarification, the truth is, no one did. This soulful broth was simply too delectable, undoubtedly the finest they had ever tasted. No, it was more accurate to say it was an unprecedentedly exquisite broth. Coupled with Li Qingming's remark, "What you drink is broth, what you savor is life." Those who discerned the essence of life through this experience left others feeling inadequate, lacking in depth and experience. This implied they were susceptible to ridicule. Thus, some individuals genuinely felt a poignant connection to the scene, while many others merely echoed sentiments, engaging in a display of youthful naivety, lamenting the woes of life as if compelled to create new verses about sorrow. Of course, such is the nature of art. When everyone declares a painting to be beautiful, if you assert otherwise, then you are the one in the wrong. The same applies to the broth. Xiaoming, you must be weary. Allow me to take over. Uncle Xiang approached to relieve Li Qingming, whose vest was drenched in sweat. Uncle, you've been fatigued for so long. I feel perfectly fine. You should rest. Li Qingming insisted, though in truth he felt no fatigue. This pot of broth had garnered unprecedented acclaim. That on one hand, this was due to the fact that many had never tasted decent broth, rendering this concoction a revelation that stirred excitement. That on the other hand, the broth was indeed a product of the meticulous efforts of Uncle Xiang and Li Qingming, enriched with additional vegetables, following hours of simmering. And considering the notably tough chicken meat, once all the vegetables had dissolved, their nutrients infused the broth, enhancing its flavor. Hence, Li Qingming felt a swell of pride within him. After all, this was perhaps his most commendable achievement. As for whether these individuals were overly dramatic in their emotional outbursts, one must consider that aside from the artificially heightened sentiments, there was indeed an essential ingredient in this broth: onions. These onions were notorious for evoking tears, and ample quantities had been added. The slow simmering caused them to blend seamlessly into the broth, masked by the rich, oily surface, but once consumed, the flavor surged to the forefront, inevitably bringing tears to the eyes. Furthermore, chicken broth is renowned for its nourishing properties. Each person carries within their memory the taste of their mother's homemade soup, perhaps not the most delicious, yet infused with a warmth that lingers in the heart. Most of those present had endured hardships in life. Yet, as adults, they could no longer afford the luxury of capriciousness or the comfort of retreating into a parent's embrace. They had to bear their burdens alone, no matter how bitter or exhausting. The saying goes, swallowing broken teeth and blood. Yet, no one can forget the tenderness of childhood. This pot of broth provided them with that sense of gentleness. Under the weight of these three emotional currents, shedding tears became a natural response. Were one to substitute this group with those leading more privileged lives, they would likely not react with such abandon, regardless of how delightful the broth might be. As for the inclination to gaze at the stars at a 45-degree angle, the reasoning was simple. They were posturing. Have you not noticed that the majority of those who adopt this stance are men? The adage goes, a man does not shed tears easily, for as adults, shedding tears in view of others is rather embarrassing. Thus, gazing at the stars at a 45-degree angle is the least likely position for tears to escape, all the while allowing them to maintain an air of superiority. Men may cry, but it is not a crime, yet it is still seen as rather unmanly, a dialect term meaning embarrassing. I'm not tired. I'm not tired, Li Qingming cheerfully assured Uncle Xiang. You should take a break. Don't overexert yourself. The crowd, still awaiting their share of broth, called out in unison, Little master, take a break. We need a drink tomorrow. Li Qingming reluctantly set down his ladle. Xiao Ming, go take a look around. Don't let anything untoward happen. I'm concerned those young ruffians might not know their limits. Uncle Xiang whispered as he took the ladle. Li Qingming shook his head in resignation. This was Uncle Xiang's concern, his genuine kindness. While Li Qingming was ordinary, he was not quite the same as such naive souls. The principle of repaying kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity should guide one's actions. To repay enmity with kindness. Forgive me, I am not that magnanimous. However, Uncle Xiang had a valid point. Should those young troublemakers cause harm to old Wang, he too would bear responsibility. Li Qingming meandered over to the group of ruffians lounging nearby. Laughing and smoking, he glanced at old Wang, who lay motionless on the ground. Help! Faintly, he could discern old Wang's groans. That moment, Li Qingming felt a twinge of empathy. Old Wang was battered and bruised. His face swollen like a pig's head, a sight that epitomized devastation. It was truly a case of being beaten so severely that even his parents would struggle to recognize him upon closer inspection. Although his appearance was grievously disfigured, it seemed there were no serious injuries beneath the surface. These ruffians were evidently seasoned in their craft, employing methods that were ruthless yet not criminally prosecutable. At worst, they would face minor charges and be released after a few days. Should one dare to report them, they would simply retaliate with more violence. Li Qingming crouched down. Regardless of whether you hate me or not, heed my words. I am not like Uncle Xiang. I am not easily swayed. He has done me a great favor, and I will not allow anyone to mistreat him. If you dare to mention his daughter again, listen closely. I'll ensure you're beaten so severely that even your parents won't recognize you. Li Qingming spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, old Wang involuntarily trembled, and an unpleasant odor wafted through the air. Li Qingming pinched his nose and stood up. What was this? The infamous act of scaring someone to the point of wetting themselves. Li Qingming grimaced, feeling no further sympathy. Such individuals deserve their fate. Turning around, he was startled to find 5 ruffians of various appearances leering at him with obsequious expressions. Chapter 28. Is this all there is? What's wrong with you all? Li Qingming felt a chill run down his spine. As an ordinary individual, he harbored no fondness for ruffians. In fact, he found them somewhat intimidating. After all, their lives were forfeit, and one could not compare their recklessness. Had it not been for old Wang's despicable behavior, Li Qingming would have preferred to avoid any entanglement with such individuals. Hey, little master, what was that saying you mentioned earlier? One ruffian with bright red hair asked eagerly. What saying? Li Qingming was puzzled. He did not recall saying anything particularly noteworthy. Little master, you said something about being beaten to the point of not being recognized. Another ruffian with green hair chimed. Li Qingming felt a bit bemused. Surely, such phrases were not part of their vernacular. How did they manage to survive in society? You'll be beaten so badly that even your parents won't recognize you, he replied somewhat helplessly. That line is brilliant. A true master's words carry weight, the ruffians cheered, clapping their hands in delight. From now on, if anyone dares to challenge us, I'll beat them so badly that their parents won't recognize them, the ruffian with yellow hair declared with a laugh. The others joined in uproarious laughter. Suppressing his disdain, Li Qingming hastily made his exit. Wait, little master, wait. But the 5 surrounded him, blocking his path. What do you want? Li Qingming asked with suspicion. Little master, we have an idea. You see, in this place, where dragons and snakes intertwine, trouble is always lurking. With your soul-stirring broth gaining such popularity, it will undoubtedly attract unsavory characters who might take advantage. Just like that fellow over there. The ruffian with multicolored hair pointed at old Wang, who lay groaning on the ground. Upon hearing those words, Lao Wang trembled once more, as some repugnant, murky liquid dripped from a certain spot. However, he truly felt like weeping. Despite his current predicament, he wondered how he had once again attracted their ire. If Li Qingming could hear his unspoken thoughts, he would surely say, "You've become an innocent victim." Fortunately, these ruffians were merely making a point, without any overt malice. So, what do you mean? Li Qingming inquired, his brow furrowing in concern. He had an inkling of what these thugs were plotting. Here's the thing. If we encounter troublemakers again, what shall we do? The little master here is an educated individual, obviously of a higher caliber than us. So it would be inappropriate to resort to violence. That as for the limping gentleman, his physical condition renders him incapable as well. The colorful-haired thug recalled Li Qingming's defense of Uncle Xiang and hastily altered his usual address, making an awkward adjustment that left him breathless. Thus, we are willing to protect this heartfelt chicken soup from being sullied by those scoundrels. The colorful-haired thug declared that Li Qingming frowned. Then state your conditions. At this moment, despite his reluctance, he could not outright refuse. Earlier, he had rallied the crowd, applying pressure on these ruffians to prevent any damage. However, such a tactic could only be employed once or twice. To truly offend these thugs would invite monumental trouble, provided their conditions were not excessively unreasonable. Li Qingming was open to finding an alternative solution. After all, one must make concessions when under a roof. Little master, our demands are not high. All we ask is for a bowl of chicken soup each day. Of course, if you make a profit in the future, a little drinking money for us brothers would be appreciated, the colorful-haired thug obsequiously stated. We are not extorting you. We merely wish to savor the little master's chicken soup daily. Moreover, we can assist in promoting it. Our previous performance was rather impressive. Wouldn't you agree? Several small thugs chuckled in agreement. Their earlier antics had indeed been exaggerated, all in pursuit of reaching an agreement with Li Qingming. Such a proposition, Li Qingming stroked his chin, contemplating. After a moment, he nodded in response to the slightly anxious gazes of the 5 small thugs. Very well. As long as you ensure my operational safety, I am willing to accept both of your requests. However, I must stress that I am here to promote my hometown's cuisine, and I do not wish to attract unnecessary trouble. Therefore, it would be best if you refrain from causing any disturbances here, lest you fail to protect my safety and instead bring calamity upon me. Li Qingming laid down his terms. Agreed. Whatever the little master says, we will comply. No problem. The 5 thugs were visibly excited. They were not foolish. The heartfelt chicken soup was exceedingly delectable, and the profits would undoubtedly be substantial. Although no specific figures were mentioned, they knew that the more they earned, the less they would fear receiving less in return. Should they be given a meager sum, well, they would not hesitate to act dishonorably. They were experienced in dealing with merchants solely focused on profit. Li Qingming understood that complications would inevitably arise. However, this was merely a temporary expedient, for he had no choice but to rely on this as the initial base for his development, that he had learned about the culinary landscape of this world through Uncle Xiang. Due to the limited offerings of fried chicken and fries, opening a restaurant was not as simple as one might hope, and if it were, everyone would be in the business. And who would actually make a profit? Therefore, to establish a restaurant, one must possess requisite qualifications that are in the legitimate realm. One must obtain a business license from the government that are in the underworld. One must gain the approval of existing restaurant owners. Otherwise, trouble would ensue. If one cannot resolve matters through official channels, there is no need to elaborate that as for private negotiations, without the consent of restaurant owners. One should prepare for a barrage of problems that are in simpler terms. The situation felt akin to the martial arts school scenario. One cannot simply open a martial arts school on a whim. This was even more complicated. The only places permitted to operate freely were designated night markets by the government. Yet one could only set up a stall rather than establish a formal restaurant. Thus, given Li Qingming's current circumstances, starting a legitimate restaurant posed significant challenges. Moreover, a mere bowl of chicken soup was insufficient. Li Qingming returned to the stall, just in time to see Uncle Xiang pouring the last drop of chicken soup into a small bowl, filling it only halfway. Nonetheless, the recipient wore a blissful expression, blowing gently before downing it in one gulp. Meanwhile, those behind him were all lamenting and expressing their frustration. I apologize, everyone. There is only so much soup available to those waiting in line. I sincerely regret the inconvenience, Uncle Xiang said, pointing helplessly to the clean bottom of the pot. Is it truly gone? Perhaps you could check if there's any left, protested a rotund man who had finally reached the front of the line after more than an hour, his face a mask of despair. Chapter 29. Even the pot water is delicious. After such a long wait, to find it empty was utterly absurd, especially since those around him were savoring the aromatic chicken soup. the rich scent lingering in the closed alley. The air was thick with the delightful aroma of the broth, making it all the more unbearable for the hungry man. "Could you please check again?" "Uncle," the portly man pleaded, his eyes filled with longing. His desire could be likened to the idiom, longing with all one's heart. Of course, Li Qingming would never voice such sentiments aloud. The commotion had already reached a fever pitch. And he certainly did not want to draw undue suspicion that if the federal government were to investigate his hometown, and he could not provide precise details, it would spell disaster. "There is truly none left. Look, it's completely clean." Uncle Xiong held the pot aloft. The rotund man peered inside, and indeed, it was spotless, not a single drop remaining. His expression fell, mirrored by the dismay of the surrounding crowd. After such a lengthy wait, to have it all come to naught was disheartening. Watching those who had enjoyed the chicken soup relishing its flavor was a bitter pill to swallow. "Fear not, everyone. We will prepare more tomorrow. I sincerely apologize for today," Li Qingming announced. As the saying goes, a good broth is worth the wait. There is no need for such distress, since I promised you all a week of complimentary heartfelt chicken soup. I shall certainly uphold that promise. Those who had tasted it wore expressions of anticipation that a small cup was simply not enough. The flavor lingered in their bellies, but their mouths craved more. It felt akin to Zhu Beiji's insatiable desire for ginseng fruit. Nothing short of insatiable. Naturally, they would return tomorrow, and even arrive early. "Little master, could you perhaps provide a larger bowl tomorrow? This small bowl is simply insufficient. It leaves one wanting more. The flavor barely touched my palate before it was gone." Those who had partaken voiced their dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, those who had not yet tasted the soup began to shout. "What are you shouting about? You all had your share today, while we have yet to experience its delight. You want larger bowls? That one tea do. Little master, tomorrow, the first serving should go to those of us who haven't tasted it yet," the portly man exclaimed indignantly. Yes, we should go first. Those who missed out today should be prioritized." The crowd rallied behind him, clamoring for their turn. Li Qingming smiled gently. "Very well. Those who queued today should stand in their original order. And could someone please take a photo for record keeping? Tomorrow, we will continue serving according to this order. Once you have had your fill, it will then be the turn of those waiting tomorrow," Li Qingming instructed. Originally, the line had begun to disperse, but upon hearing Li Qingming's words, the clamoring individuals quickly formed an orderly queue once more, creating a long line. Cameras flashed, illuminating the dim alley as if it were daylight. "Ladies and gentlemen, we shall take our leave now. Until tomorrow, I will return promptly at 7 a.m. Li Qingming and Uncle Xiong began to tidy up. The crowd reluctantly dispersed, but the portly man remained, looking conflicted as he watched the busy Li Qingming and Uncle Xiong. His lips parting as if to speak, only to hesitate. Finally, unable to contain himself, he whispered, "Could you perhaps heat some water to rinse the pot? While the flavor may differ greatly, at least it would allow us to taste something." The portly man's voice was soft, yet his clear tone carried, and many eager to depart overheard him. Instantly, a throng of disappointed individuals gathered around. Yes, just rinse it with hot water. Who hasn't tasted pot water at home?" A chorus of voices chimed in. This was a slum, and those surrounding them were impoverished, despite the affordable prices. For yuan for a basic meal of fried chicken and fries, many could not indulge daily. For the truly destitute, their typical meal consisted of a bit of rice noodles accompanied by assorted flavored fries, washed down with a light vegetable broth. Everyone knew that the initial broth was the richest and most nutritious. To ensure their children received the best, the first servings were the most concentrated. Once the children had their fill, the adults would dilute it with hot water for their own consumption. While the taste might be lacking, it was certainly preferable to plain water. Furthermore, there was oil on top that should not be wasted. With the chicken soup now gone, the pot still bore traces of grease that a quick rinse would surely yield a delightful flavor. Li Qingming was genuinely astonished. Was it truly necessary to go to such lengths? Even the pot water was being sought after. The pitiful gazes of the crowd genuinely softened Li Qingming's heart. This is truly too lamentable. Xiaoming, why not fulfill everyone's wishes? Otherwise, it does seem rather wasteful. Uncle Xiong also suggested from the side. Such days of boiling hot pot water were hardly remarkable in this slum. They were exceedingly commonplace. After all, what else could one expect from a slum? Li Qingming covered his face. Everyone, this is merely hot pot water. He truly felt reluctant to allow others to drink this broth, which was merely the remnants of his chicken soup. Master, even if it's just hot pot water, we still wish to partake, the crowd insisted, nodding in agreement. But Li Qingming felt overwhelmed. Master, we want to drink, the crowd called out in unison. Very well. It seems even hot pot water has become a luxury. A loss for words, he thought. Since everyone is eager to partake, let them do so. After all, it is merely boiled water, of little value. Subsequently, Uncle Xiang poured a bottle of water into the pot and scrubbed it vigorously. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, he managed to produce several dozen bowls of what he dubbed soulful chicken soup hot pot water. Each person held a bowl of this soulful chicken soup hot pot water, blowing on it before downing it in one gulp. Was it delicious? Li Qingming refrained from tasting it. He knew all too well that such broth was unlikely to be palatable. Delicious, truly delightful. This is far better than any chicken soup. The chorus of praise from the crowd left Li Qingming utterly speechless. Good heavens, even hot pot water is deemed delicious. Yet he himself remains unwealthy. Li Qingming marveled at the scarcity of culinary culture in this world and delighted in the fact that he had finally arrived at a springtime in his life. In an era where even a pot of chicken soup broth could be so enjoyable, if he could not become a culinary deity, he might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. After they had completely drained the hot pot water, the crowd reluctantly departed. The two quickly tidied up before setting off for home. Meanwhile, the online buzz had already begun to swell. Chapter 30. Regret not drinking chicken soup just moments ago. The post titled Gazing at the Stars at a 45-degree angle had spread like wildfire across Weibo during this brief period that it piqued immense curiosity as so many individuals gazing at the stars at a 45-degree angle. While beside them stood a group of weeping people. What could it possibly mean? In this age of advanced information and heightened curiosity, such a photograph was bound to ignite fervent discussion across the internet. At this moment, the individual who posted the photo finally regained his senses, witnessing the thousands of shares and countless comments on his Weibo, and he couldn't help but burst into joy. For an ordinary person, such attention on Weibo was unprecedented, and receiving so many comments was simply unimaginable to that moment. It felt akin to a volcanic eruption. Haha, you didn't know, did you? This is not some performance art, nor is it a microfilm. Let me tell you, it's because we all drink a bowl of soup. A bowl of soup called soulful chicken soup. The man laughed heartily. And let me whisper to you, this chicken soup is absolutely delicious. Not only is the soup delectable, but its creator is a remarkable individual, the young master declared. What you drink is chicken soup, but what you savor is life. The entire Weibo community erupted once more. What? Chicken soup? Is it really because of the chicken soup that all this happened? Is it that significant? Who hasn't had chicken soup before? Indeed, blogger, are you trying to create a gimmick? How bad could chicken soup possibly be to elicit such a reaction? Could it be that this particular chicken soup is so terrible that it caused people to cry? Laughter erupted from the crowd. Exactly. It must be horrendously bad. I bet the blogger's soup is also dreadful. They just saying this on purpose. Various comments ridiculed the chicken soup. How could there possibly be good chicken soup in this world? However, another sentiment emerged, reflecting on the creator of the chicken soup and their profound words. What you drink is chicken soup, but what you savor is life. What kind of experiences must one possess to articulate such wisdom? I suspect the creator of the chicken soup is at least in their 40s, perhaps even in their 50s. A person without sufficient life experience could hardly express such sentiments. Indeed, they must have undergone years of societal trials, their hair graying, their eyes imbued with a sense of weariness. Merely standing there, one can tell they are a person full of stories. Various comments gradually shifted focus from the pot of chicken soup to the profound phrase, "What you drink is chicken soup, but what you savor is life." How philosophical, how thought-provoking. Yet, life has a way of repeatedly slapping one in the face. As discussions raged online, yet another Weibo post emerged. This post was particularly peculiar, containing only a title, "For Words," devoid of any textual content, accompanied solely by an image. The title read, a feast for the eyes, and the photograph depicted a female student, Xiaoxue, captured in a moment of pure ecstasy after drinking the chicken soup. These 4 words, uttered by Li Qingming, combined with the image, rendered Xiaoxue, who was otherwise an ordinary passerby, remarkably striking. While not conventionally beautiful, the combination of her mildly flushed cheeks and the phrase "a feast for the eyes" created a powerful impact. A feast for the eyes. How beautifully articulated. Countless individuals began to chant these 4 words, and curiously, the more they repeated them, the more they felt that the woman in the photograph embodied the sentiment, growing increasingly fond of her. Who is she? Someone finally couldn't contain their curiosity. Previously deemed unremarkable, in contrast to the countless internet celebrities flaunting their images, this girl began to stand out at this moment. She appeared increasingly attractive, more captivating with each glance. The phrase "a feast for the eyes" was indeed a perfect match. Who is she? Amid the flood of inquiries, an investigation quickly commenced. What? She captured this moment after drinking the soulful chicken soup? No way. How could she possibly look so enchanting? Naturally, the online community was skeptical. How could drinking a bowl of chicken soup transform someone into a paragon of beauty? If that were the case, no one would have seen anyone become beautiful merely from drinking chicken soup. Moreover, chicken soup is notoriously unpalatable. Still claiming chicken soup is terrible. You must be out of touch. Do you know what soulful chicken soup is? If not, it's no wonder you are unaware. But if you go your entire life without tasting it, that would undoubtedly be your greatest regret. Not drinking a bowl of soulful chicken soup means you've lived in vain. Those who had sampled the soup began to showcase their experiences. Do you know what it feels like to sip soulful chicken soup? Even before tasting it, a fragrance rushes into your nostrils, flowing down your throat, through your lungs, and finally reaching your stomach, spreading an aroma throughout your body, as if every pore is awakened. Then, as you take another sip, a warm current flows down your throat, exploding in your stomach, the exquisite flavor of chicken soup radiating from your very core, enveloping you in warmth. Moreover, this delightful sensation reaches the deepest recesses of your soul, prompting memories of the past you least wish to forget. That I in that moment. You understand why it is said, what you drink is chicken soup, but what you savor is life. Various forms of adulation sent the entire internet into a frenzy. No way. How could chicken soup possibly taste this good? I refuse to believe it. Don't believe me. If I were the only one saying this, you could call me a liar. Now, hundreds have tasted it and declared it delicious. Even those who merely caught a whiff of the chicken soup agree. Could this be a ruse? The internet had truly descended into madness. Then on the other side, after enduring traffic congestion, the weary secretary arrived home only to receive a call from his boss. Lu Chang, you need to come over immediately. Lu Chang's voice was thick with displeasure. The secretary dared not inquire further. From his years of experience as a secretary, he sensed that his boss was quite dissatisfied. Thus, disregarding his exhaustion, he hastily drove back to Lu Chang's villa as he entered. Despite his fatigue, the sight of Lu Chang's ashen face sent a chill down his spine. "Be boss," the secretary whispered. Lu Chang regarded him coldly, scrutinizing him for a long moment, causing the secretary's back to grow cold. "I have always been quite satisfied with your work, but this time, you have left me deeply disappointed." After a long pause, Lu Chang spoke in a flat tone. Though his words were calm, their weight was palpable at this moment. The secretary nearly faltered, collapsing into a chair. "Lu, what have I done wrong? Please enlighten me. I shall rectify it at once," he implored. Head bowed. Chapter 31. New dish. Take a look at the news. Lu Chang said coolly, gesturing to the chair beside him. "Sit down and read. Then tell me where you went astray. Read the news. What on earth has happened?" The secretary quickly pulled out his phone to check. Upon seeing the news, he was struck dumb, cold sweat pouring down his back. "Lu, when I left, nothing was happening there. I truly had no idea it would escalate to such proportions. And how could soulful chicken soup possibly be so good?" he exclaimed in shock at that moment. It was not merely cold sweat. It felt as though he had been suddenly thrown into a hot frying pan, every bit of ice within him melting away. "Mr. Lu, I will personally keep an eye on things tomorrow. Should anything occur, I will inform you immediately," the secretary hastily apologized. How could he have known that this young man had concocted a metaphorical chicken soup for the soul? Moreover, it was currently trending explosively on Weibo. It had already spread like wildfire, with countless individuals singing its praises, almost to the point of mindless adulation. It seems you still do not comprehend. Mr. Liu shook his head. This left the secretary bewildered. What exactly was the president implying? What was it that he did not understand? Is it because those ruffians are causing trouble? The secretary ventured after some thought. That it seemed that Weibo had indeed mentioned some troublemakers who were subdued by a bowl of this proverbial soup. Lu Chong furrowed his brow once more, gazing at the secretary, who was sweating profusely and stammering, shaking his head repeatedly. You usually appear quite astute. Why are you so slow-witted today? Lu Chong sighed. The secretary felt on the verge of tears. What had he failed to do? What else could he possibly improve? As for this chicken soup for the soul, I care not what methods you employ. But you must bring me a bowl of it tomorrow. Lu Chong was compelled to speak. Ah! The secretary was taken aback. Their CEO was typically the epitome of composure, often referred to as the calm president by outsiders. No matter the situation, he remained unfazed. Yet this time, what was different? Seeing the flicker of uncertainty in the secretary's eyes, Lu Chong knew exactly what he was pondering. Hurry! I don't care what means you use. Just ensure you bring me a bowl of that chicken soup for the soul. I must taste it, Lu Chong commanded. Yes, I will definitely bring it to you tomorrow, Mr. Liu. The secretary instantly regained his composure, thumping his chest in affirmation. Is there anything else you wish to instruct me on? Mr. Liu? The secretary inquired. No, that's all. You may leave. Lu Chong waved his hand. However, just as the secretary was about to turn and depart, Lu Chong added, Oh, and regarding this young master, gather a collection of his quotes once you ascertain what they are. Understood. Mr. Liu, the secretary nodded. Quotes. As Lu Chong perused the Weibo posts mentioning phrases such as repay malice with justice, repay kindness with kindness, he fell into contemplation. He vaguely recalled a legendary figure from long ago. That individual had risen from nothing, establishing a business on his own and quickly ascending to become a titan in the business world, creating a mythos in the process. However, the specifics of that person's life seemed to have been entirely obscured by history. No one truly knew what had transpired in the past, which piqued Lu Chang's curiosity. Yet this curiosity was merely a personal interest, a pursuit of knowledge. At this moment, he found it astonishing that this bowl of chicken soup could attract such widespread adoration. Especially given a particular post that declared, this chicken soup was undoubtedly the finest in the world. Even the broth surpassed any other kind of soup. This comment had garnered hundreds of likes, accompanied by numerous testimonies praising the broth's exquisite flavor. Such exaggeration, but Lu Chong had to admit he was intrigued. After reaching a certain level of success, one tends to desire less. Yet culinary delights, which are typically the least anticipated, had unexpectedly captured his attention. This unprecedented chicken soup had genuinely stirred his interest. Meanwhile, Jiang Fugui, upon hearing about the soup, looked utterly astonished. Chicken soup for the soul. It's merely a bowl of broth. How could it cause such a commotion? Tomorrow, bring me a bowl, that I must see just how delightful it truly is. Jiang Fugui commanded his subordinates that as a businessman, he understood the vast potential volatility behind such phenomena. Now, due to this chicken soup, countless individuals were drawn in by the online fervor, although such praise had also given rise to skepticism. After all, soup is just soup. No matter how delicious, it remains broth. Being doubted was entirely reasonable. But what if it truly was exceptional? What if this young man had genuinely developed an extraordinarily delicious soup? From Jiang Fugui's perspective, it could quickly become a global sensation that if Lu Chong were to lend his support. It was conceivable that within 3 years, he could amass a fortune rivaling Jiang Fugui's own. Considering the young man's claim of 10 yuan per small bowl, with billions of people worldwide consuming one bowl daily. How much would that amount to? Just contemplating that figure made Jiang Fugui break into a cold sweat. If this chicken soup were indeed that remarkable, a serpent-like glimmer flickered in his eyes. He was not one to be constrained by conventional methods at that moment. Li Qingming remained blissfully unaware that this bowl of soup had attracted considerable external interest. After all, he had no mobile phone. Neither did his uncle. Phones were expensive, and though the monthly fees were not exorbitant, they still represented a financial burden. His uncle was reluctant to spend. Upon returning home, Li Qingming quickly freshened up and then pulled his uncle aside. "What is it, Xiaoming?" his uncle asked, noticing the serious expression on Li Qingming's face. "Uncle, I am sorry. Due to my personal decision, we will be giving away chicken soup for free for the next week, which means our finances will be quite tight," Li Qingming apologized. "Xiaoming, don't say such things. You are doing this for my sake." His uncle became a bit agitated. He had never blamed Li Qingming for this decision and was instead profoundly grateful. After all, it had preserved his daughter's reputation. "Uncle, how much do we have left? Will we be able to sustain this free distribution of soup for the next few days?" Li Qingming then inquired. "Xiaoming, you need not worry. I still have some savings that a week's worth will be no problem. Even a month would suffice. After all, the cost of chicken soup is significantly lower than that of fried chicken and fries," his uncle replied cheerfully. "Uncle, I have an idea." Li Qingming's eyes lit up. "This chicken soup is merely an appetizer for health. Strictly speaking, it isn't a full dish that I want to develop a new dish." "A new dish? So soon?" His uncle was taken aback. "Yes. The method for making chicken soup is quite simple. In terms of culinary skills in this world, they are notoriously difficult to master that I suspect they will soon attempt to replicate my chicken soup recipe. Therefore, it will be challenging for us to make substantial profits. At best, we might make a quick buck. Thus, this chicken soup serves merely as a stepping stone, a means to pry open the tightly sealed doors of the restaurant industry." Li Qingming articulated deliberately. "A stepping stone." His uncle's mind buzzed. Such delicious chicken soup was merely a means to an end. It was hard for him to fathom. To him, just holding on to this chicken soup would yield considerable profits. According to his earlier calculations, selling 1,000 bowls a day at 10 yuan each would result in 10,000 yuan. With costs barely reaching 200 to taking a 20% cut, he would still pocket nearly 2,000 a day. Over a month, that would amount to 60,000 yuan, equivalent to several years of his prior earnings, that if he could earn that easily, he could buy a house and retire comfortably. But this was merely a stepping stone. "Xiaoming, my heart can't take this. Can't we just settle for a modest profit?" his uncle suggested. Li Qingming shook his head that if he were on Earth, he might have chosen to be content. But in this world, he craved a larger stage. After all, he possessed the potential for greatness. "Uncle, I understand your concerns, but I am still young. I want to strive for something more." Li Qingming did not elaborate further, falling into a brief silence. "Xiaoming, you are my only family now. Whatever you choose to pursue, I will support you." His uncle pondered for a moment, took a deep breath, and resolved to make the most significant decision of his life. Subsequently, he rummaged through a hidden drawer and produced a card. "Xiaoming, this card contains 3,486.3 yuan, which I had saved. Now, it is yours. You possess knowledge and insight. I trust you." His uncle placed the card into Li Qingming's hand. Li Qingming took a deep breath, avoiding excessive sentimentality, that he would remember this kindness and repay it tenfold, 100-fold. "Uncle, before I develop my new dish, I have a few questions I would like to ask. I haven't had the time until now, and since we still have some time today, let's discuss over a drink." Li Qingming set up a folding table, retrieved some liquor, and poured for both of them. "Xiaoming, feel free to ask whatever you wish," his uncle said, taking a small sip and squinting in enjoyment. "Uncle, why is it that this world only has fried chicken and fries? What has caused this? And has it really been this way for hundreds of years? Also, what are the regulations governing the restaurant industry? What qualifications do we need to open a restaurant?" Li Qingming inquired with curiosity. He had asked similar questions before, but his uncle's answers had been vague that time. His uncle had been in a poor mood, and Li Qingming had refrained from pressing for more information. Today was the perfect opportunity to gather detailed answers. Clarifying these matters would enable him to formulate his upcoming plans. "Regarding the culinary landscape, I am not entirely sure, to be honest. What I know is that our world has survived following a catastrophic event. I cannot say what that catastrophe was, only that our world underwent a radical transformation and our dietary habits changed accordingly. As for why this is so, I do not know. No one cares about that. Who is concerned with history? As long as we can eat and stay warm, that is sufficient," his uncle said while sipping his drink. That Li Qingming shrugged. That it was understandable that someone of his uncle's background would be unaware. It seemed he would need to visit a library or some other place to investigate further. Otherwise, this situation was indeed puzzling. Why was it like this? Moreover, many spices were absent. He would have to seek out information regarding their absence. Is it because the people in this world are unaware of those spices? Or have they gone extinct, or perhaps they simply never existed? Li Qingming inquired. Well, is there only one type of poultry in this world, a chicken? Yes, just this one. Then there are numerous wild animals. However, their numbers are few, and they are all protected by law. As for the reason, I am not certain, Uncle Xiang replied, struggling to clarify. For quite some time, in his view, this was simply how the world was, but he could not explain why. Li Qingming pursed his lips, feeling somewhat thwarted in his culinary endeavors. Nevertheless, he believed it could be resolved. What about crops? Are they the same? He asked again. Well, Xiaoming, I truly have no clarity on this matter. Whatever you can purchase in the market comprises everything we have, Uncle Xiang lamented. Patting his forehead in exasperation, Li Qingming's inquiries were beyond his comprehension. What are the regulations for the culinary industry? Li Qingming pressed on. At last, this question touched upon a topic Uncle Xiang was familiar with. In the catering industry, you must obtain a professional qualification certificate from the government, which involves passing multiple assessments concerning health, sourcing channels, and qualification checks for personnel. Only then can you acquire the certificate. Theoretically, you can set up a restaurant anywhere. However, you must undergo Michelin's assessment and achieve a star rating before you can open. Otherwise, disruptions will ensue. At the very least, you need to secure a 1-star rating. As for the highest, I've heard there are 5-star establishments. Beyond that, I am not well informed. In short, opening a restaurant is quite a hassle. Uncle Xiang continued, his headache persisting. Li Qingming posed additional questions, but most remained unanswered, as Uncle Xiang's knowledge was constrained by his social standing. Regardless, this exchange granted Li Qingming a general understanding of this world, catastrophes, professional certificates, and Michelin. He muttered these terms, glancing at Uncle Xiang, who had now indulged himself in drink. With a helpless shake of his head, Li Qingming assisted Uncle Xiang to bed and returned to the light of his lamp, contemplating the intricate details of his dish. Admittedly, until now, he had merely consumed food. To truly master its preparation was no simple feat. He needed to meticulously consider the cooking times, the spices, and the ingredients, all while being mindful of his limited finances. Moreover, many items were unavailable in this world. Once again, he relied solely on himself, while Uncle Xiang could rest. He had to strive for his future. After all, he was barely managing to establish a foothold. The state of his existence was precarious at best. After the clock struck, Li Qingming set an alarm and succumbed to fatigue. When dawn broke, the alarm rang, prompting Li Qingming to spring out of bed. At this hour, Uncle Xiang remained in deep slumber. However, familiar with the local market, Li Qingming no longer required Uncle Xiang's guidance. With ease, he navigated to the bustling marketplace, purchasing the necessary chicken for the day, followed by 1,000 eggs. The eggs were reasonably priced at 3 for 1 yuan, making the purchase quite economical. He then acquired various jars and containers to store the eggs. By the time he finished this flurry of activity, day had fully dawned, and the surrounding populace began to rise for work. Li Qingming then hurried to a nearby mobile phone store, spending 1,000 yuan to acquire 2 phones. By the time he returned home, Uncle Xiang had also awakened. Chapter 33. Chicken soup with cabbage. There was no avoiding it. Uncle Xiang was roused by the knock of someone delivering eggs. Xiaoming, my heavens, why did you buy so many eggs? And what are all these jars for? Are they for the eggs? Uncle Xiang gazed at the mound of eggs with a troubled expression. Their dwelling was too small to accommodate such a quantity. Li Qingming slapped his forehead, realizing he had not considered the limitations of their space. So eager was he to experiment with his dish that he neglected to account for their cramped quarters. Uncle, could you assist me in renting a larger place? This is indeed too small for my culinary explorations, Li Qingming proposed. However, after purchasing all these items and the 2 phones, I only have a little over 200 yuan left. Will that suffice? Uncle Xiang was momentarily taken aback, but he had painstakingly saved for half a year, and in the blink of an eye, his funds had dwindled to a mere 200. My word, money does vanish swiftly. Yet, having entrusted the finances to Li Qingming, he would not question how it was spent. All right, you must be exhausted from your efforts. Rest first. I'll find a place to rent. There are plenty of options nearby. Uncle Xiang quickly donned his clothes and rushed out. It wasn't long before he had secured a ground-floor apartment nearby. With confidence in the chicken soup and faith in Li Qingming, Uncle Xiang made what he considered the most extravagant decision of his life, renting a space of approximately 50 square meters. Xiao Ming, look, this will be our new home. 53 square meters. Isn't it spacious? It has 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. We can finally enjoy daily baths during the summer. Uncle Xiang exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Previously, their living conditions had been utterly deplorable, in a cramped room of merely a dozen square meters. There was no space for bathing, forcing them to seek solutions elsewhere. The oppressive heat of summer made their living situation unbearable. Yet, sleeping outdoors posed no threat from thieves, as poverty rendered such concerns moot. However, the abundance of mosquitoes was intolerable. Standing outside for mere minutes would result in a body covered in bites. Now, however, they could enjoy comfort and ample space. Most importantly, they could bathe at any time. Upon seeing the room, Uncle Xiang's eyes filled with tears. Had their previous living conditions not been so dire, perhaps his daughter would not have undergone such a drastic change in mindset. Poverty is indeed a terrifying thing. Uncle, rest assured, in the future, our residence will not only include a bathroom, but also a dedicated bathing space and even a swimming pool. We will reside in a villa, Li Qingming reassured him, patting Uncle Xiang's shoulder gently, that he understood Uncle Xiang's exhilaration. This represented a glimmer of hope in their lives that he could empathize with Uncle Xiang's tears, lamenting the plight of a man with such a daughter, tragic, sorrowful, and pitiable. Uncle, don't forget about me. Li Qingming chuckled. We are each other's only family. Indeed, I have you. Enough of this talk. Let's hurry and move. Uncle Xiang wiped his tears away, smiling broadly. After a flurry of activity, the two of them moved all their belongings, including the eggs and various jars, into their new home. After a refreshing wash, both stood in their new abode, feeling invigorated. The luxury of being able to bathe was truly delightful. By the way, Xiao Ming, I withdrew the remaining money from the card. I paid 1 month's rent and a month's deposit, leaving us with just over 300 yuan. That may not be enough. Uncle Xiang presented the card and remaining cash. The daily cost of chicken soup was over 130 yuan, and today marked the second day. They only had enough for 5 days, which would not suffice. Perhaps I should return my phone. What does an old man like me need with a smartphone? Uncle Xiang suggested, pointing to the unopened phone box. Li Qingming shook his head. Uncle, a phone is essential. Without one, communication will be inconvenient, and we risk becoming disconnected from this world. We must have a phone. As for the insufficient cash, I have a plan to address that, Li Qingming stated calmly. However, this remaining 300 yuan can still be useful. Uncle, do you know where I can procure these items? Li Qingming produced a list. Previously, he had not seen them at the market and had returned empty-handed. Uncle Xiang took the list and smiled sheepishly. I cannot read, so you'll have to explain, he admitted. Uncle, I need quicklime, tea leaves, salt, baking soda, yellow ochre, wood ash, yellow earth, and rice husks. Do we have those available? Li Qingming inquired. Uncle Xiang nodded after repeating the request a few times. I've made a note of everything. We have all of them. I just don't know what baking soda is. I'll ask around. With a sack in hand, Uncle Xiang ventured out. Meanwhile, Li Qingming began to simmer the chicken soup at home, with a larger space than before. The process of simmering the soup was far more comfortable. Previously, concocting chicken soup in a cramped room had been stifling. Now he could sit comfortably, invigorated by the refreshing ambience. During the simmering process, Li Qingming also opened his phone to explore the internet and gain insight into this world. In summary, it was not much different from the world he had known, as most essentials were available. The only notable absence was the rich culinary heritage and culture of China. As for the reasons behind this deficiency, he conducted a search. The answers provided by the search engine were still vague. It was said that humanity had endured a cataclysm, commonly referred to as the Great Catastrophe, which led to a severe scarcity of resources. Ultimately, under the leadership of human leaders, society emerged from the chaos. However, it seemed that many aspects of civilization were lacking, resulting in certain gaps in culture. Beyond that, further details were elusive. The search engine, intriguingly named Enwa, was a figure from Chinese mythology. Subsequently, Li Qingming perused news articles regarding the phenomenon of this chicken soup for the soul. Indeed, it had caused quite a stir, though primarily among the lower classes. Many netizens praised it, while white-collar workers largely dismissed it. As for those in higher echelons, it remained entirely unheard of. The media occasionally reported on it, but such coverage was limited to small snippets. After all, who would pay attention to the food of the impoverished? Which was merely chicken soup? In response, Li Qingming merely smiled, unconcerned. The less attention he received, the better it was for him. This way, he could earn a few more days of profit. Otherwise, if the entire populace were to focus on him, the secret behind this chicken soup would be compromised. Thus, he was eager to concoct a new dish, a unique recipe. At that moment, Uncle Xiang returned, burdened with bags. Xiaoming, aside from the alkaline flour, I couldn't find anything else. What dish are you planning to make? Uncle Xiang inquired. The Li Qingming smiled faintly. Superior broth cabbage, he declared succinctly. Chapter 34. The simpler, the more challenging superior broth cabbage. Uncle Xiang pondered, looking utterly perplexed. He had never even heard of such a dish. Li Qingming chuckled softly. Uncle, this is a very ordinary dish from my hometown. Yet despite its simplicity, achieving a delicious rendition is no easy feat. Li Qingming explained. Upon hearing this, Uncle Xiang's expression grew even more bewildered. Cooking is cooking. How could there be a distinction between simplicity and difficulty? Noticing Uncle Xiang's expression, Li Qingming smiled and refrained from elaborating. After all, the culinary culture in this world was severely lacking. And they could hardly comprehend that in Chinese cuisine, the simplest dishes often test a chef's skills the most. This humble dish was one that everyone frequently consumed, and they were thoroughly familiar with its taste. Thus, even a slight deviation in flavor would not go unnoticed. Moreover, due to the limited ingredients and seasonings required for such a simple dish, one must succeed on the first attempt, or the flavor would falter. Unlike elaborate dishes, which could be adjusted and salvaged through various techniques and additional ingredients, this was the crux of the matter, that in his original world, Li Qingming would never have dared to attempt this dish. However, in this world, it was entirely different. Even if his rendition turned out poorly, it would still be regarded as a culinary delight by them. What is this superior broth cabbage made from? Is it made with eggs? Uncle Xiang speculated. Li Qingming shook his head. No, to make superior broth cabbage, the most crucial ingredient is currently unavailable on the market. Therefore, I must produce it myself. Li Qingming stated. Unavailable on the market? Produce it yourself? Uncle Xiang was utterly astonished. Isn't that just boasting? Uncle, is there truly no alkaline flour? Is there anything similar? Li Qingming pressed on without answering. The key ingredient for superior broth cabbage was century egg, which was non-existent in this world, prompting Li Qingming to attempt to pickle it himself. This could be considered his exclusive secret, distinctly different from chicken soup, as it could not be replicated. The role of alkaline flour in the century eggs preparation was paramount. Century eggs utilize the property of egg proteins denaturing in an alkaline solution to transform into a resilient solid, enhancing their smoothness and palatability. Without alkaline flour, the process would become quite troublesome, and the flavor would suffer significantly. Alkaline? Would industrial alkali work? I've never heard of alkaline flour. Uncle Xiang inquired that he was familiar with industrial alkali, but was hesitant to purchase it without Li Qingming's approval, as it was lethal. After contemplating, Li Qingming recalled a report he had once read, warning that century eggs contain numerous industrial elements, suggesting they could be carcinogenic and advising against consumption. That article had faced considerable backlash. According to those so-called experts, one should refrain from eating anything at all, as everything could potentially be cancerous. One might as well just drink water. Yet some experts claimed that even regular water posed its own issues. Thus, the conclusion was that expert opinions were akin to nonsense, unworthy of belief. All right, get some industrial alkali, but not too much, and uncle, buy it discreetly and from a distance. Li Qingming instructed in a hushed tone. The food regulations in this world were exceedingly strict, and he wanted to avoid any trouble. Is this really all right? Uncle Xiang questioned, though he turned and hurried off once more, returning with a bag of industrial alkali. After receiving the alkali from Uncle Xiang, Li Qingming began the pickling process that he had eaten numerous century eggs throughout his life and had seen his family pickle them, but this was his first time attempting it himself. Hence, he had purchased 1,000 eggs to experiment with various methods. Of course, century eggs are traditionally made with duck eggs, but with only chicken eggs available, he had to make do with what he had. During Uncle Xiang's absence, Li Qingming had already washed all the eggs thoroughly and placed them into various jars. At this moment, he divided the industrial alkali into different proportions and added it to each jar filled with eggs, along with salt, hot water, and finally, some ash mixed with rice husks. After sealing them, the process of making century eggs was complete. Uncle Xiang watched in astonishment that he found the entire procedure utterly incredible. Xiaoming, won't the eggs spoil like this? They'll go bad in just 2 or 3 days. Uncle Xiang exclaimed. Visibly distressed, he had always been frugal with food, even hesitating to add eggs to his meals. Now, witnessing 1,000 eggs being wasted like this, his heart ached. It felt as if something was tearing at his heart. Li Qingming smiled reassuringly. Uncle, rest assured, this is the only way to pickle century eggs. However, due to the lack of ingredients, I am unsure of the final outcome. As he explained, he meticulously recorded the proportions of each ingredient in the jars. This way, once the time was up, he would know which jar yielded the best results and could replicate that ratio in the future. Uncle Xiang remained in a state of daze. This was entirely beyond his expectations. Had Li Qingming not said it, he would have believed Li Qingming was losing his mind. Who could have imagined he was preparing ingredients? It was simply unfathomable. Xiaoming, this is undoubtedly a unique recipe. Uncle Xiang suddenly exclaimed with excitement. No one will dare to steal this secret from you. Though, I wonder how it will taste if chicken soup is this delicious. Then this should be even better. Li Qingming chuckled. How could one compare? Superior broth cabbage was indeed delightful, but it was difficult to rival chicken soup. Enjoying chicken soup in winter was a true indulgence. Yet chicken soup, with its rich and robust flavor, could become monotonous if consumed too frequently. You wouldn't drink it at every meal. However, when placed in this world, it evoked a sense of nostalgia and fervor. As for superior broth cabbage, it was one of the renowned dishes of Cantonese cuisine and could be enjoyed at every meal. Moreover, it was a dish, not merely a pot of soup. Uncle, it's about time. We should set off. Li Qingming stretched lazily to relieve his fatigue and, along with Uncle Xiang, cautiously loaded the chicken soup onto the cart before pushing it forward. Soon, they arrived at the night market stall. From a distance, they spotted a long queue. Before Li Qingming and the others could reach them, the queue erupted into exuberant cheers. Look, the little master has arrived, someone shouted, and immediately, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. The scene was reminiscent of a celebrity's entrance. Chapter 35, Selling Chicken Soup. This, Xiaoming, are they really welcoming us? Uncle Xiang's legs trembled. He had never witnessed such a scene in his life, and it was somewhat daunting. Uncle, don't panic. They are indeed welcoming us. Li Qingming remained calm and composed. Of course, upon closer inspection, one could see him trembling slightly, equally astonished by the crowd's fervent reaction, which made him feel as though he were a superstar. Yet, despite his nervousness, he felt no fear, for he had this pot of chicken soup and the entirety of Chinese cuisine as his foundation. Little Master, greetings. Little Master, you've worked hard. Pushing the food cart forward, they were met with an overwhelming chorus of greetings. The long line of people expressed deep respect, their eyes gleaming with unabashed desire for chicken soup. Hey, this is... As Li Qingming approached the cart, he noticed that the prime location had already been monopolized by 5 ruffians with hair in various colors, occupying the positions that should have been shared by several late-night food stall owners. They were clearly dominating the area. Little Master, this side has been reserved for you. As soon as the 5 ruffians spotted Li Qingming, they hurried over with ingratiating smiles. This doesn't seem appropriate. Uncle Xiang glanced at the late-night food stall owners nearby, who looked outraged but dared not voice their displeasure. The rule here is that the spot belongs to whoever arrives first, wouldn't you agree? The ruffian with multicolored hair challenged, pointing at the disgruntled stall owners. Right, right. The late-night stall owners nodded, too intimidated to argue. Xiaoming, is this really appropriate? Uncle Xiang whispered to Li Qingming. Li Qingming frowned. These ruffians were asking for trouble. His brow furrowed. The shrewd little ruffians immediately sensed his discontent and loudly declared, Little master, this isn't us being inconsiderate or causing trouble, it's the public's wish. Isn't that right, everyone? The yellow-haired ruffian shouted toward the crowd. Yes, little master, just stay here. There's no need to change spots. That other area is too remote and dark. Not fitting for you and your chicken soup. Besides, we won't buy anything from them. We came here solely for your chicken soup. The crowd roared in unison, their voices resonating like thunder, shaking the night market. The distant stall owners fell silent, no longer daring to speak up. Little master, do hurry, there's no need to change locations. This spot is the best. Come, everyone, assist the little master in bringing down the chicken soup. The colorful-haired ruffian immediately directed the other thugs, moving tables and restoring order to calm the restless crowd. Observing this, Li Qingming shrugged. Uncle, stop overthinking. Since the rule here is first come, first served, when you were robbed, no one came to your aid. They merely watched the spectacle. Thus, when they are robbed by us today, it's merely poetic justice. Li Qingming was not as saintly as one might think, though he felt a twinge of guilt, as if he and his companions had become bullies. He acknowledged that this was the established rule of the game, and there was nothing further to discuss. Soon, the lid of the chicken soup pot was lifted, and the alluring aroma wafted through the air once more. The crowd began to stir again. However, this time, Li Qingming was the first to ladle out several bowls of chicken soup, and amidst the puzzled gazes of the onlookers, he approached the few night stall owners who had been robbed. Today, it was not my intention to take over your territory, but I have no shame in doing so. When you stood idly by as the uncle's territory was taken, it indicated your acceptance of the rules here. Nonetheless, I prefer to be kind. This bowl of chicken soup is not an apology, merely a gesture of friendship, that if you are willing, we can set up stalls together tomorrow. I will provide the chicken soup, and you can sell fried chicken and fries. Li Qingming articulated each word clearly. The night stall owners gazed at the bowl of chicken soup before them, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Yet his words stirred something within them, that Li Qingming only sold chicken soup which, while delicious, could not fill one's belly. Everyone still needed staple food, didn't they? If they collaborated, their business prospects would be promising. Let us be friends. The night stall owner said nothing further and drank the bowl of chicken soup in one gulp. The comforting essence of the soup began to spread through them. With tears in their eyes, the owners stood aside, silently savoring the exquisite flavor of their first rich chicken soup. The future seemed bright. Li Qingming returned to the stall. That moment, a round of applause erupted. Everyone had witnessed his actions and understood their significance. This little master was indeed a remarkable individual. Had it been another, with the support of so many people, they would have likely become arrogant or felt guilty and uncomfortable. Yet, his handling of the situation was impeccably balanced. Now, may those who queued yesterday come forward to continue receiving their chicken soup, Li Qingming instructed. Soon, yesterday's scene replayed itself. Those who had tasted the chicken soup closed their eyes in bliss, while those who had yet to partake looked on eagerly. Those who had already enjoyed the soup silently counted the number of people ahead, wondering if today would be their turn. Just a small bowl, truth be told, was hardly enough to satisfy. Just as they began to crave more, it was gone. How tantalizing. However, at this moment, the most anxious were two groups of people. One group was Lu Cheng's secretary, who was determined to bring chicken soup home today, that he had arrived early to queue, only to find a long line waiting when he got there. He now occupied the last position, uncertain if he would even be served. The other group consisted of Jiang Fugui's subordinates. They had just arrived and, seeing the throngs waiting for chicken soup, realized they likely wouldn't be served. However, from the outset, they had no intention of queuing. Jiang Fugui's men strode directly toward Li Qingming. Hey, gentlemen, please queue up. Red-haired thug noticed their approach and, sensing trouble, quickly donned a smile. The burly man, however, paid him no heed. "We want to buy a bowl of chicken soup to go. How much is it?" One of them, wearing sunglasses and exuding an air of intimidation, questioned with disdain. Such contempt was quite normal to them, that in their eyes, the slums were merely a den of filth. In a place like this, what kind of boss could there be? The so-called fame was merely that of a chicken soup vendor. Did they expect to be addressed as boss? Selling chicken soup, fried chicken, clothing, or drinks was merely a derogatory term for doing business in the slums. Li Qingming frowned slightly, but said nothing more, merely gesturing toward the line. "Chicken soup is being given away, not sold. Therefore, please queue up." The yellow-haired and green-haired thugs, responsible for maintaining order, quickly arrived. "I say, gentlemen, this chicken soup is not for sale, but rather a gift. So please queue." Their tone was exceedingly polite, yet the murmurs of discontent from the crowd could be heard. However, these men seemed more formidable than the ruffians, so most merely protested quietly, not daring to say more. The burly man, however, did not even spare a glance at the thugs, focusing solely on Li Qingming. "Rules are made by people. Chicken soup vendor, one bowl of chicken soup costs $1,000. The man in sunglasses placed a stack of money directly on the table, his eyes gleaming with contempt and mockery. "What rules? Money can buy anything." The crowd waiting for soup gasped collectively. Such audacity. A small bowl of chicken soup for $1,000? This might just set a record for soup prices. According to reports from Michelin-starred restaurants, the most expensive bowl of soup indeed exceeded 1,000 yuan. But that was for a full serving, not such a diminutive bowl that if one were to compare, this price would undoubtedly eclipse all others. The little master was surely thriving. The onlookers in the slums marveled. 1,000 yuan was no small sum. Just one small bowl could yield such profit. How enviable! The surrounding stall owners gazed with envy, pondering how long they would have to toil day and night to earn that much. Just a small bowl of soup could bring in such wealth. How astonishing! The uncle looked at the $1,000, feeling a mix of shock and joy. Who would have thought a small bowl of soup could earn 1,000? Ha! This was exhilarating. Now there was no worry about being short on cash at this moment. Someone snapped a photo and shared it online, triggering a frenzy that a small bowl of soup for 1,000 yuan. Was there anything more outrageous? Just then, the burly man reached out to grab the soup, but was deftly evaded by Li Qingming, who instead handed it to a previously disappointed individual. "What do you mean by this, chicken soup vendor?" the cold man inquired icily. "I'm here to give out soup, not sell it. Moreover, all soup must be consumed on site. No takeout allowed." Li Qingming replied calmly. "I don't know who you work for, but I'm afraid that here we treat everyone equally, that if you wish to drink the soup, please queue up." Applause erupted once more, this time even more fervent than before. This applause was for Li Qingming's fairness. "Everyone, I hope for your continued support in the future." Li Qingming clasped his fists and smiled, continuing to serve soup. What kind of etiquette was this? The crowd was somewhat perplexed by Li Qingming's gesture, but seeing him do it, they felt compelled to reciprocate. Surprisingly, the gesture felt quite engaging. "Chicken soup vendor, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a punishment." The burly man's pride was beginning to falter. He served Jiang Fuguwei and had committed to taking the soup. He was a bodyguard, dedicated to fulfilling his employer's tasks, that he believed that $1,000 was sufficient. It was a concession to the long queue behind him. He never expected that this chicken soup vendor would show him no respect. Just a bunch of rural bumpkins, yet they were acting so high and mighty. "Sir, it is not that I lack respect for you, but these are my rules that no need for further discussion. Take your money and queue. If it's your turn, I will take nothing. If it's not even 1,000 can buy it." Li Qingming replied nonchalantly. "Well said." The crowd cheered enthusiastically, chanting, "Not 1,000 can buy it. Not 1,000 can buy it. Not 1,000 can buy it." These 4 words resonated profoundly. The burly man's forehead throbbed with veins, however, with so many bystanders present, he dared not act out. "What now?" a similarly dressed thug behind him whispered, casting a fierce glance at Li Qingming, yet wary of the crowd. All eyes were on the burly man, eager to see how he would react. "Chicken soup vendor, don't push your luck. Today, I'm taking that bowl of chicken soup. I refuse to believe there's anything money can accomplish in this world." The burly man sneered. Money might not be omnipotent, but it was certainly the closest route to omnipotence. Li Qingming frowned. From the man's smile, he sensed what was coming. Give me the soup, and you can keep the 1,000 bucks. The burly man placed the money in front of the person who had just received the soup. His gaze was filled with the arrogance of someone in a position of power. Huh! The young man, barely holding the soup, was momentarily overwhelmed, nearly spilling it. Moments ago, he had lamented having to give his bowl away, and now he could earn 1,000 bucks from it. Yet this felt somewhat awkward that he glanced at Li Qingming, who merely shrugged, offering no comment, that he had no control over what the customer chose to do. Despite the burly man's infuriating demeanor, I want to sell. Unexpectedly, the young man holding the soup made a resolute decision, as if it were the most significant choice of his life, panting. What did you say? The burly man's face contorted with rage. Unable to believe his ears. I said I want to sell. This chicken soup is worth more than gold. We, the people of the slums, have our pride. The young man gritted his teeth and spoke. The cold, imposing figure shot a fierce glare at him before turning his gaze to the second individual. The second person greedily eyed the money in the cold man's hand, then shook his head emphatically. Not for 1,000 gold pieces. The third person echoed this sentiment. Not for 1,000 gold pieces. Not for 1,000 gold pieces. Not for 1,000 gold pieces. Everyone shouted in unison that that moment. The bowl of chicken soup was worth more than a fortune, for it represented not merely sustenance, but also dignity. Dignity belonging to the denizens of the slums. The cold man's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated being met with such resolute defiance that instant. He felt a tempest of frustration within. His fists clenched tightly, yet he forced himself to maintain composure. You, the purveyor of chicken soup, possess remarkable courage. Let us hope you do not come to regret this. With a grim expression, the cold man departed, taking the crowd with him. Cheers erupted around them. Victory for the impoverished. Though humble, it was not ignoble. Xiaoming, you are being irrational. It seems you have offended a powerful boss. Uncle Xiang expressed his concerns with a furrowed brow. Li Qingming, however, merely smiled. Uncle, our market is here, not among those affluent bosses. Earning 1,000 from them pales in comparison to winning the hearts of these people. The soup has a price, but the hearts of men are priceless. Li Qingming shukla. He then continued distributing the chicken soup. That moment, Lu Chang's secretary was left utterly dumbfounded. That seemed unlikely that they would be able to procure this chicken soup today, that he hurried to report this matter to Lu Chang. How interesting. Truly fascinating. What a priceless moment. Lu Chang exclaimed with hearty laughter upon hearing the news. All right, you need not wait in line any longer, Lu Chang instructed. Huh. No need to queue. Then what about the chicken soup? The secretary asked in astonishment. I will personally go and queue, Lu Chang replied with a grin. The secretary was left in shock. Meanwhile, Jiang Fugui, upon learning of the incident, wore a similarly grim expression. His bodyguard had failed to secure the item and had been humiliated, akin to a slap in his face. A bunch of lowly peasants dare to refuse Jiang Fugui. I shall make you beg for my chicken soup, Jiang Fugui scoffed. You will regret this, poor wretches. He seized the phone, issuing a series of commands, then smirked ominously. This fellow has unwittingly aided me, providing an excellent excuse. Lu Chang, 3 years is far too long. This time, I will triumph over you. Chapter 37. Trouble approaches this moment. Li Qingming had once again finished distributing the chicken soup, including the final pot of broth. The crowd departed in disappointment. The availability of this chicken soup was exceedingly limited, and those fortunate enough to taste it were few. Just that small bowl was indeed scarce. Let us go, uncle. Li Qingming stretched, a look of fatigue on his face. The two returned home, relishing a refreshing shower before collapsing onto their beds, scrolling through Weibo. Naturally, the platform was abuzz with news about the unattainable chicken soup worth 1,000 yuan. This time, even several online media outlets had reported on it. However, most referred to it as mere self-promotion by the chicken soup boss. A restless self-promoter from a vendor in the slums. Li Qingming chuckled softly, choosing to ignore it. The chicken soup was inconsequential. What truly opened the doors to this world was the superior soup cabbage, a recipe uniquely his own, one that others could scarcely replicate. Without the formula, attempting to discern how the century egg was made would prove exceedingly difficult. Of course, the superior soup cabbage was merely the beginning. There were many more dishes to come. As a connoisseur of Huaxia cuisine, he was blessed with a wealth of culinary skills. The future brimmed with infinite possibilities. That night, Uncle S' snoring did not reach his ears. After all, sleeping in a separate room with the door closed ensured a tranquil atmosphere. And the room was far better ventilated than before. That night, Li Qingming enjoyed a sweet slumber. Early the next morning, Li Qingming and Uncle ventured to the market once more. This time, they did not use cash. Instead, Li Qingming opted for a credit arrangement to procure the day's chicken soup. Now, the entire market was aware of Li Qingming's heartfelt chicken soup, recognizing its potential for substantial profit, so no one hesitated to extend credit. However, many approached him, subtly inquiring about the soup's preparation. In response, Li Qingming dismissed them all with the excuse of exclusive secrets. After a day of simmering, the chicken soup once again filled the air with its enticing aroma. With the mastery of the cooking process honed over these past few days, the flavor of the soup had become even richer. Li Qingming's mind buzzed with new ideas regarding the chicken soup. After all, there was more than one way to prepare it. For the century eggs, they continued to cure in this sweltering summer. The eggs would require at least a week to mature. Thus, Li Qingming patiently awaited the results. Each day he gazed at the 20 or so jars. It felt as though he were staring at stacks of currency. His spirits soared with the promise of improving life and the clarity of his future. Master Xiao. The crowd hailed in unison. Li Qingming smiled. This time he occupied the best position once again. However, the individuals ensuring order were no longer the same ruffians but rather the vendors from the night market, all wearing cheerful expressions. Master Xiao, please, we await your sales. The crowd chimed jovially. Li Qingming, who could help everyone prosper, was beloved by all. Even those who may not have favored him could hardly resist the allure of wealth. Soon, Li Qingming set up his food cart, and the crowd gathered eagerly, awaiting the chicken soup. Naturally, some called out for fried chicken and fries to accompany the soup, but just then a law enforcement team wearing armbands arrived, followed by a group bearing the Jiangxing Culinary Association insignia. Their expressions were stern, devoid of mirth, and an air of intimidation swept through the atmosphere. The joyous ambience was abruptly shattered. The queuing patrons murmured quietly, sensing that these newcomers meant trouble. Who is the proprietor of this chicken soup stall? Seize sales immediately. Prepare for inspection. The armband-wearing individual barked, rudely interrupting the sales and ordering the queue to stand back 5 paces from the cart. The crowd buzzed with murmurs, yet few dared to voice their opinions loudly. Xiaoming, these individuals are market regulators. But who are those people? Uncle Xiang whispered anxiously, then approached with a forced smile. Captain Li, what brings you here today? Come, Xiaoming, quickly serve Captain Li and his team some bowls of chicken soup. This soup is the result of our careful preparations, and everyone who has tasted it has praised its rich flavor. The leader, Captain Li, remained cold and unyielding. Xiang Wenwei, do not attempt to curry favor with me. I have received a formal complaint stating that you are engaging in the illegal sale of non-compliant food items. You are to undergo an immediate inspection, Captain Li ordered with a stern countenance. You lot, scrutinize for any violations. Conduct a thorough inspection without missing any details. Otherwise, if a food safety incident occurs, you will all bear the consequences. Several others bearing armbands surged forward, ruthlessly shoving the food cart aside and extracting their equipment to conduct various tests. The instruments beeped incessantly, and everyone held their breath, afraid to make a sound in this place. Those in armbands were formidable figures, and generally, no one dared to cross them. Xiaoming, do not worry. Inspections occur occasionally to ensure our food is clean and safe, Uncle Xiang explained, attempting to reassure Li Qingming, though his own face reflected deep concern. Such inspections were typically perfunctory. After all, this was the slums, not a formal restaurant, where hygiene issues were somewhat commonplace. This level of scrutiny felt ominous. Li Qingming furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling the imposing figure dressed in black from the previous day. Who was the mastermind behind these actions? Was it truly necessary to create trouble over a bowl of chicken soup? He was eager to see how these individuals intended to handle him. Captain, here are the inspection results. The readings indicate that the E. coli levels exceed the standard by 38 times, and we have also detected a small quantity of salmonella, along with. The inspection revealed a plethora of violations. In truth, such inspections were unlikely to yield spotless results anywhere. Even in reputable restaurants, it was nearly impossible to ensure that every corner was free of bacteria. Captain Li snorted dismissively. You all should assist in inspecting the chicken soup for any issues. Captain Li instructed. Turning to the silent members of the Jiangxing Culinary Association who had been following him, that moment, they sprang into action, swiftly approaching the chicken soup and lifting the lid that a wave of delectable aroma wafted forth, causing all present to instinctively inhale deeply. Gulp. One member from the Jiangxing Culinary Association, having lifted the lid, felt their stomach churn uncomfortably. Not only that, but the others bearing the same insignia also showed signs of digestive unrest. They exchanged glances and one of them took a spoonful and tasted it. Several seconds passed before their eyes sparkled with delight, and they hurried over to whisper something in Captain Li's ear. The crowd watched with bated breath, wondering what was being discussed between Captain Li and the taster. After a brief exchange, Captain Li nodded. Chapter 38. Who can't make a call? According to the Culinary Association's tasting, the chicken soup is exceptionally fragrant, indicating potential issues that prevent any food safety risks. It must be sealed and taken for further testing. Captain Li ordered. Moreover, the two of you are suspected of endangering public dietary safety. So please accompany us for an investigation. Until the chicken soup receives a final verdict, you are not permitted to leave. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. This was excessively harsh. It felt as though they were being driven to the brink. Although it is said that the world maintains an absolute and stringent control over food hygiene and safety, this is a slum, for heaven's sake. Must it be so severe? Moreover, as for food safety, they have been consuming it for 2 days. If there were any issues, there would have been cases of diarrhea and hospital visits by now. Yet there is not a single complaint. Everyone appears to be in good health and is eagerly reminiscing about it. What problems could possibly arise from this chicken soup? This little master must have been targeted. The crowd began to express their indignation. What issue could there possibly be? We have all consumed it without any problems. Exactly. There is no issue at all. This is utterly unfounded. The crowd's voices grew louder. Facing the wrath of the people, Captain Li was well-prepared that I end their line of work. Encountering public anger was a common occurrence. Everyone, please calm down, that I am aware that you have all tasted the chicken soup and have heard the rumors surrounding this soul-nourishing broth. I can attest that it indeed smells delightful. However, due to its overwhelming popularity, we found it somewhat peculiar. Today, I have invited several appraisers from the Jiangxing Culinary Association who believe there may be some issues at play. Therefore, we must return to conduct a thorough investigation. If everything is in order, we shall, of course, release them, Captain Li declared loudly. Hence, I hope you will refrain from obstructing our work. Outside, police cars are waiting. Anyone who dares to incite a ruckus over food safety will face severe consequences. His words, coupled with the implied threat, caused the crowd to fall silent. At this moment, Li Qingming's face turned a deep shade of displeasure. The opposing party's tactics were rather ruthless. Not only were they confiscating the chicken soup, but they were also taking people away. This was not merely a matter of self-interest. There were ulterior motives at play. Captain, we merely wish to. Uncle Xiang attempted to explain, but Captain Li shot him a harsh glare. No more nonsense. Take them away. Captain Li barked coldly. This time, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. No one dared to speak. Among the crowd, there was a mix of indignation, pity, and even some who relished the chaos. Yet, at that moment, a voice broke through. Captain, to take people away over a pot of chicken soup seems rather excessive. A calm voice resonated. Who dares to interfere with my enforcement? Captain Li bellowed, glaring around for the brave soul. A group of commoners dared to retort against him. Ido. A middle-aged man stepped forward, dressed plainly, yet an air of calm composure and inherent nobility could not be concealed by his simple attire. Captain Li furrowed his brow, sensing that this individual was somewhat extraordinary, but then he remembered they were in a slum. Surely, no significant figures would be present. Do not interfere with my law enforcement. Otherwise, you will all be taken away. Captain Li warned coldly. The gentleman approached closer. I, Lu Chong, have lived in Jiangsheng for quite some time, yet I have never heard of market regulators possessing the authority to detain people. If you wish to take someone away today, you must present official documentation that if there are police cars, let them provide a warrant. Otherwise, do not blame me for contacting the mayor to lodge a complaint. The man stated coldly. Contacting the mayor to file a complaint? Who exactly was this person? Captain Li broke into a cold sweat. Could he be bluffing? Captain Li scrutinized the man, his brow furrowed. Captain, I've heard that the president of the energy group in our city is named Lu Chong. Could he possibly be that Lu Chong? A young officer whispered. What? The Lu Chong of the energy group? One of the top 10 conglomerates in the city. Captain Li was taken aback. This was unbelievable. But now it certainly seemed plausible. May I inquire if you are Lu Chong, the president of the energy group? Captain Li asked cautiously. Indeed. I am Lu Chong of the energy group. The man nodded. This chicken soup has been consumed by everyone without issues. I came here today specifically to enjoy a bowl of chicken soup. Captain Li, this seems rather inappropriate, does it not? I suspect there is some misunderstanding here. Captain Li's mind whirled. He had inadvertently stirred up trouble. How had he found himself in this situation? It had not been mentioned that he would encounter Lu Chong today. What should he do? Should he show Lu Chong some respect? Captain Li found himself frozen in place. With no options left, he had to call for assistance from above. The higher-ups were equally bewildered. How had Lu Chong ended up here? They quickly became alert. Surely, he was not caught in the crossfire of a struggle between two titans? That would be troublesome. Two colossal figures. He certainly could not afford to meddle. Soon, Jiang Fugue also received news of Lu Chang's presence. Director Chen, I'll double your payment. Just handle this matter as you see fit. I am not afraid of a mere Lu Chong. Jiang Fugue smirked. This time, his intentions extended beyond mere revenge. He harbored grander ambitions. Lu Chong, what could you do? This time, he had invited members of the Jiangxing Culinary Association. His goal was not just to vent his frustrations, but to seize that pot of chicken soup. No, at least triple the price. Director Lu of the Market Administration thought for a moment before speaking. Offending another titan was a risk far too great to take. Agreed. But you must ensure that I get what I want. Jiang Fugue nodded. This sum meant nothing to him. Threefold? So what? When compared to future profits, it was a trifling matter. As for Lu Chong, the more the merrier. He would get to watch as he triumphed over Lu Chong while pocketing a handsome profit. Jiang Fugue grinned wickedly. Carry out your duties. The higher-ups left a message and hung up. Captain Li felt his mind explode. Execute your duties. With Lu Chong present, did they expect him to slap Lu Chong in the face? This was a tough predicament for his subordinates. However, since orders had been given, he could only comply. Take the people away. Confiscate the chicken soup, Captain Li instructed. But then quickly donned an apologetic smile. Mr. Lu, I am merely a small pawn following orders that if there is anything, please discuss it with Director Chen. My sincerest apologies. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. At this moment, even the dimmest among them could sense that something was amiss. Lu Chong merely smiled. Making phone calls is hardly a unique skill. Lu Chong leisurely picked up the phone and stepped aside. Whatever Lu Chong said on the phone, it was clear that Captain Li soon received another call. Execute your duties, but do not take anyone away. After speaking, the higher-ups hung up again. Captain Li felt utterly despondent. What misfortune had befallen him to encounter such a situation? Take everything away. We're leaving. Captain Li quickly retreated, his demeanor deflated. The crowd erupted in discontent. However, with the chicken soup confiscated, they would not be able to enjoy it today. At that moment, several individuals from the Jiangxing Culinary Association, their faces ashen, approached Li Qingming. We belong to the Culinary Association, and regardless of who you know, your chicken soup, so rich and fragrant, poses a problem that we hope you can provide your recipe and ingredients for our review. If all is well, we will assist you in resolving today as predicament. Otherwise, even if the Market Administration does not trouble you, we will not allow such an abnormal chicken soup to be sold. The leader produced a business card. You would do well to choose cooperation. It would benefit us all. Here is my card. Think it over and contact me. With that, the group departed, discontent etched on their faces at this moment. Li Qingming's expression was one of deep distress. Why now? He understood that the opposing party had set their sights on his chicken soup and intended to claim it for themselves. He had anticipated such a scenario, but he never expected them to resort to such shameless tactics, attempting to detain his people directly, that if he were to be detained, under various threats and intimidation. How could he possibly protect his chicken soup? Although Li Qingming did not care for the pot of soup, the sensation of having his life controlled by others was profoundly unsettling. Had it not been for Lu Chang's presence, he would have surely faltered today. In that moment, a deep sense of helplessness washed over Li Qingming. Yet more than that was a feeling of resentment. Given time, if only he could have time, he would never again fear such petty individuals, nor their despicable tactics. All right, everyone, dispersed. If we cannot enjoy chicken soup today, we shall do so tomorrow. Lu Chang clapped his hands, urging the crowd to leave. Although some wished to linger and observe, they understood the importance of avoiding trouble. This situation seemed to harbor considerable intrigue, and who would dare get involved? One by one, they departed. Even those who stayed did so from a distance. Young brother, are you free? How about joining me for a drink? Lu Chang approached Li Qingming with an invitation. With no chicken soup left to sell, I have plenty of time. Li Qingming forced a smile, bowing deeply. Thank you so much. Without your timely intervention, my uncle and I would have faced significant trouble. However, if I am not mistaken, you visited me a few days ago, did you not? Li Qingming vaguely recognized this man as the one who had given him 100 yuan. Lu Chang smiled, neither confirming nor denying, and beckoned Li Qingming to his car parked at a distance. After a brief drive, they arrived at a serene tea house. The trio entered an exceptionally elegant, tranquil private room, where a pot of tea was set before them, releasing a delicate fragrance. This time, I must apologize for the trouble I have caused you, young brother. The root of this incident should be traced back to me. Lu Chang did not conceal anything, recounting the events in detail. However, he refrained from mentioning the matter concerning Uncle Xiang's daughter. It was not the right moment for that discussion. Such a favor was not to be bartered with at this time. Of course, this might seem somewhat unprincipled, but in business, Lu Chang was no saint. Having done so much, he had invested considerable goodwill today to protect Li Qingming, and naturally, he expected something in return. Li Qingming, upon learning that he had become the subject of a wager between two individuals, could only manage a bitter smile. This was devoid of any pride associated with a multi-billion-dollar bet. Rather, it embodied a sense of helplessness, the helplessness of a small player. For someone of Lu Chang's stature, a mere thought could thrust him into the heart of this gamble. This exemplifies the plight of the insignificant. As for Lu Chang's apology, it was wise to merely listen. If a person is willing to apologize, one should graciously accept it. Harbor anger would truly be akin to slapping a face that had offered kindness. In a fleeting moment, Li Qingming experienced considerable growth. Upon his arrival in this world, he felt lost and adrift. Thanks to the benevolence of the elder, he gained insight into the culinary landscape, filling him with confidence and resolve. Yet, in that brief instant, he realized his own fragility, that he desperately needed to grow, to evolve. What are you planning to do now? Lu Chang inquired. I can roughly understand the intentions of the Culinary Association. Even if I intercede, the most I can guarantee is your safety. However, Jiang Fugui's connections in this realm are far deeper than mine, especially now that he is exploiting your chicken soup for his gain. With both him and the Culinary Association acting simultaneously, I fear I am quite powerless. This is the extent of my capabilities. This was not to say that Lu Chang was weaker than Jiang Fugui. It was merely that their areas of expertise differed. In the energy market, Lu Chang surpassed Jiang Fugui. Nevertheless, in traditional industries, Jiang Fugui held a greater sway. Coupled with the Culinary Association, Lu Chang found himself at a disadvantage. Of course, should Lu Chang decide to confront Jiang Fugui recklessly, the scenario would be entirely different. But was it worth it? After all, business is not a battlefield. The rivalry between Lu Chang and Jiang Fugui was merely a struggle over a lithium battery market destined for decline. one that Lu Chang had never regarded with much concern, that a full-scale war required no justification, only substantial profit. Li Qingming pondered to someone like him. This conflict was unprecedented. He was utterly bewildered by the thoughts of these powerful figures. Yet he grasped one thing. He understood where his strengths lay. My chicken soup is unparalleled. They cannot hope to take it from me. And as for the Culinary Association forbidding me from selling, can I truly not sell at all? Li Qingming asked. Lu Chang, with his elevated status and far greater experience, offered insight. Theoretically, you still can sell. However, it is uncertain how many would purchase it. The Culinary Association represents authority. If they declare your chicken soup to be problematic, suggesting that prolonged consumption may pose health risks, how many would dare to consume it? Moreover, should they allege issues with your soup, the market regulatory and health departments would have legitimate grounds to harass you incessantly, making it impossible for you to sell your chicken soup. Just as today, should your soup be presented, they could seize it and even enlist the relevant law enforcement to detain you, Lu Chang elucidated. Li Qingming furrowed his brow. If that is the case, then I would be utterly helpless. He frowned, but upon observing Lu Chang's calm demeanor, a spark of insight ignited in his mind. Might I inquire about your thoughts, Mr. Lu? Chapter 40. The Hulua Consortium. Lu Chang smiled faintly. I may be at an impasse, but there are others who are not. With a slight smile, he continued, in a week's time, Jiang City will host a high-profile banquet to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Hulua Consortium, the foremost financial group in Jiang City. That I can recommend your chicken soup for this event. However, whether it passes muster and garners acclaim will depend entirely on the quality of your soup. If it receives favorable reviews, the Culinary Association will think twice before causing you trouble over it. And as for Jiang Fugue, he would be even less inclined to meddle. Furthermore, I have heard that the Hulua Group is eager to expand in the culinary sector, providing you the perfect opportunity to seek collaboration with them. Not only could this resolve your predicament, but it would also elevate you to a highly sought-after figure in Jiang City's culinary scene. What? The Hulua Consortium? Uncle Xiang exclaimed, his surprise palpable. Xiaoming, the Hulua Consortium is the largest financial group in Jiang City and is reportedly within the top 500 companies in the Federation. Lu Chang chuckled. They rank 436th in the entire Federation. Do not underestimate this position. There are countless conglomerates, and to be ranked 436th is a considerable achievement in Jiang City. While there are 10 major groups in Jiang City, only one is a consortium, and that is the Hulua Consortium. Gaining their favor would ensure your peace of mind. Even if you must share a portion of the profits, you would be well on your way to becoming a titan in the culinary industry. Standing shoulder to shoulder with me, this prospect left Uncle Xiang breathless. The idea of becoming a figure like Lu Chang was utterly exhilarating. Just imagine the wealth involved. How could one possibly spend it all? Li Qingming, too, felt his heart race. Yet, after this tumultuous ordeal, he understood one crucial truth. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Mr. Lu, you have constructed a direct bridge to success for me. But what benefit do you derive from this? If I fail, not only would you be at odds with Jiang Fugue, but you would also risk offending the Hulua Consortium. That hardly seems advantageous for you, Li Qingming cautiously inquired. Lu Chang smiled. I am not afraid of Jiang Fugue. Since he is so eager, I shall indulge him in this game. However, crossing the Hulua Consortium would indeed not be wise. Therefore, before I recommend you, you must treat me to a bowl of your chicken soup. Lu Chang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Naturally, as this pertains to your exclusive secret, I will visit your residence tomorrow at 5 p.m. Please prepare a bowl of soup for me. After a moment's contemplation, Li Qingming nodded in agreement. Although Lu Chang had yet to clarify what he stood to gain, he recognized that this endeavor posed no detriment to himself. Regardless of what Lu Chang might gain from the arrangement, it was merely a matter of fairness that in this world, nothing comes without a price. Haha, then let us toast in advance to your chicken soup's imminent success. Here's to you, Lu Chang exclaimed, laughter echoing as he celebrated Li Qingming's agreement. Cheers! Li Qingming felt a sense of relief wash over him. Given that this was an opportunity, he intended to seize it. No longer would he remain helpless and insignificant, subjected to the whims of others, but he would reclaim control over his own destiny. Clenching his fist, Li Qingming felt a surge of determination. Subsequently, Li Qingming sought Lu Chang's counsel on various aspects of this new world, including matters related to agriculture. According to Lu Chang, the world's current state was shaped by a cataclysmic event that occurred 1 or 2 centuries prior, which nearly led to humanity's extinction. Details of this disaster remain scarce. But under the leadership of a prominent human figure, humanity managed to rebuild. That great leader, however, vanished without a trace, leaving no indication of their whereabouts as for the crops Li Qingming inquired about, such as garlic and ginger. Lu Chang was equally uninformed, suggesting they might exist in the wild but were absent from the market. When it came to poultry, Lu Chang provided a clearer explanation for why only chickens remained. The technology surrounding chicken farming was highly developed, characterized by rapid reproduction and a short maturation period. It was said that after the cataclysm, chickens became humanity's primary source of meat, leading to the gradual extinction of other poultry. This resulted in a culinary culture dominated by fried chicken and fries. While many species of wild animals continued to exist, they could not withstand human consumption, leading to strict legal protections against hunting them. Of course, some individuals of considerable status and power still covertly hunted wild animals for their own consumption. Yet, the methods of preparation remained simplistic and crude. Young brother, why are you so interested in this? Do you perhaps have a new recipe? Lu Chang noted the significance of Li Qingming's curiosity and inquired, though he quickly added with a smile, "If this pertains to your exclusive secrets, then there is no need to divulge. I was merely momentarily curious." Before long, Lu Chang personally drove Li Qingming and Uncle Xiang back home. "See you tomorrow, young brother." Lu Chang laughed heartily as he drove away. Uncle Xiang remained in a state of exhilaration, as if he had been struck senseless by an unexpected stroke of fortune. Meanwhile, Li Qingming felt deeply reflective that in this world, authority and wealth reigned supreme, that if he wished to escape the fate of being trampled upon by others, a mere market regulatory officer could easily obliterate his prospects. Were it not for Lu Chang's timely intervention, the day's events could have turned disastrous. He vowed to remember this kindness and also the feeling of helplessness that accompanied it. Meanwhile, en route, Lu Chang received a call from Jiang Fugue. "Mr. Lu, it seems you are determined to oppose me at every turn." Jiang Fugue's voice was cold, that he had initially planned to intimidate Li Qingming into divulging the secrets of his chicken soup after taking him away. Although he had never tasted it himself, he believed that if so many praised it, there must be something extraordinary about it. With the Culinary Association's endorsement, he was confident that nothing could go awry. Even if it could not secure a spot in Michelin-starred restaurants, selling it to the general populace would still yield a substantial revenue stream, potentially exceeding his current primary business. Yet now, Lu Chang had thwarted his plans, leading to a complete collapse of his ambitions. With Lu Chang backing him up, it is unlikely that this young man will easily reveal the secrets of his culinary prowess. Chapter 41. A New Preparation, General Jiang. Since you have taken action, I naturally cannot remain idle. Initially, I thought we should merely observe and gamble on luck to see if a young man could rise from nothing to become a formidable figure. However, since you are so impatient, unwilling to wait even 3 years, let us indulge in this game. Lu Chang said with a carefree expression that he had not originally intended to recommend Li Qingming for the main dish competition at the He Luo Consortium's 20th anniversary banquet. Yet upon witnessing Jiang Fugue's earnestness and the means he employed, as well as the glint of ambition in the eyes of the members from the Jiangqing Culinary Association, he was inspired to lend Li Qingming a hand. Of course, he planned to invite someone to taste the dish tomorrow. Only upon their agreement would he endorse Li Qingming's participation. Otherwise, should it all go awry, he would share in the misfortune. Jiang Fugue gritted his teeth in frustration. "Lu Chang, just you wait till I have secured the lithium battery market. You won't be able to protect him." His face was twisted with malice. After hanging up, Jiang Fugue resolved to swiftly eliminate this nuisance. "Send someone to capture that young man for me. Make sure to bring him directly to me. No matter who it is, do not heed them," Jiang Fugue commanded. However, what he did not expect was that when his men arrived, Li Qingming and Uncle Xiang had already vacated the premises. The rented house was completely empty, save for a couple of dozen jars and a heap of miscellaneous items. Lu Chang, Jiang Fugue, seethed with rage, that he realized that Lu Chang must have played a trick. Otherwise, how could they have failed to apprehend him? Yet, with Lu Chang providing protection, there was little he could do for the time being. What should he do next? Jiang Fugui pondered deeply. This was no ordinary gamble. It had escalated into a direct confrontation between him and Lu Chang. The conflict had fully commenced. Jiang Fugui's eyes flickered in the darkness. All right, you will stay here. It is sufficiently secure, as this is my private villa. No one will know. Just rest easy here, Lu Chang instructed. After receiving Jiang Fugui's call, Lu Chang immediately returned, taking Li Qingming and Uncle Xiang with him, that he was well aware of Jiang Fugui's character. This man would stop at nothing, disregarding status or identity, as long as he could achieve his goals. Thus, to avert any potential danger, he took Li Qingming and Uncle Xiang to his villa for temporary refuge. Is he truly so shameless? Uncle Xiang remarked. Trembling at the thought of Jiang Fugui, Lu Chang nodded. I have arranged everything you need. Tomorrow morning I will have chicken and relevant vegetables delivered, and I will come to taste it in the afternoon. After saying this, Lu Chang hurriedly departed. With so many changes occurring, he needed to prepare himself, lest Jiang Fugui act recklessly and create problems. Take care, President Lu. Uncle Xiang bowed deeply as he saw Lu Chang off. Turning around, he gazed at the spacious, bright, and elegantly designed villa, his mind in a daze. Just 3 days ago, he had been a destitute uncle living in a slum. Yesterday, he had finally managed to move into a larger apartment of over 50 square meters, feeling a significant shift in his fortunes. Little did he expect that after just one night, he would be residing in a luxurious villa, a place he had never dared to dream of seeing. Outside, the view was picturesque, with a serene lake and fragrant blossoms, while inside exuded an antique charm, adorned with understated yet lavish mahogany furniture. The scene was astonishing, making Uncle Xiang feel as though he were dreaming. Li Qingming was equally astonished. He had never resided in such a sumptuous lakeside villa on earth. Reflecting on just over a week prior, he had struggled to secure meals and had endured the discomfort of a cramped room. Then, moving to a 50-square-meter apartment had brought him a sense of contentment. Although he had believed he would eventually inhabit a grand villa, he never anticipated that merely one night later, he would find himself in this lakeside haven. Equipped with central air conditioning and a perpetual spring ambience, life was changing far too rapidly. Nevertheless, this also made Li Qingming more vigilant. That in this world, there was no such thing as a free lunch. Should this pot of chicken soup fail to impress, he could not truly believe that Lu Chang would treat him so favorably. After all, he was not his son. Fortunately, the chicken soup was indeed exceptional. Moreover, he still had over 20 jars remaining in that 50-square-meter apartment, which provided him with a sense of security. As for leaving them behind, it was to prevent Lu Chang from discerning any clues. Although Lu Chang treated him well, could such magnates truly offer unconditional kindness to someone? Thus, he resolved to keep some cards close to his chest. The chicken soup could be sacrificed, but those 20 jars were irreplaceable. While they could be remarinated, should the secrets within be uncovered, it could lead to trouble. Uncle, it's time for bed, Li Qingming called out as he entered the spacious, bright, and comfortable bedroom. Opening his phone, he checked the internet for relevant news. There were discussions online about his situation from that evening, with some asserting inevitable problems while others claimed he was being persecuted. In short, the arguments were rife. However, the majority opinion deemed Li Qingming's chicken soup merely a gimmick. Otherwise, why would it be under scrutiny? Though a few loyal supporters, such as those earlier students and previous patrons, continued to defend him, they were vastly outnumbered. Most people simply did not have the time to engage in online debates. Consequently, the prevailing sentiment online was not favorable to Li Qingming. Seeing these comments, Li Qingming took a deep breath. His situation was precarious. He had to succeed this time, that if Lu Chang were to abandon him, he would not even know how he had met his demise. Thus, the chicken soup for tomorrow. Ideas began to form in Li Qingming's mind. The next morning, the delivery of ingredients arrived early. This time, Lu Chang had sent everything available on the market. After carefully selecting the finest ingredients, Li Qingming and Uncle Xiang began to prepare the chicken soup. However, this time, Li Qingming decided to concoct an entirely new recipe, one that promised to be even more delectable. After meticulous preparation, at precisely 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when the soup reached its most robust flavor, Li Qingming arrived. This time, he brought along a stranger. Allow me to introduce this gentleman. The head of the procurement department for the He Luo Consortium, Wang Bo. I have brought him along today to taste your chicken soup, to see if it could serve as the pivotal dish for this banquet. Li Qingming introduced. Wang Bo nodded curtly at the two, his expression impassive. His presence here stemmed entirely from Li Qingming's reputation, that he was well aware of the so-called soul chicken soup circulating in the market. However, he regarded it as mere street food from the slums, a dark culinary creation. Even if it were flavorful, it was likely laden with some unsavory chemical additives, thus he held it in disdain. Yet, Li Qingming had assured him there would be no issues, promising that all ingredients were personally sourced by him. Ensuring no food safety concerns, given their long-standing friendship and his own frustrations regarding the main dish, he decided to personally sample it. Chapter 42. The main dish candidate is the chicken soup ready? If so, let us taste it, Wang Bo commanded. Li Qingming did not take offense at his friend's demeanor. After all, the procurement head of the He Luo Consortium wielded considerable power. His mere presence was a testament to Li Qingming's standing. Li Qingming smiled confidently, then personally served each of them a bowl of chicken soup. This time, the soup bore no aroma, with a layer of milky, viscous substance floating atop, appearing quite different from the typical chicken soup. This discrepancy piqued the curiosity of both Li Qingming and Wang Bo, who wondered why it lacked the anticipated fragrance that hadn't been touted as aromatic and rich. The temperature is just right, please. Do taste. Li Qingming said, choosing not to address their confusion, merely inviting them to sample the dish. With curiosity, Li Qingming and Wang Bo slowly brought the soup to their lips, the moment the soup touched their tongues. An exquisite sweetness enveloped their palates, a flavor so rich that it filled their mouths and nasal passages with the essence of chicken. As the soup descended into their stomachs, its flavor intensified. An indescribable deliciousness spreading throughout their bodies, overwhelming them completely. The villa fell into an unusual silence. Uncle Xiang observed the two with a worried expression. This time, Li Qingming had employed a wholly new cooking technique, one that was remarkably bold, something Uncle Xiang had never dared to conceive. After a lengthy pause, both men suddenly spoke in unison. "How did you achieve this?" they inquired, astonished. The chicken soup, which had initially lacked any scent, now exuded an overwhelming fragrance. Moreover, its temperature was impeccably balanced, not too hot, nor too cold, but just right. Achieving such precision in temperature is notoriously difficult, and to mask the aroma made it even more challenging. Li Qingming smiled but chose not to divulge his secret. That was proprietary knowledge. Indeed, this was a spontaneous idea that had struck him, that if he were to captivate Li Qingming's palate, he needed to elevate his approach. Thus, he had been busy calculating the soup's natural cooling time from early morning, determining the optimal moment to serve it. Of course, he was unaware of the exact time Li Qingming would arrive, only that he had mentioned 5 o'clock. Thus, he prepared several additional bowls, calculating the cooling time difference. After all, the ingredients provided by Li Qingming were abundant, and he was not concerned about waste for how to encapsulate the aroma. It was quite simple. He added a layer of cold cheese on top, sealing in the surface, thereby preventing the fragrance from escaping. Of course, it did not completely eliminate the scent. Rather, the rich aroma of the rosewood furniture in the room masked the faint milky scent on the surface, rendering it undetectable to the nose. It was not that there was no aroma at all. When it came time to drink the chicken soup, the cold cheese would melt throughout the entirety of Jiangqing. One can observe a multitude of posters and banners celebrating the 20th anniversary of the Helua Group. This day feels as if it is a grand festival for the entire city. At the headquarters of the Helua Group, the spacious parking lot is already filled with vehicles of esteemed guests arriving to extend their congratulations. Everyone exudes joy and laughter. "Hello, General Liu." Naturally, Jiang Fugue is among the invited guests. "Ha! Good to see you, General Jiang." Li Qingming reciprocates with equal enthusiasm. One of the top 10 conglomerates in Jiangqing, Li Qingming is indeed part of the esteemed guest list. Jiang Fugue's lips twitch with the desire to mock Li Qingming. Yet he restrains himself, contemplating his own plans and the amusing events that are about to unfold. After all, a grand performance is most captivating when saved for the finale, is it not? Lu Chong raises an eyebrow slightly. Sensing that Zhang Fugui is up to something unusual, it seems he is harboring some mischievous intent. Lu Chong ponders, yet finds himself unable to decipher Zhang Fugui's schemes. Meanwhile, Li Qingming and Uncle Xiang have already been escorted into the kitchen of the Hello Group by Wang Bo himself, who has generously provided them with a private kitchen, ensuring that no disruptions will occur. Lu Chong chuckles, dismissing Zhang Fugui, and proceeds to greet other executives from various corporations that Li Qingming and Uncle Xiang, blissfully unaware of the preceding events, remain ignorant of the grandiosity of Hello Group's anniversary celebration. From early morning, they have been guided by Wang Bo, who informed them of the meal schedule, the timing for the main course, and the exact number of attendees. Chapter 44. I am Qin Halua. This time, the number of guests is considerable, that a total of 328 individuals are qualified to attend this banquet. Of course, many have come, but most will merely partake in a light lunch before departing. The truly qualified individuals, those permitted to stay for dinner and the evening's festivities, number only 328. After all, this is the Hello Group, without a certain status. One cannot remain. To put it simply, those who are allowed to stay are, at the very least, prominent figures in Jiangxing, if not the entire Federation. 328 guests translate to 328 servings of creamy chicken soup. For Li Qingming, who has endured several days of crowds, this quantity is hardly daunting. Although it was previously just a small bowl, now it is a full serving. Nevertheless, the distinction lies in the precise control of cooking time and the timing of tasting, which is crucial to achieving the optimal effect. As time ticks away, the scheduled dining time is set for 6 p.m. However, aside from some appetizers, the main course is slated for 6:18 p.m. Even in this alternate world, the practice of seeking auspiciousness remains unchanged. Xiaoming, it's already 6:10. The time is swiftly approaching, that if those dignitaries accept our chicken soup, you will ascend to greatness. Uncle Xiang's face is etched with anxiety. At his age, the prospect of residing in a lakeside villa is a rare fortune, and he feels little ambition beyond that as long as he has a modest home of over 50 square meters. He would be content. His primary concern is Li Qingming's future. At such a young age, he should not be living in squalor, but rather have a world of his own for his daughter. He has mourned enough. With Zhang Fugui's character, he dares not imagine the depths to which his daughter might fall. After all, she does not acknowledge him, so he has resigned himself to that reality. Uncle Xiang rubs his palms together, contemplating that defeating Zhang Fugui might serve as a form of vindication for himself. Perhaps his daughter could be swayed back to him. At this moment, Uncle Xiang's thoughts are a bit scattered. Li Qingming shares a similar tension. Yet, despite his unease, his mind remains clear. The condensed milk will melt away in just 3 minutes, enveloping the chicken soup and isolating its aroma, although some milky fragrance will inevitably escape. However, due to the freezing process, the emitted fragrance is exceedingly faint. Moreover, each bowl of chicken soup is exquisitely crafted by the Hello Group, adorned with a single orchid. Thus, the floral scent will overshadow the subtle milky aroma. Once tasted, the entire flavor will captivate the palate, delivering the richest sensory experience. Li Qingming is confident that, at that moment, everyone will commend his heartfelt chicken soup. Meanwhile, outside, Qin Wenshu, the president and chairman of the Hello Group, rises to his feet. All eyes turn to the founder who single-handedly built the Hello Group. He is a legend in his own right. Although he inherited a family business, he has transformed a Jiangxing conglomerate into a Fortune 500 entity within the Federation, showcasing remarkable personal ability. I am deeply grateful for everyone's presence at the Hello Group's 20th anniversary. That on behalf of the Hello Group, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all the distinguished guests. Qin Wenshu bows, eliciting a wave of applause from the audience. As you all know, I have turned 60 this year. With age comes diminished vitality, and after years of relentless effort, I have acquired certain ailments that it is time for me to rest. Therefore, I will be entrusting the management of the Hello Group to my eldest daughter. Qin Helua, I hope that you will continue to support her. Qin Wenshu's tone is deliberate and powerful as he introduces his daughter. What? Handing over to Qin Helua, the name of the Hello Group stems from Qin Wenshu's late-blooming daughter, whom he named Qin Helua in joyous celebration of her birth, leading to the renaming of the original Wenshu Group to the Hello Group. Naturally, as the group expanded, it evolved into a conglomerate. This year marks the 20th anniversary of the Halal Group, which also signifies Qin Hala's 20th birthday. At this age, she is still immersed in her studies. To assume leadership of one of the Federation's Fortune 500 companies at such a tender age, all the guests gasp in disbelief. It turns out that this grand 20th anniversary celebration is primarily for this occasion. The 20-year-old Qin Halal is poised to take the reins of the Halal Group. Under the gaze of the crowd, Qin Halal gracefully rises and walks to the front of the banquet hall. All eyes are fixated on this young woman, who is set to lead one of the Federation's top 500 companies. Her dark hair cascades naturally behind her, her bright eyes shining forth, while her fair complexion is adorned with a delicate, rosy mouth, and her slightly gaunt cheeks reveal a striking charisma. Clad in a stunning blue evening gown, she possesses a figure that would incite envy in all women, though there is no hint of exposure. Her alluring curves are unmistakable. Yet when she turns to face the audience, all present forget her physique and beauty, captivated solely by the intense brilliance of her eyes. The 20-year-old Qin Hala stands confidently before 328 influential figures. Exhibiting no trace of timidity, with a gentle smile, she is already breathtaking. Hello everyone, I am Qin Hala, 20 years old. From today onward, I officially take over from my father to manage the Halal Group. My father named the Halal Group in my honor and developed it into a conglomerate that I shall not disappoint my name. I will ensure that the Halal Group enters the Federation's top 300 within 5 years, the top 100 within 10 years, and the top 50 within 20 years. As for how I will achieve this, I ask for your supervision of this young woman. Qin Halal's words are succinct, merely conveying her ambition, which causes the audience to hold their breath, their hearts nearly stopping to aspire for the top 300 in 5 years, the top 110, and the top 50 in 20 years is an audacious goal for a young woman. Is she truly capable of such feats? The crowd is left to ponder, given her youth. Now let the banquet commence. Minister Wang, please introduce today's main course. Qin Halal announces. Minister Wang rises, visibly exhilarated that a new era has dawned. If he successfully presents this dish, he is certain to earn the new owner's favor, propelling his future into boundless possibilities. Although the procurement minister wields considerable power, he is yet to enter the company's true core. Gaining recognition from Qin Halal would undoubtedly alter his trajectory. Ladies and gentlemen, today's main course is extraordinarily unique. Minister Wang stands, brimming with excitement. You all know the taste of chicken soup. It is often regarded as the most unpalatable soup in the world. However, today, the Halal Group aims to present you with the most delectable chicken soup imaginable. A dish unlike any other, one that will leave you longing for more, capable of touching your very soul. Spiritual chicken soup. The venue falls into a hushed silence. No one anticipated that the main course would be a pot of chicken soup. Indeed, Zhang Fugui's expression turns frosty as he glares at Li Qingming, his eyes gleaming with cunning intent. Chapter 45. There's a problem with the soup. Spiritual chicken soup? Everyone is somewhat perplexed but remains silent. This is the Halal Group, ranked 436th in the Federation. Even if it is chicken soup, it must be extraordinary. All they need to do is wait patiently. Qin Halal's brows furrow slightly. Li Qingming clenches his fists, feeling an overwhelming tension, even more so than when he first signed a contract worth hundreds of millions that if this chicken soup succeeds, the accolades for Li Qingming would be undeniable. And even he would have the opportunity to elevate his group further, that a deep collaboration with the Halal Group could potentially transform his energy conglomerate into an energy consortium. The difference between a group and a consortium is slight in name, but vast in significance. Nearby, Zhang Fugui lightly rubs his fingers, his gaze darting between Qin Halal, Wang Bo, and Li Qingming, silently calculating how much benefit he could reap from this situation. Regarding this spiritual chicken soup, I must apologize for my limited vocabulary. I am at a loss for words. All I can say is that the moment I first tasted it, I recognized it as the main dish for this 20th anniversary celebration. Wang Bo suppressed the surging excitement within, striving to introduce with a calm demeanor, as the main course requires meticulous timing. I kindly urge everyone to savor it immediately upon its arrival, without delay. Otherwise, it may compromise its flavor. This declaration piqued the curiosity of the guests. The dishes are served. Uncle Xiang, feeling anxious, rubbed his hands together. Li Qingming nodded, his gaze tightening as he observed the attendants meticulously carrying out 328 portions of creamy chicken soup to at this moment. It felt as if he was teetering on the brink of paradise or perdition. Rest assured, Xiao Ming, everything will be fine. Our chicken soup is simply the best, Uncle Xiang reassured him. The attendants now placed the chicken soup before each guest, served in antique boxes adorned with a delicate orchid. Upon lifting the lid, a layer of milky, viscous liquid was revealed, wafting a faint yet enticing sweetness. Was this the soul-soothing chicken soup that Minister Wang had boasted about, one sip of which would linger in the heart? The guests surveyed the scene. Though eager to taste, they understood that in such a gathering, it would be exceedingly impolite to indulge in the soup before the host's announcement. Qinhu, too, was intrigued. She had entrusted the entire main course to Wang Bo without any prior knowledge of its details. Now, gazing at this soul-soothing soup, she felt a hint of curiosity that it was her first encounter with such a dish. Just as Qinhua prepared to invite everyone to partake, a jarring sound pierced the air. The guests frowned and turned toward the source of the noise, wondering who could be so uncouth. With a loud slurp, Jiang Fuga eagerly gulped down a spoonful of the soup, producing a most unbecoming sound reminiscent of the common folk. In such a setting, it was utterly intolerable. All present wore expressions of disdain, that a nouveau riche would always be a nouveau riche. The guests glanced toward Qin Hala, speculating on how the newly appointed head of the Hala Consortium would react to the boorish Jiang Fugui. Would this incident jeopardize their collaboration? After all, nearly every industry in Jiangxing maintained business ties with the Halua Consortium. Should the consortium express dissatisfaction with a particular company or group, that entity would face imminent dissolution in Jiangxing. Such was the formidable influence of a Fortune 500 conglomerate. Across the globe, companies may abound like stars in the galaxy, yet only those that penetrate the ranks of the top 500 can rightfully be deemed a consortium. The others, lacking such status, remain mere groups. Each consortium stands as a behemoth in its locality, representing a city within the Human Federation, where each of the 500 cities is symbolized by a top-tier enterprise. Qin Halua's striking eyes revealed no trace of displeasure. She merely tapped her spoon lightly against her bowl, indicating her intention to speak and formally commence the banquet. This left those awaiting the spectacle sorely disappointed. Jiang Fugui's group, one of the top 10 in Jiangxing, would inevitably face repercussions should he falter. Regrettably, Qin Halu offered no visible reaction, leaving her expression inscrutable. Merely 20 years of age, she exuded an air of remarkable composure. Yet, once again, the slurping sound echoed. Once more, it was Jiang Fugui. The entire banquet hall erupted in uproar. Surely, as one of the leaders of the top 10 groups, he ought to possess a modicum of decorum. His actions were a grave affront to propriety. This time, even the usually composed Qin Hua furrowed her brows slightly. Today marked her formal takeover of the consortium, and at her age, she was well aware of the skepticism she would face. However, both she and her father, Qin Wenshu, had compelling reasons for her ascendance. Thus, Qin Hua had announced such ambitious goals, assuring everyone that despite the change in leadership, the Halua Consortium remained vibrant and dynamic. She endeavored to project an image of calm and poise. Yet, Jiang Fugui's behavior was excessively vulgar. Qin Hua lifted her gaze, casting a fleeting glance at Jiang Fugui. Though her expression remained serene, her mind had already catalogued his actions. She would ensure he faced the consequences later. For now, it was not the moment for confrontation. Jiang Fugui, drinking his soup, observed Qin Hua, well aware that his crude behavior would incite ire. Yet, he had his reasons for such conduct. Little did he anticipate the immense pressure emanating from the youthful Qin Hua. Her gaze lingered on him for scarcely a second, yet it felt as if he were exposed to a scorching glare. Had he not come prepared, he would have been utterly intimidated. President Qin, Jiang Fugui called out, seizing the moment while Qin Hua's attention had not fully dissipated. The guests frowned in unison, bewildered by his antics. Only Lu Chong understood Jiang Fugui's intentions, that he promptly interjected. President Qin, brother Jiang hails from humble beginnings and has built his success from the ground up. Despite his achievements, he remains mindful of his past hardships. which may lead to the retention of certain old habits that I apologize on his behalf for any discomfort caused to everyone. Lu Chong rose and bowed courteously. Lu Chong, with his dignified demeanor and refined presence, was far more agreeable than Jiang Fugui. The atmosphere shifted, becoming noticeably more amiable. Qin Hua's expression brightened considerably. This gathering, hosted by Qin Wenshu, served not only to introduce her, but also to allow her to discern who among the attendees could be of use to her. However, seeing Brother Zhang's eagerness, it is evident that this soul-soothing chicken soup must be exceptionally delicious. President Qin, why not sample it first and see if it lives up to the hype? Lu Chong proposed with a smile, and the surrounding guests murmured in agreement. I cannot drink. Jiang Fugui suddenly sprang up, his substantial belly colliding with the table, producing a jarring and unpleasant noise, drawing the ire of all present. This man was utterly outrageous. At this moment, Qin Hua finally felt her temper flare. There is a limit to tolerance. One can endure one offense, perhaps two, but not a third. Did he truly believe that her youth rendered her an easy target? Jiang Fugui, sensing his precarious position, disregarded caution that if Qin Hua were to consume the soup, it would spell trouble. He raised a crumpled document high above his head. This soup cannot be consumed. It is problematic, Jiang Fugui shouted. This announcement caused a stir among the guests. Where were they? This was the 20th anniversary celebration of the Halua Consortium. To claim that their main course was flawed, was he insinuating that the Halua Consortium itself was at fault, lacking control even over its dinner? Such a statement was a profound humiliation for the Halua Consortium. All eyes turned to Qin Wenshu, eager to ascertain his reaction to this critical incident. Yet, Qin Wenshu, eyes closed in meditation, seemed entirely oblivious to the turmoil unfolding at the banquet. With the elder silence, the guests turned their attention back to Qin Hua, curious to see how the young and beautiful president would handle this unexpected disruption. Among the attendees, many contemplated the implications of Qin Wenshu's unusual demeanor. Mr. Jiang of Fugui Group, today marks the 20th anniversary celebration of the Halua Consortium, as well as my formal assumption of leadership. If you assert that our main course is flawed, then I kindly ask you to present evidence. Otherwise, you must account for your disruption of this celebration to everyone present, as well as to the Halua Consortium. Qin Hua's voice was icy, her exquisite features devoid of any youthful softness, exuding a chilling air reminiscent of an ice mountain. The intensity of her gaze sent shivers down the spines of seasoned business veterans in the room. An overwhelming pressure bore down on Jiang Fugui. I have... Jiang Fugui stammered, his palms slick with sweat. This soup cannot be consumed. It is problematic. He struggled to explain, I know this soul-soothing chicken soup. Just a few days ago, at a night market on Wuda Road, two individuals were promoting a similar soup, but it was subsequently shut down by the market administration. This document is the result of testing by the Jiangxing Culinary Association, which indicates that this soup is excessively fragrant and cannot account for its origins, raising suspicions of the presence of untested artificial flavorings. Thus, the Jiangxing Culinary Association deems this soup delicious but unfit for consumption. As the consequences are unknown, Jiang Fugui concluded, handing the report to an attendant for delivery to Qin Hua. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The Jiangxing Culinary Association was responsible for ensuring dietary health and safety in the region. They were the most authoritative body in matters of cuisine, independent of government oversight and directly governed by the Michelin Culinary Association. While absolute fairness could not be guaranteed in terms of food safety, there would be no room for error that if they deemed it unfit, then it truly was unfit. Should this be the case, it would represent a significant blow to the new president, Qin Hua. Perhaps the oversight lay with Qin Wenshu. But now, as the president of the Halua Consortium, Qin Hua bore the responsibility for this incident. At that moment, Lu Chong seethed with anger toward Jiang Fugui, wishing he could swallow him whole. This man was insidiously cunning. Should he possess a report denouncing the soup's integrity, he could easily refute it, as all ingredients were sourced from the Halua Consortium to ensure safety. To accuse the ingredients of being unhealthy is sheer nonsense. However, to claim that the source of this aroma is unknown and therefore unsuitable for consumption leaves one at a loss for words. It is entirely reasonable for a newly added spice to elude current market testing methods. Furthermore, a mere pinch of spice can impart an immense fragrance. It stands to reason that Li Qingming and his associates might have taken the opportunity to add a dash of seasoning. Consequently, this left Liu Chong at a loss for a rebuttal, merely gazing at Qin Hua to see how the newly appointed president would respond. Qin Hua received the report from the attendant, reviewed it, and after confirming its accuracy, handed it to Wang Bo, who was drenched in sweat. The moment Zhang Fuge stood up to assert that the soup was problematic and presented a report from the Jiangqing Culinary Association, he was utterly bewildered. If the soup were indeed flawed, it would not merely jeopardize his aspirations, but obliterate his future entirely. President, I have consumed this soup just a few days ago, and I am perfectly fine. There is absolutely nothing wrong. Wang Bo, without needing to glance at the report, knew it was undoubtedly true that in this matter, neither Zhang Fuge nor the Jiangqing Culinary Association would dare to fabricate a lie. Thus, he was panicked, resorting to his own experience to prove the soup's integrity. Even General Liu has tasted it, and he encountered no issues. Wang Bo looked at Liu Chong, seeking affirmation. Liu Chong inhaled deeply. President Qin, I, Liu Chong, am willing to vouch for this soup with my entire Juning group. There is absolutely no problem. Everyone can indulge with confidence. As he spoke, Liu Chong raised the bowl of soup and drank it in one go. A rich aroma of chicken broth burst forth in his mouth, eliciting an involuntary and delightful groan. However, this was not sufficient. For the assembly present, Liu Chang's assurance held little weight, while they trusted Liu Chang's character. The matter was undeniably peculiar. How did Zhang Fugue ascertain that the soup was flawed? If he had tasted it previously, how fortuitously did he possess the report from the Jiangqing Culinary Association? Such coincidence seemed implausible. This undoubtedly involved a struggle, a rivalry between Zhang Fugue and Liu Chong, who had a history of business competition. It appeared that both were seizing this celebratory banquet as an opportunity for a fierce contest. They would naturally refrain from getting too embroiled in it, lest they find themselves mired in complications. Thus, all eyes turned once more to Qin Wenshu, the founder of the Halua Consortium. Yet he remained in meditative repose, causing a furrowed brow among the crowd. Did he place such unwavering trust in Qin Halua? How would she navigate this situation? Both Liu Chong and Zhang Fuge harbored intentions to undermine each other during this 20th anniversary celebration. How would she respond? Qin Halua pondered briefly. Please summon the chef responsible for tonight's main dish, she instructed her secretary. This predicament might very well be the first thorny issue she encountered since her appointment, implicating two major conglomerates in Jiangqing, the reputation of the Halua Consortium, and her personal standing within the company. That a misstep could trigger a chain reaction, necessitating her utmost caution in decision-making. Therefore, she resolved to meet with the chef before proceeding. The report cast an awkward shadow over tonight's soup. However, if the chef proved trustworthy, she would choose to believe Wang Bo, Liu Chong, and the soup itself. With the influence of the Halua Consortium, it was feasible to present an alternative perspective on the report. Of course, beneath this anticipation lay a sense of dissatisfaction, even disdain, towards Zhang Fugue. That fellow was truly insufferable. Soon, Li Qingming and Uncle Xiang, who had been awaiting the banquet guests to savor the chicken soup, were summoned forth. The resplendent hall, under the watchful gaze of the surrounding audience, made Li Qingming feel somewhat uneasy. This was his first time in such a setting. However, he quickly regained his composure. What could be more daunting than traversing through time itself? Having journeyed through different eras, what was there to fear? Besides, this chicken soup was his creation. As for Uncle Xiang, his face was marked by trepidation, his head bowed low, avoiding the gaze of those around him. The whispers among the crowd suggested that the chef was not the anxious, limping middle-aged man they had anticipated, but rather a young individual in his 20s. Such youth raised doubts about his ability to craft a commendable soup, particularly chicken broth. Yet Liu Chong and Wang Bo would not gamble recklessly. What, then, was the underlying mystery? The crowd speculated. Qin Halua's brow furrowed tightly. The older man was clearly not a chef, while the man of similar age to her exuded confidence. However, his hands appeared far too ordinary, lacking the telltale signs of a seasoned chef whose hands would bear the marks of years wielding knives that Li Qingming walked. He observed keenly. This scrutiny revealed something amiss. The soup remained untouched before the assembly, while Jiang Fugui, Lu Chang, and Minister Wang Bo stood rigidly. Jiang Fugui wore a smug expression, Lu Chang appeared grave, and Minister Wang Bo seemed stricken with fear. The expressions of the onlookers were rife with mockery. Was there, perchance, something wrong with the soup? Then, Li Qingming noticed Qin He, standing in the center of the room, radiating an aura of beauty that he found himself involuntarily stirred by a flicker of admiration. This sentiment was a mere instinctual response to encountering such a striking woman, a primal urge to possess. Yet, in the next moment, the coldness, arrogance, and the slightest hint of skepticism in Qin He's gaze caused him to scoff. This beautiful woman was frigid and haughty, appearing utterly unattainable. Such a woman was best approached with caution. It would be wise to avoid any semblance of affection, lest one invite unnecessary turmoil. Thus, Li Qingming's fleeting infatuation dissipated entirely, that he was not one to be foolishly enamored. He had experienced love before, a first love, with a high school and college sweetheart. Yet, that bond could not withstand the pressures of reality. He bore no resentment, for there was no reason to burden another with suffering. That it was only natural for someone to seek a better life, in that moment. Li Qingming recognized that the more beautiful a woman was, the more difficult she was to keep. Lacking the requisite ability, one could not hold on to such a woman. This one, with her undeniable beauty and noble bearing, was far beyond his reach, even if he possessed an entire culinary skill set. Even if Li Qingming were to develop his skills fully, he would find no joy in it. The reason was simple. Women like her were too proud and demanding that he preferred gentle women who could tend to him at home, rather than a formidable woman who would require him to cater to her whims. May I inquire as to your name, esteemed chef? Where do you practice your craft? What is your international accreditation level? Qin He asked politely after a slight bow, treating Li Qingming, who appeared ordinary and clearly not of noble birth, with no disdain. Her pride stemmed solely from her lineage, education, and personal excellence, a solitary bloom amidst the cold that in her interactions with others. Qin He exhibited arrogance, but never condescension. She maintained the most basic etiquette, even when addressing someone like Li Qingming, who was worlds apart from her. Li Qingming hesitated for a moment. My surname is Li, and my given name is Qingming. My uncle and I operate a stall on Wuda Road. And as for my international accreditation, I do not possess a chef certification at all, he responded candidly. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. That moment, Lu Chang and Wang Bo turned pale. They had overlooked a crucial detail. This individual lacked any formal qualifications, while anyone could cook at home. Operating a business necessitated a chef certification as mandated by the Culinary Association for Public Health and Safety. All chefs in the industry were required to obtain this certification, which ranged from entry-level to international master level, adhering to stringent standards. The only exception to this rule existed in impoverished areas like Wuda Road. Both men had neglected this critical point. Without a certification, to serve food to the esteemed guests of the Halal Consortium was illegal. Jiang Fugui's lips curled into a radiant smile. Had it not been the Halal Consortium's 20th anniversary celebration, he might have laughed aloud. He, too, had forgotten that this fellow lacked a chef certification. Without it, regardless of the circumstances, this was a grave offense. According to federal law, operating without a chef certification carried a minimum sentence of 3 years. He was finished. This young man was doomed, and so was Lu Chang. As for Wang Bo, who had assisted them, he was in even deeper trouble. Lu Chang, your lithium battery market is now mine. Jiang Fugui's eyes sparkled with visions of wealth. Upon hearing this, Qin He took a deep breath. Regaining her composure, that if this young man, who was nearly her age, could manage to perform adequately, she would likely accept him. After all, she was reluctant to punish a loyal employee for the sake of a celebratory event. However, upon hearing Li Qingming's statement, her anger ignited. This fellow had not even obtained the most basic chef's certification. How dare he present himself as a chef here? Did he think the Halal Consortium was a mere roadside stall? Qin He cast a cold, piercing glance at Lu Chang and Wang Bo. It was chilling and severe. She did not hold Lu Chang and Jiang Fugui's use of this anniversary banquet as a battleground against each other against them. That she could tolerate. The marketplace resembles a battlefield, and in this particular arena, two individuals wield it as a means to undermine one another, a fact she remains indifferent to. This includes Wang Bo, who, lacking prudence, failed to ascertain the existence of such a report, which she could have received. However, it is utterly intolerable for Wang Bo, as the head of the procurement department, to have invited a person devoid of even the most basic chef's certification. This tarnishes the reputation of her He Luo Corporation. It is a blow to the very brand of He Luo. Wang Bo trembles visibly, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, a manifestation of sheer terror. After an internal struggle, Wang Bo finally steps forward. President, I apologize that it was my blind ambition for recognition that led to significant errors in our preparations for the 20th anniversary gala. I am willing to resign as penance and accept any punishment. Wang Bo bows deeply. At this juncture, he has no recourse but to offer his resignation as an act of contrition that he can only hope that this does not adversely affect the company's reputation, as he is at a loss for how to atone otherwise. Although his future seems bleak upon resignation, he recognizes the necessity of stepping forward. Not far away, Lu Chang also takes a deep breath and rises to his feet. Chapter 48. Proving responsibility. I bear responsibility in this matter as well. Minister Wang, it was I who invited him, drawn in by the allure of this broth, and having placed my trust in a longtime friend. I neglected to verify Brother Li's qualifications that I shall shoulder any blame. Lu Chang voluntarily assumes responsibility. He cannot allow Wang Bo's years of hard work to be undone in an instant. For him, the worst-case scenario would be shutting down the company and retiring early. In truth, his assets are already sufficient to afford him a comfortable life for several generations. Wang Bo, however, cannot find another job of this caliber. No other company would hire someone with such a significant oversight. His future, as well as that of his family, hangs in the balance. Qini Luo's cold smile fades. General Manager Lu, regarding the accountability for this incident, our Internal Affairs Department will conduct an investigation, and I will deliver a fair, just, and reasonable verdict based on its findings. As for you, your actions have resulted in discontent among all attendees of this evening's gala, that I now ask you to leave. As for the future, our He Luo Corporation will engage in discussions with you regarding the aftermath of this situation. Qini Luo states coolly. Lu Chang's expression shifts drastically to at this moment. He finds himself at a loss for words. As for you, General Manager Jiang, I must ask you to leave as well. Qini Luo's voice turns icy. What, me too? Jiang Fugui, standing nearby with a smug expression, freezes upon hearing Qin He Luo's words. President Qin, what is the meaning of this? I was merely reporting a transgression. Jiang Fugui protests, looking aggrieved. What you have done is not a report. It is merely an attempt to ridicule the He Luo Corporation. We will not permit such machinations against us. Had you come forward earlier to report, I would have acknowledged your efforts. Presenting this report now, General Manager Jiang, do you truly believe I can be so easily intimidated? Rest assured, this will not affect the cooperation between He Luo Corporation and Fugui Group. Qin He Luo retorts coldly. Jiang Fugui's face drains of color, but he never anticipated his actions would backfire so spectacularly. However, he consoled himself with the thought that at least he would only be asked to leave, while Lu Chang was in dire straits. With this thought, Jiang Fugui's expression brightens considerably. After all, Qin He Luo has stated that this would not impact the collaboration between their two companies, ensuring no personal vendettas would arise. This is a testament to the integrity of the He Luo Corporation's brand. I apologize, President Qin. I was in the wrong. I shall make amends in the future. Jiang Fugui declares, his demeanor lightened as he turns to depart. I in the crowd. Qin Wenshu, previously overlooked, discreetly nods, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He is immensely pleased with his eldest daughter's handling of the situation. He is well aware of the events unfolding in Jiangcheng, for as a titan responsible for 1/3 of the city's GDP, he can glean any information he desires. He understands the rivalry between Jiang Fugui and Lu Chang, as well as the background of Li Qingming and his recent actions. However, he chooses to remain silent, wanting to observe how his daughter would navigate this unexpected scenario. After all, while his eldest daughter has excelled academically, it is essential to remember that the world of business is not merely an academic pursuit. He wishes to ascertain whether she possesses the capability and acumen to address such unforeseen challenges. Thus far, she has performed admirably, preserving the dignity of the He Luo Corporation while simultaneously deterring those with ulterior motives, showcasing her resolve and adeptness to all present. Excellent. Yet, as he reflects on his eldest daughter's brilliance, he cannot help but think of his second daughter's willfulness, prompting a wry smile. Alas, how can two children born of the same parents be so vastly different? Shaking his head, Qin Wenshu resumes his feigned slumber. As for you, our He Luo Corporation is not one to bully the weak, that we will not pursue charges against you for operating without a license. However, you are required to apologize to all the guests and then leave. Qin He Luo turns her gaze upon Li Qingming, her expression frosty, her eyes filled with disdain. That is it truly so difficult to obtain a chef's certification? Not at all. That it can be confidently asserted that with a modicum of effort, passing a level 3 or 5 examination is entirely feasible. Indeed, even Qin He Luo, having studied abroad, holds the highest level 9 certification. Of course, this pertains to the average individual. Above that lies the International Master Certification, also level 9, which is not easily attained by the average person. While the culinary arts may appear simple, the standards in other areas are exceedingly stringent. Nevertheless, possessing any chef's certification is sufficient to legitimize one's practice. Yet this individual stands before her completely unqualified. Were it merely a level 1 certification, Qin He Luo might have been more forgiving. However, he possesses not even the most basic qualification, having never taken the exam. Such a person dares to claim the title of chef. Setting aside the issue of deceit, at the very least, he embodies laziness. For someone like Qin He Luo, who has consistently excelled academically and distinguished herself in various pursuits, the one vice she cannot abide is slothfulness. One may be foolish. That is acceptable. But to be lazy, now that is truly irredeemable. Li Qingming attempts to speak, but Qin He Luo silences him once more. As for Uncle Xiang, he has been rendered speechless since the outset. He suddenly recalls that Li Qingming lacks the necessary chef's certification. Without such a certification, one cannot legally operate as a chef. Uncle Xiang instinctively internalizes the blame. Consumed by profound guilt, he feels as though he has wronged Li Qingming. Cast out by the He Luo Corporation, he fears there will be no refuge for him in Jiangcheng. That do not tell me that one cannot cook without a chef's certification. Such nonsensical remarks have no place here to waste our time. Apologize to all the guests immediately and vanish from my sight, or I shall have security escort you to the police station. Qin He Luo's eyes brim with contempt. Yet, her actions do not elicit outrage. Rather, the surrounding crowd admires her composure and commanding presence. After all, with a mere utterance, she could send the disruptor of the gala to prison, yet she shows mercy, and with the He Luo Corporation's forbearance. It is unlikely anyone else in Jiangcheng would dare to cause trouble for him. It can be said that Liu Chang and Wang Bo have suffered misfortune, yet the true instigator emerges unscathed. One cannot deny that such fortune is indeed enviable. Listening to the flattery surrounding Qin He Luo, Li Qingming cannot help but smirk. Indeed, flattery exists everywhere, especially when directed at a beautiful woman. Yet, this woman possesses the merit to warrant such praise. In every aspect, appearance, education, poise, and interpersonal skills, Li Qingming finds no fault. She epitomizes the ideal woman. However, Li Qingming does not intend to leave without making a point. While I may depart, I must first prove something. He states calmly. Qin He Luo's displeasure is evident as she prepares to have him removed. Li Qingming interjects, I do not seek to validate myself, for I indeed lack a chef's certification. I accept all your criticisms regarding this point, and am willing to face any consequences. However, I wish to demonstrate something on behalf of General Manager Liu and Minister Wang. Their trust in me was well placed. My broth is absolutely flawless. You may scorn my lack of certification, but you cannot deride my broth. That a certification may attest to one's qualifications, but it cannot determine the quality of a pot of soup. Nor can it disprove that my heartfelt chicken soup is anything but excellent. Li Qingming proclaims with pride. Chapter 49. Witness the words, grant me the opportunity, and I shall prove that my chicken soup is undoubtedly the finest in the world. Li Qingming must seize this chance. Otherwise, Uncle Xiang, Liu Chang, and Wang Bo would all find themselves in dire straits that he refuses to allow a petty individual to jeopardize his future, particularly one as despicable as this. You have no standing to negotiate terms with me. This is your final chance. Apologize and depart within 10 seconds. Qin Luo's demeanor remains icy. She holds no fondness for this young man of similar age. Not wishing to exchange even a single additional word, she offers him not a sliver of opportunity. Instinctively, Li Qingming moves to step forward, but two burly security guards immediately restrain him by the shoulders, rendering him immobile. That an overwhelming rage and inexpressible frustration swell within him. He poured his heart into crafting this broth, yet this is the outcome he faces that he refuses to accept it. My chicken. As Li Qingming was about to argue, two heavy hands landed on his shoulders, the immense force causing him to stagger, rendering him speechless. The harshness of reality struck hard. Qin Helua afforded him no opportunity for rebuttal, apologize, or leave. In such a situation, Li Qingming was deprived even of the chance to voice his thoughts. From a distance, Lu Chang attempted to turn away, but the security personnel trailing behind maintained their basic courtesy, urging him to continue his departure. Lu Chang sighed. That moment, Uncle Xiang suddenly knelt down. Esteemed young lady, our chicken soup is truly without fault. Please, you must believe me. Our chicken soup is genuinely exquisite, crafted with meticulous care, and I stake my life on it. There is absolutely no issue. As Uncle Xiang spoke, he prostrated himself before her. This act elicited scornful expressions from the numerous dignitaries present. Only the lowly would resort to such public displays of supplication, employing pitiful tactics to elicit sympathy. This kneeling act was met with disdain by all. Qin Helua merely frowned. Though a flicker of compassion stirred within her, it was overshadowed by her contempt for Li Qingming. It was utterly despicable of him to shirk responsibility and compel an elder to plead for a modicum of pity. At that moment, Li Qingming lifted Uncle Xiang into his embrace. Uncle, this is not worth it. Holding Uncle Xiang tightly, he refused to let him continue in such a manner. This was unworthy, regardless of her status. This woman was not deserving of such degradation. Xiaoming, release me. I must plead with this young lady, or we are finished. Uncle Xiang struggled. Remove them from my sight. Qin Helua suppressed her revulsion, gesturing dismissively. This could be considered her leniency. Out of respect for Uncle Xiang's kneeling, she would forego demanding an apology. In the distance, Jiang Fugue was elated. These rascals were doomed, utterly doomed. He, Jiang Fugue, would emerge as the greatest victor in a few days. He would present a tasteful gift to Miss Qin, the newly appointed President Qin. Jiang Fugue plotted in his mind. Hearing these words, Uncle Xiang still wished to argue, but Li Qingming simply shook his head. Uncle, there is a saying in my hometown. As long as the spine remains unbent, no mountain is too great to bear. Li Qingming looked at Uncle Xiang, a faint smile gracing his lips. Is our chicken soup lacking? Not at all. It is merely that some fail to recognize its worth, mistaking a teapot for a chamber pot. Qin Helua was momentarily taken aback by the implications of Li Qingming's words. Finding him not entirely without merit, at least he possessed a modicum of eloquence, capable of articulating thoughts worthy of contemplation. However, in the next moment, his remark about mistaking a teapot for a chamber pot enraged her. Was he implying that her judgment was as flawed as that? Her delicate features turned frosty in an instant. Yet, she chose not to elaborate. He was not worth her breath, just then, as Li Qingming attempted to approach. The security personnel forcibly restrained him. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to offer an apology. Li Qingming reassured as he patted the hands of the two guards. To everyone's astonishment, he bowed deeply. Today, I was in the wrong. I implore your magnanimity and understanding. Li Qingming bowed 3 times, then turned to Qin Helua, bowing once more. I once again apologize for disrupting the 20th anniversary celebration of the Helua Consortium due to my actions. He slowly rose. Xiaoming. Uncle Xiang grasped Li Qingming's hand tightly. Uncle, let us depart. Li Qingming's expression was calm. Uncle, remember, you should never kneel before anyone. What we desire must be earned through our own efforts, not through the words of others. Only then did the surrounding crowd comprehend why Li Qingming had suddenly chosen to apologize. This young man was quite proud. However, this world is never lacking in prideful individuals, and all such individuals are eventually tempered by reality. Those who persist will only find themselves battered and bruised. Although a glimmer of admiration flickered in their eyes, they held no regard for his arrogance. They had encountered many proud souls before. Now that I leave this place, it will not be easy for me to return. Li Qingming whispered as he passed by Qin Helua. The sound, though soft, resonated clearly in the silent banquet hall, catching the ears of those present. Upon hearing this, the attendees were filled with scornful laughter. This young man dared to make such boasts. Who did he think he was? Did he believe that his chicken soup would compel the Helua group to bow down? It was nothing short of ludicrous. Even if his chicken soup was the finest in the world, it could never sway a Fortune 500 entity like the Helua Consortium. Qin Helua remained impassive. She had heard such rhetoric countless times before, regardless of whether it stemmed from resentment, politeness, or genuine capability. It was insufficient to compel the Helua Consortium to yield. Yet, Qin Helua chose not to respond. She had no need to engage in debate with a mere commoner. But, just as Li Qingming and Uncle Xiang were about to exit the banquet hall, an intoxicating aroma erupted, akin to a long-suppressed volcano finally bursting forth. The entire hall was enveloped in an overwhelming fragrance, compelling everyone to inhale deeply, including Qin Helua, whose eyes sparkled with intrigue. Meanwhile, Qin Wenshu, who had feigned slumber, finally opened his eyes and gazed at the chicken soup before him, fragrant. This was an unprecedented aroma, unlike anything he had ever encountered. Qin Wenshu, staring at the chicken soup, suddenly gasped in astonishment. The soup, which had previously appeared milky white, now revealed its true color as the opaque essence dissipated, allowing delicate red leaf-like fragments to float to the surface. 1, 2, and increasingly more. "Look, it seems to form a character," someone exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 50. An omen. More and more individuals focused on their chicken soup, eager to discern what the floating red leaf-like fragments might spell out. That a faint smile played on Li Qingming's lips. This was the result of his recent experimentation. The red leaf-like fragments were finely chopped onions, their outer layers shredded and added at the end of the cooking process. Due to a special layer he had crafted, known as refined milk, they remained invisible until time allowed the refined milk to dissipate. Consequently, the raw onion fragments floated to the surface, forming a character. This served as a contingency for any potential missteps that belied this stage. The soup's flavor was no longer as robust as before, but the formation of a character within the soup was sufficient to compensate for any deviations in taste. Of course, achieving the desired character as they floated to the surface was a challenging feat. Li Qingming had attempted this numerous times, with a success rate that was dismally low. Out of thousands of trials, fewer than 10 had succeeded. This success rate was decidedly meager. However, there was one advantage. There were many people present. With 328 servings, as long as one succeeded, it would suffice to at that moment. Li Qingming recognized this as an opportunity for a comeback. From the outset, he had been awaiting such a moment. The chicken soup might not be extraordinary. No matter how delectable, it would not be remarkable in the face of power. But what if this chicken soup formed a character of utmost significance? As Li Qingming and Uncle Xiang made their way out, he thought, "I may leave, but returning will not be so easy." Of course, that character must appear. If it did not, as the soup cooled and the flavor waned, even if the crowd tasted it, they would likely not be moved. Moreover, it was possible that they would not even choose to sample it at all. Did I end this scenario? Discarding it might be more probable. What character would it be? All eyes were fixed on their chicken soups, including Qin Helua, who was equally intent on deciphering what the floating fragments might form. "This isn't a character. It neither stands upright nor lies flat," someone instinctively remarked. "Indeed, it looks more like a muddled mess," another echoed, with an increasing chorus declaring their inability to discern any character. Just then, Qin Wenshu burst into laughter. "What a remarkable skill! Truly exceptional." Qin Wenshu guffawed. Exceptional? The crowd fell silent, puzzled. What did this mean? Those beside Qin Wenshu turned to gaze. and upon doing so, they were astonished. There, atop Qin Wenshu's chicken soup, a character was unmistakably formed. The character signifies today marks the 20th anniversary of the Halal Consortium, making the appearance of this character incredibly auspicious. Moreover, remarkably, it appeared solely atop Qin Wenshu's soup. How could this not be seen as exceptional? The implications were profound. "Father, I also have a character," Qin Halal exclaimed in astonishment. "What?" The crowd gasped in disbelief. Upon closer inspection, indeed, there was a character atop Qin Halal's chicken soup as well. Qin Wenshu founded the Halal Consortium, and today marks its 20th anniversary. There's a Qin Halal is also 20 years old. There's another, aside from them. No one else bore the character, that if one could be seen as coincidence, and twos perhaps as serendipity, then among the 328 attendees, the fact that only these two protagonists bore the character was no mere coincidence. This was a remarkable skill. Regardless of the chicken soup's quality, this singular talent was enough to showcase the chef's extraordinary culinary prowess. "Bring that young master back," Qin Wenshu bellowed with laughter, dispelling the earlier silence. His face glowing with joy, his voice resonating like thunder. This was an immensely promising omen. Whether by coincidence or due to Li Qingming's genuine skill, it was undoubtedly a good sign. Thus, he felt compelled to restore Li Qingming's honor. Indeed, justice must be served. The chicken soup was flawless. Since he has presented such a challenge to test his daughter, it is only natural that he would carefully calculate all the causal relationships involved. As for whether the chicken soup poses any issues, that is undoubtedly of paramount importance. Although he has never tasted chicken soup himself, his investigations revealed that no one has reported any adverse reactions. Furthermore, based on his inquiries into the ingredients used to make the soup, they are all quite ordinary and pose no problems whatsoever. That, of course, later on, Li Qingming asked the uncle to procure some other peculiar items. But these were obtained 2 days after the chicken soup was made and were purchased separately. In this regard, Qin Wenshu was unable to uncover anything. Otherwise, had he known that this fellow had used industrial alkali and rice husks, he would never have allowed them in. Such ingredients are akin to poison in the culinary philosophy of this world. Therefore, he is confident that Li Qingming's chicken soup is flawless and undoubtedly delicious. However, since this is a test for Qin Halal, he does not concern himself with whether Li Qingming's soup is unjustly accused or whether it could ruin his future. This is not within his purview. At this moment, the appearance of the character brings him immense joy, and the aroma of the chicken soup exceeds his expectations. Thus, he resolves to restore justice to this matter and, by extension, promote this chicken soup. An unprecedented chicken soup that can form characters will yield terrifying profits, of which he is acutely aware. To Li Qingming, selling chicken soup alone would scarcely make a profit, even at 100 yuan per bowl. How much could he earn? Yet, with the power of the Halal Consortium, the chicken soup could reach every corner of the world within a day. With over 7 billion people globally, if each person consumes just 1 bowl of chicken soup per week, and assuming a profit of 5 yuan per bowl, that amounts to a staggering 35 billion yuan. What a formidable wealth that is. When Qin Wenshu speaks, naturally, no one opposes him. "I will go and invite him. I will go." Wang Bo, still in a state of repentance, eagerly rushes outside upon hearing this, that he realizes he has been saved. Meanwhile, outside, Lu Chong has been waiting for Li Qingming. "What is the matter? Lu, are you going to beat me up?" Li Qingming mocks himself with a wry smile. Shrugging, "Come on, after causing me such misery, a beating from you wouldn't be so bad." Lu Chong, however, waves his hand dismissively. "This isn't your fault. It's my oversight, and I should be the one apologizing to you. How about this? Join me moving forward. Although my energy conglomerate may face significant troubles this time, I believe supporting a few of us shouldn't be an issue." Lu Chong pats Li Qingming on the shoulder, his expression one of regret. But if only he had thought of this fellow lacking a chef certification sooner, he would have ensured he got one. That a mere chef certificate would have sufficed to resolve today's crisis. Alas, he overlooked it. What a grave oversight it was, or perhaps a lapse in common sense. Chapter 51. Not going back. Ha, Lu, how about it? Can you concede now? You can yield the lithium battery market, can't you? Zhang Fuguei suddenly appears from the side. "Where is my daughter? Where is she?" Uncle Xiang rushes over upon seeing Jiang Fugui again. Pa, stay away. Your daughter has nothing to do with me. She was taken by Lu Chong. What is this, Lu? You take away someone's daughter without a word. Are you planning to wait until she achieves great success to take credit for it? Unfortunately, you miscalculated. Jiang Fugui laughs heartily. Annoying. Lu Chong feels an impulse he hasn't experienced in years, wanting to give this guy a good beating. Lu. No rush. This guy may not have the upper hand, Li Qingming scoffs. Although he too wishes to punch Jiang Fugui, the situation has not yet reached a dead end. It all hinges on whether his character can materialize. But Lu, is Uncle Xiang's daughter really with you? Li Qingming asks with a peculiar expression. Don't think too much. I've only sent her to a closed girls' school for her education to help her understand right from wrong. As for why I didn't inform you earlier, it was indeed to wait until you succeeded before telling you that I apologize, brother. Lu Chong bows. Uncle Xiang is now in tears, filled with joy and relief. And upon seeing Lu Chong apologize, he repeatedly waves his hand. Lu, your great kindness is unforgettable. I shall repay it in the future. Uncle Xiang can only express his gratitude in his heart, relieved that his daughter has not suffered the indignities of someone like Jiang Fugui. Ah, Xiaoming, it's only my burden that has dragged you down that I've grown old. Any life I lead is inconsequential. But you with such bright prospects, Uncle Xiang laments for Li Qingming. Lu Chong also sighs in sympathy. Ha, kid. Now Lu Chong can't protect you, but I'm pleased. Here is an opportunity. Kneel and call me master. And I might consider adopting you as my dog. Jiang Fugui laughs maniacally. This time, all three men are furious and roll up their sleeves. What, do you want to hit me? You ought to know where you are. Jiang Fugui shows no fear. Knowing that the whole consortium's bodyguards surround them, that he is not on the same level as these three. They're the people expelled by Miss Qin. No, President Qin's orders. Why don't you throw them out? If President Qin gets angry later, can you bear the consequences? Jiang Fugui uses his clout to intimidate. The bodyguards indeed change their expressions, with a new boss in charge, especially after such an incident. Who knows how he might react? If they fail to handle things well, they could be held accountable. After all, their salaries here are quite generous, far beyond what other places offer. They certainly do not wish to lose this job. Ha! Get lost. This isn't place for lowly people like you. And Lu, I'll be heading to your company to settle the bill shortly, that I believe your reputation in business is quite good. You won't be unable to bear a loss this time. Will you? Jiang Fugui mocks them to his heart's content. All along, he has started from scratch in the business world, yet he is often derided as a nouveau riche, a country bumpkin, while Lu Chong is praised for his scholarly demeanor and business acumen. Though both earn money, the commentary they receive is worlds apart. He is seen as fortunate, while Lu Chong is regarded as visionary and strategic. That it can be said that among the top 10 conglomerates in Jiang City, he harbors the deepest resentment toward Lu Chong. Thus, he will go to great lengths to undermine Lu Chong. Even in the lithium battery market, he has fought tooth and nail to compete with him. Yet all this time, he has remained at a disadvantage, struggling to surpass him. Finally, having found an opportunity, he is determined to vent all his pent-up frustration. If they weren't here, I'd really like to give you a beating. Lu Chong glares at Jiang Fugui, speaking each word with intensity. Jiang Fugui, however, only laughs maniacally. Come and hit me, if you dare. Jiang Fugui roars with laughter. Before the three can make a move, the Halua Consortium security swiftly restrains them, though they too are quite displeased with Jiang Fugui. Finding his words intolerable and his arrogance excessive, without orders from Qin Wenshu or Qin He, they dare not allow Li Qingming and the others to beat Jiang Fugui. Otherwise, they would face repercussions from above, which they could not afford. After all, the salaries here are quite lucrative. They certainly do not wish to lose this job. No rush, Lu. As the saying goes, good begets good, and evil begets evil. It's not that retribution is absent, but rather that the time is yet to come. Let him be arrogant for a few more minutes. His karmic retribution is on its way. Li Qingming says coldly, silently calculating the time. It should have already arrived. The characters in the chicken soup ought to have taken shape. Deity all depends on whether luck is on his side. Haha, I'll be waiting. Jiang Fugui laughs maniacally. Just then, Wang Bo suddenly rushes in, panting. Lu, good news, a turning point, a major turning point. We Haven Tea failed. We Haven Tea failed. Wang Bo exclaims excitedly. President Qin, no, it's President Qin himself. Now ask Chef Li to return. The characters have form. Li Qingming clenches his fist. At this moment, Li Qingming finally exhales a long breath. This time, he has bet correctly that a stroke of genius led him to the right outcome. What? Lu Chong is taken aback, unable to process this sudden turn of events. President Qin wants us to return? Uncle Xiang exclaims joyfully, hugging Li Qingming tightly. Xiaoming, our luck has arrived. Our luck has arrived. Our chicken soup is the best chicken soup. Impossible. This cannot be. Jiang Fugui's expression changes dramatically, fear written all over his face as he shakes his head repeatedly, unable to accept this reality. What in the world is happening? Lu Chong asks, maintaining his composure. We'll explain later. Let us head inside first. Wang Bo pulls Li Qingming along. The security guards hesitate, wondering if they should let Lu Chong back in. Rest assured, they are now the esteemed guests of the old president. There won't be any issues, Wang Bo explains. With that, the guards part the way. However, Li Qingming waves his hand. What is going on? Wang Bo is taken aback. Lu Chong and Uncle Xiang are also puzzled. After all, it is the old Master Qin himself who has invited them back. Why would they not go? I just said, it's easy to let me leave, but to let me return is not so simple. Li Qingming replies coolly, waving his hand dismissively, that if he were to return so easily, wouldn't that diminish his stature. Though he knows he must return, he still wants to maintain a semblance of dignity, at least while he can. Xiaoming, don't be foolish that if you anger the old President Qin and he changes his mind about letting us in, it would be troublesome. Uncle Xiang urges urgently, trying to persuade him. Chapter 52. The young lady comes personally. Little master, please don't be willful. Beside him, Wang Bo echoed in agreement. Although he could comprehend Li Qingming's perspective, after all, he had just been nearly expelled. Returning now would indeed be a matter of lost face. Yet, one must not forget the stature and identity of the opposing party. This was the Halal Consortium, a titan among the top 500 in the Federation. A mere sneeze from them could send tremors through Jiang City. Even on a national scale, they were a formidable force. That To adopt such an arrogant stance at this juncture was decidedly inappropriate. I believe he should not enter at this moment. Lu Chong concurred with Li Qingming's actions. His foresight surpassed that of Wang Bo. The fact that they had managed to gain entry indicated an acknowledgement of his culinary prowess. Given the Halal Consortium's clout, the ensuing negotiations would be of utmost importance. Should Li Qingming waltz in so easily, he would inevitably find himself in a disadvantageous position during the discussions. The ramifications of such a disadvantage could result in financial losses amounting to billions. However, Lu Chong was uncertain whether Li Qingming's actions stemmed from youthful bravado or a deeper understanding of the situation. If it was the former, it could be excused. If the latter, it would be quite alarming. Master, I cannot deliver on this. Wang Bo's expression was fraught with conflict. Surely, one could not expect old Master Qin to come personally and extend an invitation. That would be utterly excessive. My demands are quite simple. Who was it that expelled me? Henceforth, let that same person personally invite me back. Li Qingming replied nonchalantly. This request is reasonable, is it not? Upon hearing this, all present were left dumbfounded, including the security personnel, who were equally taken aback. Ha, you fool. You truly are an imbecile. Just because you can whip up a pot of soup, you think you can make such an outrageous demand. Jiang Fugui suddenly pointed at Li Qingming, bursting into laughter. The crowd around them shook their heads in disbelief. Even Lu Chong, who previously believed Li Qingming should not enter, now shook his head in disapproval. He thought it would be more fitting for the Halal Consortium to approach him once again. Not to mention having the esteemed Qin Ho personally extend an invitation. The disparity in their statuses was simply too vast. Master, your demands are excessive. You might as well have asked for old Master Qin to come and personally invite you. Wang Bo frowned deeply. Who was it that had driven Li Qingming away? It was none other than Qin Hua, the current president of the Hua Consortium. She was the cherished eldest daughter of Qin Wenshu, doted upon since her birth. And she had never disappointed him. While the Hua Consortium ranked 436th in the Federation, its second-generation successors were undoubtedly among the top in terms of industry reputation. 20 years hence, the Hua Consortium would undoubtedly rank high globally, largely due to Qin Hua's presence. She was exceptionally gifted, having completed dual master's degrees in business administration and history by the age of 20 in the realm of commerce. She was far from the Navi and newcomer others might presume. She had left her mark on numerous significant projects within the Hua Consortium, though these contributions were discreetly overshadowed by Qin Wenshu, the head of the procurement department. Wang Bo was privy to some of these insights. The notion of such a distinguished figure coming to apologize to him was simply preposterous. Perhaps Qin Wenshu might come to extend an apology, but to expect Qin Hua to personally invite him was nothing short of absurd. Minister Wang, these are my terms. Feel free to relay them. I trust you will come, for today is a significant occasion, Li Qingming asserted confidently. This was not mere arrogance on his part. It was a matter of serendipity. The character prominently featured in his soup symbolized auspiciousness on this, the 20th anniversary, that if the creator of such auspiciousness did not make an appearance, the celebration would indeed be deemed a failure. Moreover, Li Qingming had been contemplating how to market his soup more effectively. Relying solely on himself would not suffice. Only through a chain operation could he maximize profits, a feat beyond his current capabilities. Lu Chang's company, too, could not achieve optimal gains. Only the Hua Consortium had the potential to facilitate this. Therefore, future negotiations would inevitably intertwine their fates. The more value he could bring to the table, the more leverage he would possess. Being treated as a mere pawn would strip him of his standing, placing him at a distinct disadvantage in the negotiations. Thus, it was imperative that Qin Hua personally extend an invitation for him to enter. Wang Bo smiled wryly, ultimately resigned to the necessity of relaying the message. Ah! You actually expect the young President Qin to come and apologize to you. You are truly living in a fantasy. Zhang Fugui mocked loudly. Li Qingming, however, merely smirked, his lips curving in a sardonic grin. Zhang Fugui, you are truly insufferable. I would relish the opportunity to land a blow on you. How about this? If Qin Hua emerges, you will present your face for me to strike. Otherwise, I shall allow you to hit me 10 times. What say you? Li Qingming proclaimed, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance. Zhang Fugui's raucous laughter abruptly ceased. The odds were overwhelmingly in his favor, 1 to 10, and the very idea seemed implausible. Qin Hua had just ascended to the presidency, and it was the traditional period of a new official's fiery start. Yet, she was to emerge and apologize to a penniless upstart. Such a notion would be utterly damaging to her reputation. How could she ever command the vast Hua Consortium thereafter? It was inconceivable. Yet, this young man appeared remarkably composed. What was the source of his confidence? If you dare not wager, then kindly silence yourself, you country bumpkin, Li Qingming retorted scornfully. The term country bumpkin ignited a blaze of fury in Zhang Fugui. Very well, young man, you have asked for it. I shall accept this wager. Let us see how many punches you can endure. Zhang Fugui seethed with rage. Then let us call upon a few witnesses. Li Qingming gestured to several nearby security personnel, who remained silent, clearly skeptical of his chances. They regarded him as an audacious upstart challenging the very totem of the Hua Consortium. Uncle Xiang, standing nearby, was utterly astonished, while Lu Chang observed quietly, intrigued by the source of Li Qingming's audacity. Meanwhile, in the hall, Wang Bo, with a conflicted expression, relayed Li Qingming's words to Qin Hua. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the hall erupted. This young man is insufferable. He dares to make such demands based solely on his culinary skills. It is utterly outrageous. Indeed, he is merely a chef, yet he presumes to demand an apology from the young lady of the Qin family. His arrogance is beyond measure. The crowd erupted in condemnation of Li Qingming's audacity. Among them, a young man of similar age flushed with anger, muttering under his breath, "What a shameless fiend!" Yet, all eyes remained fixed on Qin Hua, the esteemed young lady. How would she respond to such an audacious provocateur? Would she expel him in fury, or would she send someone to extend a second invitation? The notion of her personally requesting his presence was dismissed by all. After all, he was merely a chef. A figure easily crushed beneath the heel of the Halua consortium. An insignificant ant unworthy of a dragon's attention. Chapter 53. I have emerged. And then, the entire hall buzzed with commotion that a chef without even a certification, despite possessing a unique skill, remained an obscure figure within the Federation. How dare he demand that Qin Hua, the current head of the Halua consortium, come personally to apologize? Such self-importance was staggering. Qin Hua's countenance darkened. While she acknowledged the impressive skill reflected in the character within the soup, she also astutely observed that among all the guests present, only she and her father's soup featured this character. While it was indeed remarkable, it could equally be interpreted as mere coincidence, a stroke of luck that if viewed through that lens. Disregarding the aroma of the soup, the culinary skill was hardly commendable. Moreover, the floral carving was rather subpar. A closer inspection revealed that he attempted to carve plum blossom petals, but the execution was evidently lacking, with many edges appearing damaged. Such culinary prowess was inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. The culinary world is simple, yet it has evolved significantly that a chef's distinction lies not merely in flavor, but also in knife skills, where true mastery can be discerned, that if one were to assess based on this criterion. It was clear that luck had favored this individual, leading to the serendipitous appearance of the character in both his and her father's soup. How audacious of him to make such an unreasonable demand. Did he truly believe the Halua consortium was akin to Jiang Fugue's paltry enterprise? Yet, therein lies the crux. Today marked the 20th anniversary of the Halua consortium, coinciding with her first day in charge. The character was indeed fortuitous that in no other character, be it joy or longevity, could rival its auspiciousness that the character had struck a chord with their vulnerabilities. This young man was certainly adept at exploiting opportunities. Qin Hua felt a surge of disdain within her. Of course, one could argue that he was perceptive of human sentiments, which could be seen as a compliment. However, at this moment, Qin Hua's disdain was palpable, rendering it a derogatory sentiment. Qin Wenshu had undoubtedly perceived the underlying nuances as well. Would he admire this young man's audacity? No. Admiration was reserved for those worthy of respect. Li Qingming was currently far beneath that threshold. Had it been the child of a prestigious group in Jiang City or a company executive, such behavior might have been met with admiration. Yet now, it was merely a provocation. His heart simmered with anger, but he refrained from intervening. Since he has entrusted the entire consortium to Qin Hua, he shall not intervene as long as the company does not encounter a significant crisis. After all, he is aging. This world belongs to the youth that in his eyes. Qin Hua is the epitome of a perfect heir. The only regret he harbors is that she is ultimately a woman, not a son. Had she been a son, it would have been flawless. Unfortunately, Qin Wenshu has only 2 daughters in his lifetime. Nonetheless, he feels content. At least his eldest daughter is exceptionally capable. Now, he wonders how this daughter, who has never disappointed him, will act. Qin Wenshu is curious that at this moment, outside, Lu Chang pulls Li Qingming aside. You may hold your cards close to your chest, but this time, you shouldn't have approached Qin Hua. Lu Chang's expression is grave. Your status is too low to warrant her attention. I do not know what confidence you possess, but regardless of your trump card, your identity does not merit such consideration from them. Upon hearing this, Li Qingming's heart sinks that is it truly going awry? Just then, the door swings open, and everyone turns to look that a strikingly beautiful figure appears before them. Qin Hua has emerged. Lu Chang inhales sharply. Pondering what Li Qingming has done to provoke her presence that as for Jiang Fugue, he is left utterly dumbfounded. Impossible. No way. This cannot be happening. I must be seeing things. Jiang Fugue rubs his eyes vigorously, unable to believe his own sight. Meanwhile, Li Qingming breathes a sigh of relief. Finally, she has come out that as for Uncle Xiang, he can only stand by, grinning foolishly to know. Lu Chang suddenly thinks to himself that this is not good. Qin Hua, exuding an aura of fierce determination, is not one to be trifled with. This is purely a sensation born from Lu Chang's years of navigating the treacherous waters of commerce. You summoned me, and here I am. Now, What is your intention? Qin Helua's demeanor is cold and proud, akin to a celestial being surveying mere mortals from the heavens, that Li Qingming finds himself at a loss for words. However, a profound sense of crisis wells within him. President Qin, the little master's soup is truly exceptional, but it loses its charm when cold. Why not allow the little master to prepare a fresh bowl exclusively for you? Lu Chong hastily attempts to ease the tension. Yet, Qin Helua disregards him entirely. Now that I am here, what are your plans? She gazes intently at Li Qingming, her eyes sparkling like distant stars, radiating a chilling light. From her indifferent tone, Li Qingming discerns an unmistakable disdain. You summoned me, and I have arrived. So what? Without my consent, do you think you can proceed? Who do you think you are? Li Qingming perceives an absolute contempt in her gaze. This indignation ignites a fire within him. Yet, she remains lofty, a distance of 10,000 miles separating them. While he is but an insignificant insect, still, he must retaliate. I have stated that since I have come out, I will not return inside. Li Qingming steels himself. I request President Qin as presence solely to discuss a business matter. No negotiations. Qin Helua interrupts decisively. No matter how delectable your soup may be, the Helua Consortium neither desires it nor holds it in high regard. I am here for no other reason than to convey a single message. Who do you think you are? With that, Qin Helua turns to leave. Why did she emerge? It was solely for this purpose. She, a favored child of destiny, has never been threatened in such a manner throughout her life. You summoned me, and I have appeared. But it is not to solicit your presence. Rather, it is to inform you. Who do you think you are? To make you aware that while status may vary, identity holds weight. Perhaps this is a display of petulance. But she has acted thus. Who can reproach her? Qin Helua, on her first day presiding over the Helua Consortium, is confronted by a mere cook without even the most basic qualifications, daring to challenge her authority. Who does he think he is? It is a disaster. Lu Chong shuts his eyes. This time, Li Qingming has overstepped his bounds that I in the face of such power. If they grant you passage, you must comply. But if they summon you back, do not presume to act aloof that I in the presence of the Helua Consortium. No one can maintain such airs that least in Jiangqing. No one can, including Lu Chong, regardless of the time or place. A single word from the Helua Consortium, even from a department head or a powerful manager, demands his attendance. This is due to their stature as one of the top 500 firms in the Federation. A true powerhouse that if he must abide, how much more so someone as inconsequential as Li Qingming. Moreover, he has chosen to confront Qin He earlier. He could have asserted himself, for indeed, his soup is exceptional. Yet, he has miscalculated his target. Now, trouble looms. If the Helua Consortium has declined, then they truly have. If they do not want it, no one in Jiangqing will dare to claim it. And no matter how exquisite it may be, it will remain unclaimed. For none would risk offending the Helua Consortium. Chapter 54. A good man does not fight with a woman. Hey. Li Qingming suddenly calls out. The word hey is incredibly impolite. Yet, since you have shown me such discourtesy, I need not extend you any more civility. Surprisingly, Qin Helua halts. However, her bodyguards remain vigilant, ready to subdue Li Qingming should he dare to act recklessly. Li Qingming smiles. There is no need to be so tense. Setting aside her status, she is a woman, and I shall accommodate her. I will not behave rudely. The saying goes, a good man does not fight with a woman. Li Qingming states with a grin. This is infuriating. If previously, she merely regarded Li Qingming, a mere nobody from the slums, as unworthy of her attention. Now his comment regarding her gender has completely incensed her. Qin Helua's sole Achilles' heel lies in her identity as a woman. Throughout her life, her father has lamented countless times why she is a girl and not a boy. Not only has Qin Wenshu expressed such sentiments, but many of her uncles and relatives have echoed them as well. Hence, she has strived relentlessly to prove that women are no less capable than men. However, the harder she works, the more accomplished she becomes, fueling such lamentations that it was only as she matured and began to surpass numerous exceptional men that these remarks gradually diminished. In recent years, no one has dared to mention this in her presence. Yet now, this fellow has dared to bring it up again, especially the phrase, A good man does not fight with a woman, has ignited her fury. Her keen eyes instantly brim with an overwhelming ferocity, as if the very air around them were about to freeze. Do you dare to taste my soup? Li Qingming suddenly inquires. Qin Halua furrows her brow slightly. You claim I am insignificant. Which is indeed true. I am but a nameless pawn. However, I wish to ask you, do you dare to taste my soup? If you have tasted my soup, then come back and say this to me, and I shall concede. Otherwise, you are merely a woman who has leveraged her family's influence to rise above others. Although Li Qingming is a minor character, he astutely seizes upon the woman aspect as a sensitive point. In a patriarchal society, the more accomplished a woman becomes, the more this issue is scrutinized. This is a common affliction among all exceptional women. Just as Empress Wu Zetian, a legendary female sovereign, could not escape such scrutiny. So, can this Qin Halua, no matter how formidable, surpass Wu Zetian? Naturally, she cannot evade it either. Qin Halua suppresses the wrath bubbling within her. On what ground should I taste your soup? Give me a reason. Otherwise, I shall have you thrown out. Furthermore, your impoliteness has greatly angered me, that if you do not provide me with an explanation today, then Lu Chong shall bear the consequences of your rudeness, that I will ensure that his consortium faces bankruptcy within a week. Qin Halua's voice is icy. Lu Chang's complexion pales instantly. Even if he were to offend the Halua consortium, the worst he could expect would be a severance of business ties. He could simply retire early. However, for Qin Halua to threaten bankruptcy within a week is not merely retirement. It is ruin. To speak of bankruptcy is to ensure it. As the president of the Halua consortium, how can you so unjustly punish others? Li Qingming frowns. Qin Halua smirks coldly. I am a woman, am I not? Do you not men claim that women are always unreasonable? Her words nearly cause Li Qingming to spit blood. 1 minute. Give me an explanation. Qin Halua stands with her hands clasped behind her back. Li Qingming grits his teeth. This arrogant woman is truly infuriating. An inexplicable impulse rises within him. Qin Halua possesses a model-like figure. While she may not have the voluptuousness of Western women, she is nonetheless graceful and curvaceous, particularly her pert rear, which, though not as ample as those of Western women, is exceedingly firm and shapely that he cannot help but wonder what it would feel like to touch. Li Qingming's gaze fleetingly sweeps over her, but it is immediately caught by Qin Halua, causing her anger to escalate further. She swiftly delivers a resounding slap across his face. Smack! A vivid five-finger imprint blossoms on Li Qingming's cheek. Taken by surprise, he is utterly unable to dodge. The bodyguards behind him are equally taken aback, having never anticipated that their young lady, or rather, the new president, would exhibit such a fiery temper, directly resorting to violence. Even when Qin Wenshu was furious, he would never strike anyone. For doing so would indicate a loss of composure, that as someone in a position of power, there are myriad ways to handle an adversary. Resorting to physical force is the most despicable. Even if one cannot contain their anger, they can delegate the task to subordinates. Now you may provide me with a reason. Li Qingming touches his cheek, cursing inwardly that he vows to return the favor for that slap. Qin Halua furrows her brow. That I in front of so many people, can she admit that she felt Li Qingming's gaze was lecherous? To voice such a claim would only bring her shame. Moreover, she possesses no evidence to substantiate it. Thus, she chooses not to explain that as for why she acted impulsively. It is likely due to this fellow's incessant references to women that have provoked her ire. Are we women really inferior to you men? Furthermore, as adults, no one has ever dared to regard her with such lewd and vile eyes. Without explanation from you, nor from me, that levels the playing field. Now, are you brave enough to wager with me? Li Qingming said coldly. Let us wager on the taste of my chicken soup. I will return to prepare another bowl, and if it is indeed delicious, then you must repay the humiliation I just endured. And what if it isn't tasty? Qin Halua replied with a cold smile. What stake do you have to wager against me? Li Qingming rolled his eyes. This woman truly had a knack for applying pressure. With my Juning group, Lu Chong suddenly interjected. President Qin, if the soup is not good, I shall relinquish all my shares in the Juning group to you without compensation. Conversely, if it is delicious, I hope President Qin will ensure he receives fair treatment. Director Liu. Li Qingming exclaimed in surprise. Qin Huo regarded him with newfound respect. Liu Chong had the audacity to engage in such a wager. Despite currently ranking 9th among the top 10 companies in Jiangxing, his group still held assets close to 10 billion. To gamble like this took considerable courage, and he was clever enough to offer it as a gift to himself rather than the entire Hua consortium. In light of Director Liu's involvement, I accept this wager. I shall grant you time to prepare another bowl. I will judge the soup's quality with my conscience, Qin Hua stated coldly. And what about your steak? Li Qingming pointed to the red marks on his cheek, still visible from where he had been slapped. Are you suggesting you want to retaliate? Qin Hua scoffed. No, I have stated before, I am a gentleman, and you are a lady that a true man does not contend with a woman. However, if my soup is delicious and you lose, I do not require an apology from anyone that I know the quality of my soup without needing validation, that I only ask you to do one thing. Li Qingming licked his lips. Chapter 55, a kickback he wondered what she intended. Could it be? Qin Hua felt a surge of anger. If this man dared to entertain any improper thoughts or audacious actions, she would immediately have security throw him out. Liu Chong, meanwhile, felt his heart leap into his throat, that he feared what this little master might do next. One could flirt with other women, but not with Qin Hua. In Jiangxing, any woman could be trifled with. But not her. It was a well-known secret among the upper echelons of society that she was not only an exquisite beauty, but also possessed a deadly allure that captivated every man. However, if one desired to live a long and healthy life, they should not view her as merely a woman, for she was Qin Hua of the Hua consortium. Li Qingming chuckled. What is the matter? Are you afraid? He laughed softly. Rest assured, I have no other demands, only that you publicly and justly apologize for your earlier remarks about my chicken soup. You may insult me, for people are of different worth. You are exalted, like a celestial being from the heavens, while I am but a humble figure from the slums. Yet my chicken soup is the finest in the world, and the most noble. You can insult me, but you cannot insult my chicken soup. This declaration about chicken soup left Liu Chong utterly convinced that Li Qingming was indeed extraordinary, possessing such a profound philosophy regarding soup that it put Liu Chang's mind at ease. This man was not lacking in intellect. Qin Hua raised an eyebrow, finding some appreciation in this philosophy on chicken soup. Very well, if I taste it and find it truly delicious, I will uphold my promise. Qin Hua turned and entered the kitchen. Phew, everyone exhaled in relief. They had nearly faced disaster that moment. Li Qingming's back was drenched in sweat. He truly understood what it meant to wield power. Yet while you possess power, I have my unparalleled chicken soup. Let my soup, the best in the world, take measure against Jiangxing's foremost feminist figure. One by one, they entered, leaving only the dumbfounded Jiang Fugui outside, utterly stunned that if this succeeded, he would be completely doomed. However, there was also a possibility of failure. If it failed, Liu Chong would be utterly ruined. Having lost the company to Qin Hua lost in thought, he was suddenly jolted by a thunderous shout. Jiang Fugui, it's time to repay your debts. A shadow surged from within. Leaping high. What do you want? Jiang Fugui screamed in terror, but the shadow's foot struck his ample cheek with force. The rest of his words were swallowed back, and he was sent tumbling backward, rolling down the high steps. Thud! The sound of his roll echoed, devoid of any cries, as Jiang Fugui lost consciousness mid-fall, eventually landing on the grass, sprawled out, bruised and foaming at the mouth. Gasps filled the air. Li Qingming laughed heartily. Liu Chong returned, and upon seeing Jiang Fugui's pitiful state, a smile spread across his face. This man had it coming. What a relief. Dealing with such a foul-mouthed person should be done this way. Li Qingming felt invigorated. All the frustration he had experienced with Qin Hua was released in that moment. Now, it's time to prepare a proper bowl of chicken soup. Li Qingming rubbed his hands together. Qin Hua was well aware of the scene that had unfolded. Yet she said nothing further. Such petty conflicts among insignificant figures did not concern her that moment. She felt a twinge of curiosity about the chicken soup. Was Li Qingming truly so confident in his creation? In the banquet hall, the guests were astonished to see Qin Hua re-entering with the spirited Li Qingming in tow. Upon learning of the wager, Their curiosity intensified that a simple bet over chicken soup would not suffice to pique everyone's interest. But with Qin Helua involved, it became something extraordinary. Even Qin Wenshu, her father, had not anticipated his daughter would engage in such a wager with this young man. However, after a moment's reflection, Qin Wenshu smiled. If this bowl of chicken soup truly proved to be delectable enough to warrant an apology from Qin Helua, it would undoubtedly gain fame far and wide. Once renowned, the Helua Consortium could swiftly promote it, leading to substantial profits. His daughter indeed possessed a keen business acumen for this young man. He would later ensure to keep him in check, preventing him from taking too large a share of the profits. Just a penniless lad, after all. Even if the soup was his, taking a mere 10% of the profits would suffice. Qin Wenshu closed his eyes, awaiting the outcome. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Li Qingming began his preparations. The chicken soup was already prepared. It had been simmering prior and did not require a fresh batch, that if he were to start from scratch, the guests outside would not be able to wait. Moreover, starting anew could expose him. The chicken soup had its secrets. A rapid boil followed by a gentle simmer. If anyone realized how long it took, they would undoubtedly uncover the mystery behind it. He was certain it would not take long before someone figured it out. Once that happened, his creation would lose its value. Although he could produce the soup quickly, he also considered adding salted eggs. If he could make century eggs, he could certainly make salted eggs, providing an additional appetizer. For those who enjoyed a drink or two, this would be an enticing temptation. Thus, Li Qingming had a wealth of ideas. However, why not maximize his profit? Uncle, this time, it's specifically for that proud woman, so we must not add anything else, not even vegetables, just the chicken soup, the purest chicken soup. Li Qingming instructed that he understood that different individuals required different ingredients. Although he was a food enthusiast rather than a chef, he had watched Chinese culinary master and was quite familiar with the principles that he understood that cooking was not solely about the quality of the ingredients or the chef's skill, but also about the preferences of the diners. A person who does not enjoy spicy food will not find anything delicious if it is spiced, and conversely, a person who relishes spice would find a bland dish unappealing, no matter how exquisite it might be. Therefore, tailoring the cooking to suit different diners' tastes is the pinnacle of culinary art that, of course, this insight was not his, but derived from Chinese culinary master. Chapter 56. A complete disaster, this Qin Helua, so lofty and elevated, would find that too many side dishes would somewhat diminish the original flavor of the chicken soup. Thus, he decided to keep it pure, using only the most original chicken soup to tantalize her taste buds. Naturally, this unadulterated flavor would be most delightful only upon first tasting. Subsequent sips would not replicate the initial experience, as the pure essence would inevitably lack some depth and complexity, unable to sustain long-term interest. Fortunately, this would be Qin Helua's first experience with his chicken soup. Soon, a pot of genuine, unadulterated chicken soup emerged. The aroma of the broth was incredibly fragrant, to ensure the soup's flavor reached its peak. Li Qingming simultaneously simmered a dozen pots, leaving the kitchen door open and using a fan to waft the enticing aroma throughout the space that, as the saying goes, the allure of broth surpasses that of meat. And the appeal of scent surpasses that of broth. When the fragrance permeates the air, it stirs the appetite, causing the taste buds to awaken and salivation to commence, explaining why one might find themselves salivating profusely. At that moment, as one takes another sip, the originally delightful flavor transforms into something extraordinary. The exquisite taste intensifies, evolving from barely perceptible to subtly alluring. And ultimately, when Li Qingming serves this seemingly unremarkable bowl of clear broth before Qin Helua, the entire hall is enveloped in sounds of eager swallowing. How fragrant! This bowl of chicken soup is truly divine. Mr. Qin, please do take a taste. Li Qingming, hands clasped behind his back, exudes confidence. With the Helua Consortium backing you, your pride is understandable. However, I stand tall with the entirety of Huaxia's culinary heritage as my support, making my pride even more justified that I cannot fathom that you, who have grown up on fried chicken and chips, would fail to appreciate the brilliance of this chicken soup. Qin Helua gazes at the bowl of chicken soup before her, her nose twitching instinctively. Even before tasting it, her taste buds are already salivating, and her stomach is eagerly anticipating its arrival. This moment, She realizes that she has indeed underestimated this boy from the slums. His chicken soup is truly exceptional. Yet, she is resolute in her determination not to lose this wager. She will not concede defeat, especially not after the declaration. A good man does not contend with a woman. Women have never been at a disadvantage against men. Thus, Qinghe delicately lifts the chicken soup to her lips for a sip, her brow slightly furrowing, before taking a larger gulp in that instant. Everyone witnesses her expression of distaste as she beckons a servant, who promptly brings a small basin. Without hesitation, Qinghe expels the chicken soup she had tasted, much to the astonishment of all present. What is happening? Is it truly that unpalatable? Yet why does it smell so delightful? Li Qingming's complexion darkens immediately. This is impossible, he exclaims, incredulous. His chicken soup, devoid of any additives, should be the epitome of authenticity. How could it have gone awry? If I say it is distasteful, then it is indeed distasteful, Qinghe retorts with a scoff. However, I anticipated your disbelief and have come prepared. Bring forth my beloved duo. Soon, a remarkably beautiful golden retriever is led over. You claim your chicken soup is the most delectable, but if even a dog refuses to drink it, can it still be considered palatable? Qinghe places the bowl of chicken soup before duo, who merely sniffs it before turning away. An uproar ensues. This dog, known for its indiscriminate appetite, would surely consume anything presented by its owner. Yet it merely sniffs and walks away, a clear indication of the soup's unpalatability. You have lost, Qinghe declares coldly. Impossible. Li Qingming rushes forward, startling duo into a sideways leap as it evades him. In a moment of desperation, Li Qingming seizes the bowl of chicken soup that duo had rejected and drinks it down in one gulp, refusing to believe his creation could be so vile. Hey, what are you doing drinking my chicken soup? Qinghe's expression shifts dramatically. She had allowed her dog to serve as a test because she could not allow anyone else to taste her broth. It would be utterly inappropriate. Not even a man, let alone a woman, should partake in what she had consumed. Yet, this man has audaciously drunk from her bowl, and a wave of discomfort and embarrassment washes over her. Scoundrel. He dares to drink Hulua's chicken soup. A young man in the crowd clenches his fists in fury. Just then, however, Li Qingming, having gulped down the soup, suddenly emits a loud pft, spitting it all out. How dreadful. It is indeed inedible. What should have been a delightful broth is now tainted with a sour, spoiled taste, making it impossible to swallow. Not even a dog would drink it. Cursed be it, someone must have tampered with my soup. Li Qingming's mind races with suspicion, pinpointing the sole individual who could have interfered. Qinghe. This woman is utterly intolerant of defeat. Despite being the president of the Halua Consortium, she is unable to bear losing even the slightest wager, resorting to such underhanded tactics. No, I absolutely refuse to concede. Not like this, shrouded in ambiguity. Anger flares within Li Qingming as he prepares to argue, but the atmosphere has grown eerily silent. One could hear a pin drop when he regains his composure and looks around. His face pales. Just moments ago, he spat out the spoiled soup, and by sheer misfortune, it has splattered all over Qinghe. Her hair, her clothing, all are now marred by his regurgitated broth. In that instant, Li Qingming is struck dumb. What do I do now? He is utterly flabbergasted. Not only is he at a loss for words, but the entire assembly stands in shock, unable to process the unfolding events. Who would have anticipated such a spectacle? To drink soup in such a manner and end up splattering it all over Qinghe is unprecedented. What a scandal. This boy is surely doomed. Yet, what of them, as witnesses? They surely cannot afford to be silenced. A chill runs through the guests at this moment. They yearn to escape, for the tension in the air is palpable. Yet, how can they leave? As for Qin Wenshu, he too is struck speechless, having encountered countless life and death situations throughout his life. He has never felt apprehensive, and no matter the circumstances, he has always managed to find a solution. However, today, he is genuinely perplexed. Chapter 57. The young lady of the Qin family comes of age. Time seems to freeze. At this moment, the lives of all present appear suspended. Qinghe, like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, commands the Halua Consortium with unparalleled strength, becoming the youngest president in the history of the Federation. Her future is destined to be resplendent, shining brightly within the Federation. Among the younger generation, few can compare to her. Even those from higher-ranking consortiums pale in comparison to Qin Halua. Only heirs from the top 100 consortiums might stand on equal footing with her. Yet such a remarkable figure, adorned in a glamorous evening gown and with raven black hair, finds herself besmirched by soup. The extent of her disarray is profound, marking the darkest moment of her life. Everyone is dumbfounded, unsure of how to respond. Many contemplate an exit, but the atmosphere is so still that one can hear their own breathing. Who dares to move? Any action would surely draw ire. The consequences are too unpredictable. Thus, they remain frozen, awaiting Qin Wenshu to intervene at this juncture. He is the only one capable of addressing the situation. Yet, even he is at a loss for how to proceed. The humiliation endured by Qin Halua is a blow she has never faced, a profound insult to one so accustomed to being exalted. Her reaction is a mystery to all. Should the circumstances allow, Qin Wenshu would undoubtedly make Li Qingming pay dearly for his actions. However, with all the guests present, he must consider the reputation and image of the Halua Consortium. As well as Qin Halua standing, if he intervenes, it would leave an impression that Qin Halua is merely a young girl unfit for serious responsibility. Therefore, it is best for Qin Halua to resolve this herself. However, at this moment, Qin Halua is utterly bewildered by the soup that has been hurled at her. The sudden assault leaves her in shock, and no matter how intelligent or exceptional she has never encountered such an event. A woman who is usually fastidious about cleanliness has been soaked by a man's soup. Stunned, Liu Chong watches in a daze, feeling as though his consortium has been thoroughly obliterated by Li Qingming's outburst. Li Qingming, on the other hand, remains composed that he understands that he has erred, but he must avoid provoking this fierce woman. However, what can be done? Acting recklessly could unleash her wrath, and given her influence, he would not survive a confrontation. A solution to this crisis must be found. Suddenly, an idea sparks in Li Qingming's mind. "Hark!" he bellows. This sudden proclamation reverberates through the hall like thunder, causing everyone to instinctively turn their attention to him. Qin Halua, too, is roused from her inner turmoil by this outburst, her fury and confusion momentarily dissipating, her eyes blazing with determination. She will not let this lecherous man escape unscathed for his audacity to drench her in soup. Just as she prepares to issue a command, Li Qingming speaks. The young lady of the Qin family has come of age. As he utters these words, he captures the attention of all present. The young lady of the Qin family. Is that not Qin Halua? What is he about to say? His tone carries an almost melodic quality, reminiscent of song. The crowd reflects on his words. Raised in seclusion, unknown to the world, with innate beauty that cannot be concealed. One day, by the emperor's side, a glance ignites 100 charms, rendering all others pale in comparison to Ayin, the gentle spring. She bathes in the Huqing pool, the hot spring water gliding over her skin like cream. Li Qingming swiftly recites the remaining lines of the poem. The audience listens in astonishment as his verses flow effortlessly, accompanied by a melodious rhythm, creating an impression of meticulous grace and comfort. The meaning behind his words is profoundly evocative, celebrating Qin Halua's stunning beauty and allure. The vocabulary employed transcends the usual flattery reserved for women, elevating it to a level of elegance. Such praise, indeed, befits her splendid presence. Qin Halua, a beauty since childhood, has only grown more stunning with age. Leaving others at a loss for words to adequately describe her allure, did I end this moment. As Li Qingming boasts, it becomes apparent to them how one might extol a woman's beauty in such a manner. Furthermore, the final line, "The spring water glides, washing the creamy skin," strikingly resonates with the present scene. Although it pertains to soup, disregarding that context, the sight of Qin Halua's evening gown, now damp, subtly revealing her snow-like skin, encapsulates the essence of the phrase perfectly. Moreover, the line about being a companion to the sovereign is a direct homage to Qin Wenshu. This fellow is truly remarkable. In Jiangsheng, Qin Wenshu is synonymous with royalty. While the Jiangsheng city government looms above, the renowned Halua Consortium holds formidable influence even in the Federation, making the city government reliant on it To refer to Qin Wenshu as a king is no exaggeration. These words are indeed a grand tribute to this moment. Qin Wenshu as prior ire has transformed into a profound gaze, his expression tinged with a subtle pride that as for Qin Helua, her once furious, murderous glare has now morphed into a complex array of emotions. Li Qingming attentively observes the reactions of those surrounding him, finding their astonishment unsurprising. After all, he has merely adapted a couple of lines from Bai Juyi's Song of Everlasting Regret. How could that not garner attention? However, Li Qingming remains uncomplacent, aware that the crisis is far from resolved. Noticing the slight softening of Qin Helua's fierce demeanor, he hastily recites another poem from his memory. The world claims that men are superior. Yet no matter how beautiful a woman is, she ultimately marries. These lines, though pale in comparison to Bai Juyi's work, are fitting, for Qin Wenshu has no sons, only daughters. This revelation strikes a nerve, altering Qin Wenshu's expression. In contrast, Qin Helua's countenance sharpens with intensity. The crowd gasps in astonishment. This audacious fellow dares to speak such words. This is a subject that Qin Wenshu detests, for despite the vastness of the Helua consortium, it lacks a suitable heir. He has no sons. Though Qin Helua is exceptional, she is, after all, not male. This man courting death. They murmur silently. Yet Li Qingming is not one to court demise. Thus he swiftly recites the remaining lines. In a world bustling for profit, only Helua defies fate, that if in years to come I wield the universe, I shall repay my father's kindness in one stroke. When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my blossoms shall outshine all the flowers. The fragrant array shall permeate Chang'an, enveloping the city in golden armor. Thus shall the hearts of parents across the realm be swayed, valuing sons over daughters no more. Li Qingming's voice resounds, lingering in the air like a gentle melody.